Preface of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Preface. Works of this kind are in general of so captivating a nature to young readers that let them run through but a few pages of almost any novel, and they will feel their affections or curiosity so interested either in the characters or the events, that it is with difficulty they can be diverted to any other study or amusement till they have got to the end of the story. From the experience, then, of this species of attraction, such sort of writings may be rendered by good and ingenious authors extremely serviceable to morals and other useful purposes of life. Place the magnet low, and it will degrade our sentiments. Hold it high, and it elevates them. Imitation is natural to the human mind, and as we copy these patterns best, which we are most conversant with, it depends upon the choice that parents and preceptors make of such compositions to produce the best effect from this general sympathy. Tell me your company is a just adage, but tell me your studies is as true a maxim. In the selection of proper pieces to assist towards so pleasing a method of instruction, no inconsiderable part of the attention ought to be paid to the style and language of the writers, for it is certain that those who can best express their sentiments are those who conceive them best, and the same idea delivered by a gentleman will have double the effect to what it would have if uttered by his valet de chambre. All authors, therefore, of mean or illiberal education, or stationed below the familiar converse of polite life, should be wholly excluded from the sort of library I am here recommending. Nor should any translations be admitted there, though done from the originals by the best hands, according to the phrase of their title pages, for there is a stiffness in the style of all the publications of this kind I have ever met with, that constrains the ease and freedom of our language, and impures it with a number of Gallicisms, Italianisms, etc., which even those who are allowed to be the best hands that have ever condescended to so servile an office find it impossible to avoid. A work framed from one's own ideas is like learning to write from a copy. A translation is like tracing the letters after the master has penciled them for us. If I have had any success in this, or my former work of the same kind, it is owing more to accident than genius, and may therefore be deemed rather fortunate than meritorious. I have had a good deal of acquaintance with the world, and have known many private memoirs and particular circumstances in life which has afforded me an opportunity of supplying both my characters and situations from the living drama, instead of borrowing them from the mimic scene. I felt as I wrote, and lived along the line, from the sympathy of friendship or the tenderness of compassion. This is contagious. I hope my readers may catch the infection also. For I shall think myself extremely happy if I can in any degree contribute towards forming or informing the young and innocent. The task of reforming I leave to greater geniuses and abler pens. The characters which present themselves in this work are, as I have already hinted, mostly drawn from real life. They are therefore natural and proper objects either for imitation or avoidance. Virtuous and vicious every man must be, few in the extreme, but all in the degree. But when writers exceed the bounds of probability and describe an angel or a devil in human form, our reason is shocked, and revolts at the idea of a character so much above, or below, our nature. The semblance of truth vanishes, the reader's attention becomes relaxed, and both the events and the moral, if there should be any, fade like the baseless fabric of a vision, nor leave a wreck behind. With such productions our circulating libraries, those slop shops in literature, abound, and with them they must still be filled, till our legislature shall think proper to enable the booksellers to pay for better works, by passing an act to secure their property in the copies they purchase. Till that is done, no person in the trade can afford to pay a large sum for any manuscript, be the merit of it what it will. And of course no authors, except the very poor ones indeed, both in the literal and metaphorical sense of the word, or the rich, who form but a small squadron in the host of writers, will devote their time and labour to the public without some hope of adequate reward. Those who amongst our legions neither want nor abound have therefore but one way of contributing their mite to the Parnassian treasury, that of publishing by subscription, which in my estimation is at once both flattering and humiliating, as it proves the attachment of our friends, while it lays us under the painful necessity of taxing their regard. Happy and honoured as I have been by the favour of the public in general, as well as by the kind partiality of my particular friends, I shall ever be both proud and pleased to offer my present and future efforts to their indulgent candour upon any terms, and to subscribe myself their much obliged, most grateful, and obedient servant, Elizabeth Griffith. End of Preface.
Letters 1 to 4 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letters 1 to 4 from Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Letter 1. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Bangor Ferry. Remote, unfriended, melancholy, slow, where mountains rise and where rude waters flow. Where'er I go, whatever realms I see, my heart untravelled fondly turns to thee. Still to my Fanny turns with ceaseless pain, and drags at each remove a lengthening chain. How much am I indebted to the author of these beautiful lines for having expressed my present feelings so much better than I could myself. The address was originally made to a brother. There can therefore be no impropriety in applying them to a sister, and such a one as mine. You desired me, my Fanny, to write to you from every stage. This is the first moment I have had to myself. One of Sir William's most favourite maxims is, that women should be treated like state criminals, and utterly debarred the use of pen and ink. He says that those who are fond of scribbling are never good for anything else, that female friendship is a jest, and that we only correspond or converse with our own sex, for sake of indulging ourselves in talking of the other. Why, Sir William, why will you discover such illiberal sentiments to one who has been so lately prevailed upon to pronounce those awful words, love, honor, and obey? The fulfilling the two first articles of this solemn engagement must depend upon yourself; the latter only rests on me, and I will most sanctimoniously perform my part of the covenant. Yes, my sister, I will stifle the rising sigh, and wipe away the wayward tear that steals involuntarily down my cheek, from the fond recollection of those dear friends that I have left behind me. Would to nature that the objects necessarily followed their affections, or else retained them with themselves, instead of suffering remembrance, like a tyrant, or pursue the unhappy traveller, adding anxiety to fatigue, and grief to danger. Sir William has met with some gentlemen of his acquaintance. Here he presented them to me, and I could see that he seemed pleased at that sort of approbation which is expressed by looks. At first sight of a person who happens to please us, there would be something flattering in the idea which I should wish to cherish, if I did not fear that his pleasure arose more from vanity than affection. Yet why should I think so? Has he not pursued me with unabated ardour near 2 years, and triumphed over the repeated refusals of my friends and self by the most obstinate perseverance. But might not vanity be still, thou restless, busy, perturbed spirit, and no longer seek to investigate an humiliating cause for an event which is irrevocably past? These gentlemen, then, that I told you of, are to join company with us for the remainder of our journey and voyage. There is one of them, a Lord something, I forgot his title, who is just returned from making the grand tour. His person is elegant. I think him, both in face and figure, vastly like Colonel Stanford. I suppose this young nobleman will be the bon ton of this winter in Dublin. It may therefore be of some use to a stranger, as I shall be, to be known to him. I shall not, however, cultivate the present opportunity, as I have left the room, determined not to return, on pretence of a headache, in order to tell my dear Fanny what she already knows, that I am her more than sister, her affectionate and faithful friend, Louisa Barton. P.S. Love to my brother, and to my dear Mary Granville. But I charge you not to shrew my letters, even to either of them. Letter 2. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Holyhead. Will you not doubt my veracity, Fanny, when I tell you that 3 days spent in this dullest and most disagreeable of villages have not appeared tedious to me? There is certainly a wonderful charm in variety of situations. Every change produces new assemblage of ideas, and actuates the mind with curiosity, comparison, and inquiry. The wildness, or even horror of this place, for we have had a perpetual storm, is so strongly contrasted with the mild scenes of Cleveland Hall, or indeed any other part of England that I have seen, that one would scarce think it possible for a few days' journey to transport us in such extremes of the sublime and beautiful. I am persuaded that all the inhabitants of Wales must be romantic. There never was any place appeared so like enchanted ground, and the scenes shift upon you as quick as in pantomime, from the stupendous, bleak, and barren hills of Cambria, you are almost instantly transported into fertile and laughing valleys. There never was a richer and more beautiful view than that of the Vale of Clyde. I am not at all surprised that poetry took its rise in this part of Britain. The ancient Druids could not be at a loss for poetic images. Every object they saw must have inspired them, and exceeded, both in beauty and wildness, whatever sportive fancy could have invented, or creative genius drawn forth from the storehouse of imagination. I think that even I seem to be possessed with a kind of poetic rapture while I describe these charming scenes, but I will not anticipate the pleasure that I hope you will yourself receive from them next summer, though I already forestall the much higher delight I shall feel on seeing my dear Fanny at Southfield. Sir William has been in great spirits ever since we have been here, and highly pleased at a very trifling mark of my obedience. He proposed riding out the morning after we came, and though there was a high wind and a drizzling rain, I made not the least objection to mounting one of the little Welsh palfreys, and clambering up the hills, at his request. Our fellow travellers, Lord Lucan and Colonel Walter, accompanied us. I have described the former to you. The latter is remarkably handsome, but with a peculiar expression in his countenance, which is not the result of his features, but seems to arise from the predominance of a particular passion in his mind. In short, it is that sort of expression which has made you and me dislike so many handsome men. The colonel is to be our neighbour in the country. He is now going to Ireland, to take possession of his estate, and a seat in Parliament for a borough he never saw. I am no politician, or I should animadvert a little upon this subject. This self same colonel has just tapped at my door, to tell me that the wind veers a little, and that Sir William desires I will hold myself in readiness to embark. I obey. Adieu, my Fanny. Louisa Barton. P.S. I forgot to tell you that Lord Lucan was at Paris when we were there last year. He has made me smile 2 or 3 times by his pathetic manner of lamenting his not knowing me then. I tell him that he may date his acquaintance from what era he pleases, as our living together at an inn has brought on greater intimacy in 4 days, than almost as many years could have effected in his usual course of meeting, at operas, routs, etc. But he sighs out a rueful "O canon!" and the colonel laughs, to shew his white teeth, and superior understanding. I come, Sir William, adieu, adieu. Letter III. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Dublin. What scenes of distress have I gone through since I concluded my last letter to my dear Fanny! We embarked aboard the packet boat, with what they called a shifting gale, and to do the captain justice, he was unwilling to sail; but Sir William and Colonel Walter were both impatient, and their impetuosity, as it generally does, triumphed over our calmer reason. We had not been 3 hours at sea, before there arose so violent a storm, that the captain said it was impossible for the ship to weather it. 6 hours he was, however, mistaken, for it continued 6:30, during which time we had been driven upon the northern coast of Ireland, and it was then to be feared that we should beat to pieces on the rocks. There was a great number of passengers on board, and their groans and lamentations would have affected me extremely, in any other situation; but the violent and continued sickness which I suffered rendered me insensible even to my own danger, nor did I feel the smallest emotion when Lord Lucan, who had seldom left my bedside, caught hold of my hand, with a degree of wildness, and pressing it to his lips, said, "We must perish, but we shall die together." The captain had fired guns of distress upon our approaching the shore, and a fishing boat came to our relief, into which the passengers crowded so fast that the gentlemen were obliged to draw their swords, to prevent their sinking it. How I got into the boat I do not know, but I found myself there, rolled up in Lord Lucan's roquelaire, and my head supported by Sir William's knee. There were two other ladies in the boat with us, the youngest of whom, a Miss Leicester, seemed to be, if possible, worse than I. But I will not detain you longer in this scene of horror, where we expected to be swallowed up by the waves, that came rolling on us, like moving mountains, every moment, till we reached the shore. Behold us then landed upon what may almost be called a desert island, for it's entirely surrounded by an arm of the sea, and uninhabited by everything but a few goats, and some fishermen, who are almost as wild as they. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning when we arrived at this dismal place, and such a morning, for darkness, rain, and wind, I never saw. Neither Miss Leicester nor I could stand, much less walk, and the gentlemen were obliged to carry us in their arms, by turns, for nearer 2 miles, till we arrived at some of the huts, where the hospitable cottagers received us with that sort of surprise, which I imagine we should feel, if an order of higher beings were to descend by miracle to visit us. But be their kindness never forgot by me, and may their beds of straw, smoky rafters, yield them such soft and balmy sleep, as they afforded to my harassed frame. Let them never envy those that toss on down. I did not wake till near 10 in the morning, which was then as mild as it had been tempestuous when I retired to rest. Lord Lucan and Miss Leicester were seated on a little bank, without the door of the cottage where I slept, to prevent any person from disturbing me, as soon as they heard me move. Miss Leicester came in to offer her assistance in dressing me. She smiling said that breakfast was prepared for me in a large drawing room, and under the finest canopy she had ever seen, then led me by the hand to the bank where she had been sitting. I was surprised to see tea there, which, though made in wooden vessels, appeared to me more delicious than any that I had ever drank out of the finest Dresden china. Lord Lucan told me that Sir William, the rest of the gentlemen, and Mrs. Layton, who was Miss Leicester's aunt, were gone to reconnoitre la carte du pays, de la terre inconnue aux nous étant, and that now he had seen me so happily recovered, he would try to join them. I found that another boat had arrived from the ship, and that our servants and a part of our baggage were come. When my poor Benson saw me, she cried for joy, and indeed nothing but the state of insensibility in which I quitted the vessel could have made me leave her behind. Upon inquiring, we were told that there were neither horses or carriages of any kind to be had, to convey us out of the island, but that we might cross, in a boat, to a piece of land that lay opposite to one side of it, which, when we reached, was 8 miles from any town, or village. As soon as I had changed my clothes, Miss Leicester and I set out to meet, or overtake, our company, to confer about the difficulties of our sad situation. I will bring you acquainted with Miss Leicester, in my next letter, and for the present I will call her Lucy, for I am sure I shall love her, and in that case I hate the formality of Miss. Suppose us now to have walked about a mile and a half without discovering any object but the sea, which surrounded us, when, to our great delight, we spied land, though still divided from us by a gulf we thought impassable. We stood, however, on the shore, inventing 1,000 impracticable schemes to cross this tremendous hell-spout, but never once thought of the only possible one, though we had been told of it. We at last grew weary of indulging our visions, and Lucy, who I find is extremely romantic, said that, were she in my situation, she could, with the utmost pleasure, think of passing her days on the spot we were thrown on, for that the constant presence of the beloved object must render any place an Eden to her. I told her that if we were fated to remain there, that either Lord Lucan or Colonel Walter would, I hope, make this spot a paradise to her, on her own plan. She wiped away a starting tear, and said that was impossible. At that instant a new object roused our attention. We perceived a gentleman, well mounted, and attended by a couple of servants, on the opposite shore. Lucy put up a most fervent ejaculation, that he might have knight errantry enough to cross the river, and rescue us from our melancholy situation. Her prayer was heard. He swam his horse across the flood, and Lucy called him a second Leander. He came up to us with infinite politeness and address, and told us that the mail which had been put on shore with us had been forwarded to his father, who was the next justice of peace, and lived about 12 miles from thence, that by that means he became acquainted with our distress, and had sent his carriage as far as the roads were passable, with a number of saddle horses, to bring us to his house. I confess I was charmed with this instance of hospitality and generosity. I hope I should have been as much pleased with it, had I only heard it related, without having benefited by it. There is nothing affects my heart so much as benevolent actions. I will flatter myself that this is owing to a natural sympathy. We made all the acknowledgments that our joy would permit, and walked, or rather ran, back to our cottage with the stranger, where we met our company, and many more of the passengers, who had come in the second boat from the ship. Mr. Matthew's servants were by this time come up to us, and opened 2 large baskets of provisions, cold meats, wine, tea, etc. Every person seemed surprised and overjoyed, while universal gladness diffused itself through our little colony. Lucy appeared almost frantic with delight. The common occurrences of life appear like enchantment to some minds, but there was an elegant simplicity mingled with her transports, that rendered them extremely pleasing. I have now, my dearest Fanny, delivered you from the painful anxiety you must have suffered from the first part of my letter. My next, I hope, shall transport you to more pleasing scenes. In the meantime, rest assured that through every change of circumstance or situation I shall remain unalterably yours, L. Barton. I long to hear from you. Pray tell me, have you heard from the Continent, and how and where Lord Hume now is? Letter 4. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. For the present, I will continue my letters journal-wise, as Miss Bryan calls it, but I cannot for my life be circumstantial, and carry you up and down stairs, to the parlour, the drawing-room, the harpsichord, the card-table, etc., etc., etc. Suppose us then to have crossed the so much dreaded arm of the sea, with some difficulty and less danger, that we have performed our 12 miles' journey, through rugged roads and over hills and dales, and are at last safely arrived at Mr. Matthew's very handsome seat, welcomed by him and his lady, and a very numerous family of sons and daughters, grown up to men and women's estate. On our entrance, we were shewn into a room, where there was a table laid with all kinds of breakfast that could be pleasing or necessary to the sick, or healthful appetite, and were informed that there were beds prepared for any of the company, who might require rest after their fatigue. The offer was declined by us all, for the present, but the whole company, which amounted to 18 ladies and gentlemen, besides servants, accepted Mr. Matthew's invitation to spend the day and night at his house, except Colonel Walter, who said he would go on to Newry, the next great town, and send us carriages from thence. From the first notion that you could conceive of our generous hosts, you must believe that we were very politely and elegantly entertained. But neither your idea nor my description can do justice to their hospitality. They have given me the most favourable impressions of this country, on my first entering it, but even Sir William, who is partial to his native land, says I am not to expect a whole nation of such fools. I think he said, "Heigh ho!" This is my only comment. The manners and behaviour of this worthy and amiable family were expressive of the sincerest pleasure at having it in their power to relieve our distress. May they or theirs never know any! Lucy was in raptures with the young ladies. Both she and I flatter ourselves with a prospect of much pleasure, from a future intimacy with Mrs. Matthews and her daughters. Next morning our carriages, a coach and four, and several post-chaises arrived, and we took a grateful and affectionate leave of our kind hosts. Our journey had nothing remarkable in it, except Colonel Walter's waiting for us at the first stage we came to, which, considering the hurry he affected when he left us, was rather an overstrained piece of politeness, arising, I imagine, from a supposition that his company was of some consequence to the party. And perhaps he is not mistaken. Lucy's aunt, Mrs. Layton, a good, agreeable, and well-jointured relic, about 36, seems to admire him much. She speaks Italian badly. He is master of the language, and she is for ever applying to him, to correct her pronunciation. Who knows but he may find pleasure in instructing so hopeful a pupil? The Colonel is what is called a woman's man. He has lived a good deal abroad, and has a superficial knowledge of almost every science. His head may be aptly enough compared to the drawer of a lady's writing table, which contains a little of everything. I have this moment looked into mine, to see if the allusion is just. Its contents are a miniature picture of Sir William, with a slight crack in the enamel, and the catch that fastens the bracelet broken, my housekeeper's accounts, a little billet from Lucy, a French song, and the Colonel gave me some scented sealing wax, writing paper, message cards, and a pocket book, with scissors, penknife, pencil, blank leaves, etc. I do really think that this farrago of materials conveys a very expressive image of what I would describe. I hope you will think so too, and henceforth acknowledge the Colonel as an acquaintance. I promised in my last to give you a sketch of my Lucy, but I find I am not equal to the task, for even in her outward appearance there is a variability that renders it almost impossible to draw an exact resemblance of her. At some times you would think that her form and face were designed to personify vivacity. Dip in the rainbow, trick her off in air. At other times a soft melancholy usurps the place of gaiety, so that at different eras she may pass alternately for a Melopome or a Thaia. Yet she is agreeable under both these characters, and I by no means think her temper changeable, but am rather inclined, though sorry to believe, that these transitions are rather the effect of peculiar circumstances, that natural constitution. I know she is in love, but I should suppose that to be rather a consistent passion, where the flame is mutual, and I should be tempted almost to despise her, or any other woman in the world, who continued still to love, without sympathy; for true love is a passion of that extraordinary nature, as some author has well expressed it, that it requires the felicity of two persons to render one happy. Without being positively handsome, the men all like her. She has good eyes, hair and teeth, a lively though not a fine complexion, and a form that may justly be styled elegant, though small. And now, my dear Fanny, let me speak of and to yourself. It is above a month since I left London. I have been a fortnight in Dublin, and have not received a single line from you, or any of the other dear friends I parted from in Dover Street. They tell me something about contrary winds. For my own peace, I will believe them, but if I am to remain in this island much longer, under such suspense, I shall be tempted to sell my jewels, and send the money to Lapland, to purchase, I know not whether it is to be an easterly or a westerly wind, but it shall be a fair gale to waft your letters to me, for the story of Aeolus and Ulysses, you know, is quite an arrant fiction. Your impatient but truly affectionate Louisa Barton. End of letters 1 to 4. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Letters 5 and 6 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton, by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 5. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton, Dover Street. I received my dear sister's 2 letters from Wales together, and am pleased to find that you illustrate your own remark on the good effects which change of objects produce upon our minds. I have always thought that in the separation of 2 persons who love each other, the one who is left is by far the greatest sufferer. The mind, in spite of us, must necessarily in some degree accompany, or rather attend upon, the body, and while that is in motion, it feels a kind of rotation also. Bow banish bow, and coaches, coaches drive. And now I talk of coaches, I have never set my foot in ours since you left London. I begin to think that this is carrying the idea of locality too far, and will therefore order it to set me down at the playhouse this evening. Your description of South Britain has increased my curiosity, but not my desire of travelling through it, for what can augment my wishes to see you? Your first letter affected me extremely. Oh, beware of a propensity to unhappiness, my much-loved sister. Sir William has a roughness in his manner, which I really believe to be more owing to an illiberal education than a coarse mind. I say illiberal, though I know he was bred at a college. Learning and science may be there acquired, but, alas, I fear the professors of universities do not attend much to les petites morales. There are many men weak enough to imagine that an affectation of contempt for the understandings of women is proof sufficient of the superiority of their own. But these persons ought never to marry, for we can neither love those we despise, nor those who seem to despise us. But I am far from imagining this to be Sir William's case. I know he both loves and esteems my Louisa, though he be deficient in that sort of gallant address which might better enable him to show his sentiments. But how few husbands are there, after all, even in what is styled polite life, who seem to think such an attention necessary? I affirm it to be absolutely so. For they must be sad philosophers indeed who mistake the possession of a treasure for the enjoyment of it. But I will not forgive your trifling with your own happiness by seeming to doubt a fact on which alone it can be founded. I am glad you have happened to meet with the gentleman you mention. Agreeable society is always pleasing to a rational mind, but more particularly so when there is any little difficulty, danger, or fatigue to encounter. And notwithstanding your flourishing description of Wales, I cannot help thinking that a journey through it must be attended, in some degree, with those slight evils I have mentioned. My brother has been remarkably grave ever since you left us, but I will not flatter you by imputing his reserve entirely to your absence. His Delia, his beloved Miss Colville, is going to France, with her ridiculous mother, and ill-used as my sensible brother has been by that absurd widow, I have no doubt but he will be weak enough to follow her daughter there, and leave poor solitary me to pass the winter, tout seul, in Dover Street. I have told him, and I really believe it, that Mrs. Colville has no exception either to his person, rank, or fortune, though she will never consent to his marrying her daughter. But I am persuaded that she would most readily accept of him herself. Sir George cannot help smiling when I talk in this strain, though he affects to be displeased at what he calls my folly. I know that you will expect that I should say something of myself. Alas, Louisa, my history, like poor Viola's, is a blank. I have not received a line from Lord Hume since I saw you. My apprehensions for his health and safety are, however, relieved by a letter his sister had from him, dated at Siena a few days ago. I will believe, for his sake as well as my own, that he has written to me. A letter may miscarry. I have often heard that the posts upon the continent are not so regular as ours. I will believe anything but that he has forgotten me. Is this philosophy or vanity? And is my opinion of his constancy founded on his merits or my own? I ask questions without wishing to have them resolved. Adieu, my only confidant, my much-loved sister. Adieu. F. Cleveland. P.S. Sir George's best affections, along with mine, wait on Sir William and our dear Louisa. Mary Granville is at Bath, with her aunt. Letter 6. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton, London. Why, surely, my dear Louisa, you intend to publish your travels, and to push Madame de Scudéry from the shelf she has so long usurped in the lady's library. What a sweet romance is yours! What hairbreadth scapes! What amazing perils by sea and by land! What imminent danger of passing your life on a desolate island, which, by the way, would, I fear, had you remained there, have become a dissolute one, for I don't find that you had a parson among you, and I have doubts whether the colonel and the widow would have waited till another shipwreck might have sent you a Jonas. As to Lucy and Lord Lucan, to be sure they would have remained in a state of perfect purity, and Sir William and you are already joined in the holy bands of matrimony, so that, upon a fair calculation, I do not think that your community would have been worse than the rest of this habitable globe, for one couple of delinquents in 3 is as little as can be expected, even in the Island of Saints, of which you are happily now become an inhabitant, or in the territories of His Holiness the Pope, where all should be perfect. But a truce with badinage, and be assured, my dear sister, that I felt for your distresses, and sincerely rejoice at your safe arrival in Dublin. I both love and admire, though not without a little mixture of envy, your generous hosts. What extreme pleasure must they have received from such a noble exercise of their benevolence and hospitality! All girls build castles. Mine have always been situated on a sea-coast, and in them have I often received shipwrecked princesses and drowning heroes. I have chafed their temples and rubbed their hands for whole hours, and when my great care and humanity have brought them back to this world of woes, they have repaid my pains by a faithful recital of their doleful adventures. I once fell in love with a man I never saw for the same sentiment. I did not then imagine I should ever have so near and dear a connection as my Louisa, involved in the reality of such a dreadful situation, and now may heaven be praised for my loved sister's preservation. I like your description of the colonel much. One knows abundance of table-drawers, though not all as well furnished as yours. But I do not much like the character. Smatterers in science are generally triflers in everything. That same want of stability which prevents their being master of any art, like a shaken marble runs through the whole block, and lessens the value of every part. I should not like such a man, either as a friend or lover, though he may perhaps be an agreeable acquaintance. I am much more charmed with your Lucy, your little pocket Iris. I hope she always wears changeable silks, and alters them from grave to gay according to the complexion of the day. I did not mean to rhyme, as you may see by my mode of writing. I agree with you that those transitions you mention may possibly be owing rather to particular circumstances than a peculiar inconsistency of mind. The latter would render her contemptible. The former entitles her to our tenderness and love. I think, even from the slight account you have given of her, there must be a charming frankness in her manner, which is one of the first qualities I would seek for in a friend. Life is not long enough, but were I an antediluvian, I should not think it worth while to seek for a heart that is wrapped up in 150 envelopes. Un cœur serré would disgust me, though the possessor of it had 10,000 amiable qualities. I think that your misfortunes with regard to the storm, like most other disasters, have been productive of some good, by bringing you acquainted with Miss Lester. But what have you done with Lord Lucan? When the pencil and palette were in your hands, why lay them by without giving a sketch of him? I should fancy from his rueful "Oh, que non," that there were traits of character sufficient to mark him by. If so, I desire that you will resume your new calling, and let me have a full length of his lordship by the next post. Sir George, as I guessed, actually intends to set out for Paris in a fortnight. I am strongly tempted to accompany him, Louisa. I should then be on the same continent, nay, perhaps in the same city with Lord Hume, for as his route is not absolutely determined, I think it is most likely that he will pass the winter in Paris, as I know it is his favourite city. But then, may not my delicacy be wounded by its being said, or even thought, that I pursued him thither? And to what end? If his heart, as I much fear, be already estranged, will my presence recall it? Ah, no. To what, then, should I expose myself? To be slighted by the man I love? Oh, never, never. In woods and deserts let me rather dwell, and hide my woes in solitude. I now wish I had gone with you to Ireland. and yet I should not choose to be farther removed from that blessed spot, where'er it be, for at present I know not, that holds my happiness, perhaps my misery. How can you say, Louisa, that love is a consistent passion? Alas, you know it not. 10,000 contradictory wishes are born and perish in my mind in the same moment, and yet there was a time when you, my sister, used to blame my calmness, and upbraid me with having too much philosophy. Where is that calmness, that philosophy fled to now? Oh, let me once more woo them to my breast, and be what I then was, your happy as well as affectionate sister, F. Cleaveland. P.S. You will perceive by this long epistle that I have received both your letters from Dublin. I do not, my dear, expect 2 for 1, but the first came last night when I happened to be out, and the last arrived this morning. You may also perceive I began my letter with an affected gaieté de cœur, and ended it in real sadness. I had determined not to mention Lord Hume, but my brother's coming into my dressing-room and telling me of his going to Paris threw me off my guard. Excuse my weakness, my loved, my dear Louisa. End of Letter 6.
Letter 7 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 7. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland, Dublin. Indeed, my dear Fanny, your last letter has hurt me sensibly. I cannot express the tender concern I feel for your sufferings. Yet with that frankness we both so much admire, I will confess that I am, on this occasion, conscious of the force of Rochenfald's selfish maxim. In the distresses of our best friends, we find something that does not displease us. Horrid adage! Yet how true! When I cannot help rejoicing that I have never felt the passion of love, in the extreme that you seem to do. I have ever thought that love, like friendship, could only be founded on the amiable qualities of its object, and that with them it must, because it ought, decay. How often have you and I laughed at the persevering passion of Miss B, when we knew that Lord M despised her! But the little tyrant has taken ample vengeance upon you. Heaven shield me from his resentment! I am, however, far from doubting Lord Hume's constancy or love to my sweet Fanny, and my opinion is founded on your charms rather than his merits. Yet grant him to be all you can wish. Surely it is a miserable state to have our happiness so totally dependent upon any human being, that our not hearing from them for a few days or weeks shall render us totally wretched, and create such a fever in the mind as you describe, and I tremble at. Heavens! What a wretch should I be, were I possessed of this tormenting passion! I am certain Sir William has no more idea of it than of a sixth sense. However would the roughness and asperity of his manners, which are now scarce sufferable, then wound me to the heart. Rejoice with me, my Fanny. At what? Not at my want of sensibility, for sure I think not even you have more. And can I be delighted, then, at not having found in Sir William an object to awaken it? Oh no, I fear I ought rather to lament than exult, in my present torpid state. But still I have a subject for my tenderness, my much loved dearest sister. Come to me then, my Fanny, and I will soothe your sorrow, will listen to your soft complainings, and share each pang that wounds your gentle heart. I was alarmed at the first part of your last letter. Your treating the distresses I went through ludicrously was not like my Fanny. And when we stray so far out of ourselves, there must be some particular cause, which we would wish to conceal, that occasions our acting or speaking out of character. You were unhappy, and did not wish that I should know it? But let not even that sort of pious fraud be ever practised between us more. You may write freely. Your letters are sacred. No eye but my own will ever see them. Sir William is satisfied with our correspondence, and says, he is sure we shall both be tired of it in 3 months. I will venture to say he is mistaken in us both. And so my brother is a stricken deer, also, and is setting off on a wild goose chase after Miss Colville. Surely 2 victims to love in one family are quite sufficient, and Don Cupid will, I flatter myself, let the third go free. Fantastic tyrant of the amorous heart! How hard thy yoke, how cruel is thy dart! Those 'scape the anger who refuse thy sway, And those are punished most who most obey. For heaven's sake, Fanny, if you have not by this time received a volume of billets doux from Lord Hume, get up your spirits, break at once into open rebellion against him and the little purblind deity, fly to me and try whether a Hibernian swain cannot make you amends for his loss. I am persuaded that it is possible to shake off an ill-placed affection, but I am afraid by saying so I may offend you. However, I shall let the sentiment pass, since 'tis written, and you are welcome to make as free with it as you please, and perhaps may say, with the philosopher Boyle, that to undertake the cure of a lover is perhaps the next weakness to that of being one. I perceive myself falling into the very error which I reprehend in you, that of affecting to treat your distresses lightly. But believe me, my Fanny, that I lay restraint on myself in doing so, and feel them not the less. Cheerfulness and dissipation are the only remedies for a wounded mind, and if I can make you smile, even at my folly, my end will be answered. You will, I dare say, discover that this letter has been written at different areas. Morning visitors are a pest that rages in all cities, but is, I think, more violent here than any place I ever was in, except Bath. There is some excuse for this intemperate desire of gadding there, as the use of the waters forbids all sedentary amusements, and a game of neighbor I come to torment you may be conducive to health; but here, without temptation or excuse, the ladies make it a rule to pass their mornings in any one's house but their own, and would almost persuade one that they can neither read, write, work, housewife, or pray. Exclusive of this grand mal, I like the people and country extremely. There is an air of freedom, cheerfulness, and affability that runs through all the better sort of men and women, and inclines you to like them, even at first sight. Rien qui gêne, rien sert. We may be allowed to speak of a people in this language, who seem to resemble the French more than any of their nearer neighbours. The old Irish families still themselves Milesians, from Milesius, a Spaniard, who brought over a colony of his countrymen to people the island; but I should think, from their manners, as I hinted at before, that they were originally derived rather from the French. I hate all national reflections, but they seem not to have anything of the Spanish character among them. The court, which is called the castle here, is extremely agreeable, as well as brilliant, both in beauty and finery. It abounds particularly with the former. I think I never saw so many handsome women together in any place, as I have seen here on a ball night. Beauty is not, however, so general in this kingdom as in England. It is chiefly confined to the higher ranks of life, while there I have observed that it was most frequently met with in the middling and lower classes. I have run this letter into such an extravagant length, that though I am very well inclined to proceed in the picturesque style, and give you an idea of Lord Lucan en gros, which is certainly as much as I can venture to pretend to, at present, I find my paper has circumcised me with the limits of the smallest miniature, and as my art cannot yet rise to the nicer touches requisite to that small scale, I shall begin his portrait on a new sheet, next post. In the meantime, this will barely allow me to assure you that my affection and tenderness are, if possible, increased by the unhappiness of my ever dear Fanny, Louisa Barton. Miss Leicester is highly pleased with the title you have given her, and says she will charge all her poetic swains to celebrate her henceforward by the name of Iris. End of letter 7. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Letter 8 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 8. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. My dear Louisa's agreeable mélange gave me infinite pleasure, as I am very certain it is an exact representation of her soft yet lively mind. I am sorry the gloomy picture I sent of my own affected you even transiently. Lovers, my dear, are a strange, inconsistent race of mortals. Their pains and pleasures so totally dependent upon trifling accidents, and yet so exquisite that they are scarcely to be considered as rational beings. You, who are not of the sighing tribe, will be amazed when I tell you that at the time I received the effusions of your sympathetic tenderness, I had almost forgotten the source of my own distress, and could have cried out with Orestes, I never was unhappy. After this, I think I need not tell you that I had just then received a letter from Lord Hume. He is well, and kind, my sister, but alas, he talks of spending 3 years on his tour. We are both young, 'tis certain, but 3 years are 3 centuries in a lover's calendar, and should he hold his purpose, I should fancy myself old as a Sibyl, or as Cybele before that time may elapse. Though I detest the maxim you have quoted from Rochefoucauld, I do not blame you for rejoicing in your own ease and tranquillity. But surely you might do so though I were not in love, and yet perhaps the idea of your own felicity would not have struck you so strongly, if you had not then thought me miserable. They say it is in sickness that health is only valued. I fear there is a certain perverseness in human nature that enhances the value of every blessing from the privation of it. I had conceived an idea here, but fear I have not sufficiently expressed it. But what I mean is that as a friend is a second self, you have had the happy occasion of comparing the good and ill together, without the sad experience of the latter. You see I am becoming a philosopher again. But alas, Louisa, my philosophy is literally the sport of chance, for I confess that the only happiness I am at present capable of enjoying is absolutely dependent on winds, tides, postboys, and 1,000 other wayward contingencies. I very sincerely join with you in wishing, since you have not yet, that you may never feel the passion of love in an extreme degree, for I am firmly persuaded that it does not contribute much to the happiness of the female world. And yet, Louisa, I will frankly tell you that I am extremely grieved at some hints you have dropped in your letters, which speak of a want of affection for Sir William. It is dangerous to sport with such sentiments. You should not suffer them to dwell even upon your own mind, much less express them to others. We ought not be too strict in analyzing the characters of those we wish to love. If we once come to habituate ourselves to thinking of their faults, it insensibly lessens the person in our esteem, and saps the foundation of our happiness with our love. I am perfectly convinced that you have fallen into this error from want of reflection, and through what is called une manière de parler. For I will not suppose that my Louisa, though persuaded by her friends and solicited most earnestly by Sir William, gave him her hand without feeling in her heart that preference for his person and esteem for his character which is the surest basis for a permanent and tender affection. I almost condemn myself for the severity of this stricture, but my Louisa's happiness is of too much consequence to mine to pass over an error that may destroy it unnoticed before she is aware. We are all wiser for others than ourselves, but let this pretence to sagacity be pardoned by an elder sister, as proceeding from the tenderest affection of hers. Most truly, F. Cleaveland. P.S. Sir George holds his purpose, and sets out in 2 days. I shall not accompany him, nor can I at present accept of your kind and soothing invitation. I mean that in the first part of your letter. I abominate your volatile idea of an Hibernian, or any other swain, as a remedy for hapless love. Adieu, my Louisa, and forgive me the matronly airs I have assumed in this letter, for I shall think myself extremely happy if, in the future correspondence of our lives, I do not make you more than amends, by affording you in your turn many opportunities of appearing as much wiser than I as you are in reality. End of Letter 8.
Letter 9 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 9. From Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Indeed, my Fanny, I rejoice in your happiness, though I cannot help feeling that I am a sufferer by it. For if you had not received a very kind letter from Lord Hume, you would not, in all probability, have had spirits sufficient to have written an unkind one to me. You are, my dear sister, perfectly acquainted with every sentiment of my heart, therefore to repeat what you already know is needless, but in my own justification I must hold up a portrait to your view, which, from a very short absence, you seem to have forgotten. By the loss of the best of parents, I became my own mistress, before I was 17. My brother, who is 3 years elder than I, was then returned from the university, and set out almost immediately on his travels. I then looked up to him as the sole stay, both of your youth and mine, and though my father's indulgence had rendered us all independent of each other, I firmly resolved never to marry without the consent and approbation of Sir George. Young as you were, you may remember that during the time we passed at my Aunt Marriott's in Wiltshire, there were several proposals of marriage made to me, and among the rest Sir William offered me his hand. But as my heart was by no means engaged by any of the persons who honoured me with their addresses, I adhered to my first plan, and referred them all to my brother's decision. As there had been no time fixed for Sir George's return, most of those who called themselves my lovers withdrew, but Sir William, either more enamoured or more artful than the rest, set out immediately for Naples, where my brother then was, and by conciliating his esteem, obtained his consent, which he pretended was all that was wanting to complete his happiness. When my brother wrote to us to meet him at Paris, I was transported at the thought of seeing him after a 2 years' absence, but did not once reflect upon his motive for sending for us, nor did I even know that Sir William Barton was to be one of the party. Sir William's gallantry in coming from Paris to meet us at Dover flattered my vanity, I will confess. The continuance of his assiduities during our stay in France confirmed my brother's opinion of his passion for me, but alas! I was still incapable of making any other return to his attention than what mere politeness exacted from me. How often have my brother, Sir William, and you seemed to doubt my sincerity, when I have declared I knew not what love was; and oh! how fatal has that inexperience been to my peace, since, yes, Fanny, your sister is a wretch, and gave away her hand before she knew she had a heart to transfer. Yet this I am convinced of, that had Sir William persevered, perhaps a few months longer, in wishing still to obtain that heart, it might, I doubt not, have been all his own. But can it now bestow itself unsought, and trembling yield to harshness and unkindness? Impossible! The little rebel owns as yet no lord, and it may breck, but it will never bow beneath a tyrant's frown. There never was any person's behaviour so altered as Sir William's. I perceived a visible change in his manners before we left London, but it has gone on in a blessed gradation ever since, and is at length arrived at the ne plus ultra of matrimonial disgust. I shall tell you a short story by way of instancing the uncouthness of my present situation with regard to him. Sir William is naturally humane, at least he used to seem so. I was applied to by a wretched family, tenants of his own, who had lost their entire substance by fire. I immediately took 10 guineas out of my purse to pay my charity, when he, with the most supercilious air imaginable, took hold of my hand, bid me to put up my money, and not meddle with matters that I did not understand; said I was rather too young for a Lady Bountiful yet, and that if I went on at that rate they would fire every cottage on his lands, and he should be run into a gaol by my generosity. I stood amazed at this harangue. However, I obeyed my husband by putting up the money, but made Benson convey it to the poor sufferers, as from a third person, while they with transports of gratitude acknowledged their having received £20 from Sir William, though forbidden to reveal his bounty to his steward, or any of his family, on pain of his displeasure. Now prithee tell me, Fanny, if you do not consider this an instance of a peculiar sort of perversiveness. Why should he wish to restrain me from the virtuous pleasure of bestowing charity, or endeavor to persuade me that he was totally devoid of it himself? Chide me no longer, my sister, for what is much more my misfortune than my fault. And what a misfortune, at my time of life, to look forward to a length of years that must necessarily pass away, joyless, loveless, unendeared. May you be happier far! Dissipation must now be my resource. 'Tis all that I have left. What a slight and worthless counterpoise for domestic felicity! I will change the subject. We are to spend the Christmas at Southfield. Lord Lucan, Colonel Walter, and my Lucy are to accompany us. Next to yourself, she is the most agreeable companion I could have met with. Her mind is as delicate as her form, and I can see that she is frequently hurt at the roughness of Sir William's manners, though she takes infinite pains to conceal her feelings from me on such occasions. I once wished that Colonel Walter would have fallen in love with her, that I might have had the happiness of her living near me in the country. But I am now convinced that they were not formed to make each other happy, and that she would have refused him had he been an emperor. She has made me her confidant. She loves, and is beloved, by one of the most charming men in the world, yet the odds are many against their ever being united. I often tell her I envy her situation, for surely there is something indefinitely delightful in suffering for or with an amiable person whom we love. It almost equals the happiness of sharing their good fortune. I am sorry I did not sketch out Lord Lucan's portrait while I was in the vein, but he is now so much altered that my former idea of him would bear no resemblance to what he appears at present. From the extreme of gaiety he has fallen into a profound gravity, and sometimes appears gloomy and distraught. It is impossible to account for this change, as he is much liked and admired by every one who knows him, and I cannot conceive him to be in love, as he is hardly ever absent from our coterie, and I have never observed the least particularity in his behaviour or address to any member of it, though there are a number of pretty and agreeable women in our circle. The colonel perceives the alteration, as well as I, and seems to hint as if his sagacity could discover the cause of it. But I have never given him the least encouragement to reveal his friend's secret, and I almost hate him for affecting to triumph over him. I have another reason for disliking the colonel, which I will not at present communicate even to you. He continues to court Mrs. Layton, but I will not take upon me to say they will be married, though I am sure it would make her very miserable to doubt it. There is an orphan niece of Sir William's, a very lovely girl, at a boarding school here. I have endeavored to prevail on him to let her live with us. She is near 15, which, in my mind, renders her present situation extremely improper, and indeed I have a particular dislike to a boarding school education for girls at any age, as they must necessarily contract from it two qualities that I detest, formality and insincerity. Harriet Westley has just written to her uncle to second my request, and he has complied with it, though in his ungracious manner, by adding an observation, by way of codicil to his consent, that two women in a house are two too many. Perhaps Sir William only meant to be witty, and not ill-natured. A play upon words is apt to dazzle those who cannot play with them. I am glad Colonel Walter was not by when this ingenious remark was made, as he seems to take particular pleasure in repeating Sir William's bon mots. As the scene I am engaged in is not extremely active, my dear Fanny must be contented with letting me fill my paper with such trivial and domestic occurrences as may arise from day to day, nor must she expect order or connection in any of my letters. I write at every leisure moment, and am perhaps interrupted 10 times in the filling of a page. You are very differently situated, mistress of your leisure and yourself, and I cannot forgive your barely mentioning events, in which you know I am extremely interested, as they relate to a brother and a sister, whom I can never cease to love, and therefore I can readily pardon your reprehending the weakness, the indiscretion, call it anything but a fault, of your affectionate Louisa Barton. P.S. I know not whether I told you before that Lord Hume and Lord Lucan are intimately acquainted. End of letter 9. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Letter 10 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 10. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. Believe me, my ever dear Louisa, when I tell you that my heart feels at this moment the tenderest sympathy with yours, and most truly resents the unhappiness of your situation. I will chide no more my sister, but henceforward endeavour to soothe those sorrows which I cannot cure. Dissipation, as you say, must be your course. Anything is better than brooding over irremediable evils. Yet great are the hazards which a young and beautiful married woman has to run who enters too deeply into a life of gaiety. The grave part of the world will censure her conduct, as arising from the levity of her mind, and the dissolute will form schemes for the destruction of that innocence which is the only true foundation and support of cheerfulness or vivacity. Beware of artful men, my dear sister. I cannot help it, I will tell you all my fears. They may be, nay, I hope they are, quite vain. But I will confess I do not like your intimacy either with Lord Lucan or Colonel Walter. I am persuaded that you have not the least apprehension from your connection with them, but remember, Louisa, the dangers that we see are easily prevented, but those strike surest that come unexpected, like lightning which we view and feel at once. I am much pleased that Sir William's niece is to live with you. There is something flattering even to virtue in having a constant witness to approve our conduct, At least, I think we should be more at ease, more self-assured in any trial with a companion than when left alone. Not that I think my sister so to seek, or so unprincipled in virtue's book, to need a guard, save her own purity. I remember poor Sterne used to say that all the mischief which was done in this great city was brought about by morning tete-a-tetes, which must be unavoidable without a female inmate, and she should always be a near relation. On this principle I think you extremely lucky in having Miss Westley for an élève, as her presence will be a perpetual guard against another danger you have to fear, the envenomed tongue of slander. The house is in an uproar. What can be the matter? Sir George is returned. I fly to him. Oh, Louisa, my heart is rent in pieces. I have seen my brother almost distracted, his manly face bedewed with flowing tears. Miss Colville is dead. She died at Amiens of a 3 days' fever. My brother met her hearse at Dover. I fear, Louisa, he will never recover this sad stroke. Sweet Delia, I may say with the Queen in Hamlet, I thought thy bride-bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave. I cannot write more, my tears blind me. You know that I most truly love this dear departed saint. Her brutal mother is gone on to Paris. Would she and her whole race had perished in her stead. My brother's bell rings. Adieu, adieu, my sister. F. Cleaveland. End of letter 10.
Letters 11 and 12 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffiths. Letters 11 to 12 from Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Letter 11. My dearest Fanny, your letter has affected me more than I can express. I am indeed most truly grieved for my brother, for the sweet Delia and yourself, yet why lament for her whose state I envy? Her life was innocence, her death was hourly. Would mine had been so too. Young as she was, yet she had tasted sorrow. Her mother's cruelty in first accepting Sir George's proposals for her, and then rejecting him without a cause, preyed on her tender heart. She loved him, Fanny, and he deserved her passion. Her death has sealed his constancy. Her merits, nay, her beauties, are graved upon his heart. In their full lustre, they will remain for ever undiminished in his memory, and bloom before him from the silent tomb. My dearest brother, how my heart bleeds for thine! I would write to him, Fanny, but fear to increase his grief by mentioning the cause. You will be watchful over his distress, till time's lenient power shall blunt the arrows of disastrous love, and soften its sharp pangs to gentle melancholy. Why am I not with you to share this tender office? Alas! Why am I not anywhere but where I am? Oh, my sister, I could a tale unfold, but I will not add to your present distress, nor take off your attention from that dear brother, to whom it may be useful to bestow it on one to whom it cannot be of service, but who will ever be with the tenderest affection to Sir George, and you, a faithful friend and sister, Louisa Barton. P.S. As soon as my spirits will permit, I shall reply to the first part of your last letter. I will not now, my Fanny, insist on regular answers, as I am sure you will devote every moment of your time to our dear mourner. but if any extraordinary particular relative to poor Delia should come to your knowledge, pray acquaint me with it. Letter 12. I now sit down to thank my dearest Fanny for the kind caution she gave me in the first part of her last letter. I will try, if possible, to forget the melancholy conclusion of it, and reply only to what relates to myself. I have had Harriet Westley with me for some days, and find as much comfort in her innocent and cheerful society as my unhappy situation will admit. But, alas, she is incapable of administering either consolation or advice to me. Her knowledge of the world is even less than mine. Nor would I, for that world, render her wretched by reposing the distresses of my perturbed mind in her soft bosom. Oh, Fanny, there is neither friend nor confidant for a married woman, who does not find them both in her husband. I am almost afraid to communicate my thoughts to you, yet why? For they are innocent, but letters may miscarry, 1,000 accidents bring them to light, and oft undo the peace of the poor writer. But I have naught to lose. My peace is fled. Your apprehensions are but too well sounded. I am in the most imminent danger from my acquaintance with Colonel Walter. But, as Isabella says, danger Claudio! 'Tis here and everywhere our forced companion. The rising and setting sun beholds us environed with it. Our whole life's a journey ending in certain ruin. Would mine were come to the last stage! I told you before that Lord Lucan was extremely altered, from gay to grave, and that Colonel Walter affected to know the cause of this sudden transition, and repeatedly offered to acquaint me with it, which I constantly declined, and turned it off with raillery. I will confess to you that I before suspected what the Colonel meant to inform me of. Women are generally too quick sighted in these matters, and I by no means wish to have my doubts upon this subject confirmed. I observed that whenever Lord Lucan was present, the Colonel used to strive to sit as near me as possible, and frequently whisper nothing in my ear, then laugh as if he had said something smart and lively. I have often looked grave, and sometimes silly, on these occasions, but could not divine the meaning of this absurd behaviour, till this morning. I was at work in my dressing room, and Harriet reading to me, when Lucy came in. I could visibly discover that something had affected or ruffled her mind, and therefore made a pretence to send Harriet out of the room. As soon as she was gone, Lucy burst into tears, and drew a letter out of her pocket, which she had just received from Colonel Walter. She made 1,000 apologies for putting it in my hands, but said she knew not how to act upon so nice and critical an occasion. The contents were as follows: To Miss Leicester. Dear Madam, the friendship you profess for Lady Barton, of which I can no more doubt the sincerity than my own to you, inclines me to acquaint her, through such a proper medium, of an affair which I think of some consequence to her, but of which she at present seems wilfully ignorant, though I dare say you, and every other person who knows her, except Sir William, have long seen the ardent passion which Lord Lucan has conceived for her. Now, really, my dear Lucy, It is a thousand pities that such a fine young man should waste his life in sighs and groans for a perverse beauty, who will not even deign to own that she perceives his passion. We all know it is impossible that she can love her husband, and in that case it is highly probable that she should love somebody else, and why not her poor sighing swain? I have tried every possible means to prevail on Lord Lucan to avow his passion, but the simpleton denies it, even to me, though he must be sensible that I have seen its rise and progress, from the first moment he beheld her at Pangor Ferry to this present writing. I have even attempted to make him jealous by an affected familiarity with Lady Barton, though both she and you know que mon coeur est de vous à Madame votre tante. But all this I'll swear I did in pure goodwill, in hopes of bringing the lovers to an explanation, which might possibly prevent their going on at the absurd rate they do at present. You know, my dear Lucy, that I have a very high opinion of Lady Barton. I therefore could not presume to mention Lord Lucan as a lover for her ladyship, if I were not perfectly convinced that he is as true a Platonic as she, or even your little romantic self. I would not, by any means, have you venture to shew her this letter. But you ladies have a thousand agreeable ways of conveying a secret to each other, especially where you have reason to imagine that the information will not be displeasing. I shall have had the honour of seeing you this evening at Mrs. Layton's, but pray don't take notice of this letter to her, or to any other person but the one whom it concerns. Adieu, ma bella e buona figliuola. J. Walter. I shall never be able to describe what I felt upon reading this detestable scroll, this outrage to honour, delicacy, friendship, virtue. But how to act? It was impossible to think of shewing such a letter to a husband, as the consequences must, in all probability, and ought to have been fatal, and neither Lucy nor I could submit to the meanness of telling a falsehood, by saying she had not shewn me the letter. In this dilemma I determined on sending for Colonel Walter, myself, to speak my sentiments to him upon the occasion, which I did. He came, and on my asking him what I had ever done to provoke his malice, or how he dared to insult me by his letter to Miss Leicester, he burst into an affected laugh, and said he was sorry to find that English ladies had no idea of a jest, and that he really meant nothing more than a little badinage, and to bring about a kind of platonic gallantry between Lord Lucan and me, which might serve to amuse us in the long evenings we were to pass together at Southfield. But if his raillery had given me a moment's pain, he asked my pardon, and promised never to offend again on the same subject. I was, in prudence, obliged to acquiesce with the insincere submission, but from this hour I know him for mine enemy. Oh, Fanny, what a situation is mine! Would to heaven I could exchange it for that of our dear departed Delia. She is at peace, my sister, while but let me not distress you farther. Tell me, I conjure you, tell me, that my brother's virtue and philosophy have calmed his sorrows, and that he now only feels that sort of tender regret which arises from the fond idea of a long absent friend. Tell me something of yourself, but let that something give me leave to hope that you are happy, and I shall repine the less at my own wretchedness. My true love waits on Sir George and you. Adieu, my Fanny. Louisa Barton. End of letters 11 to 12. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Letter 13 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 13. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. My dear Louisa, I have received both your letters, and really think no situation can be more difficult than yours. But as you see the precipice before you, I will trust in that good Providence which is the guardian and support of innocence, that he will enable you to avoid it. I am persuaded I felt as much resentment as yourself on reading Colonel Walter's letter. I perfectly approve of your not showing it to Sir William, but I cannot by any means divine what could be the motive for writing it. Ever since you mentioned the change in Lord Lucan's behaviour, I have had some apprehensions of his passion for you, but would not hint them for fear of giving you uneasiness. Oh, my Louisa, how nicely circumspect must your conduct be if you mean to escape the dangers that surround you! And how much brighter than gold, 7 times tried in the furnace, will that conduct appear, when it has passed through more than a trial ordeal, unsullied and unhurt. You have never given me the least reason to apprehend that Sir William is inclinable to jealousy. This is certainly a very fortunate circumstance in your present situation, but do not suffer yourself to be lulled into a state of security by his apparent indolence. Vigilant and watchful must that woman be who has so many foes to shield against. The unkindness of Sir William, the passion and merits of Lord Lucan, the arts and malice of Colonel Walter, but the last and most formidable, shall I venture to speak out, is your own heart. You have not yet begun to suspect it. It is therefore the more dangerous enemy. Examine it, my sister. Call it to strict account, and if you find one sentiment or wish that lurks in secret there unworthy of yourself, banish it, I beseech you. Thoughts, even without purposes, are criminal where our honour is in question. Consider the slightest idea of this kind as a young serpent. Though stingless now, its growth will give it strength and power to wound the breast that nursed and cherished it. Crush it betimes, Louisa, and be at peace for life. I weep faster than I write. My brother's unhappiness and yours have sunk my spirits to the lowest ebb. He is still inconsolable. He has received a most extraordinary letter from Brute Colville. I can call her nothing else. She says, she hopes he has by this time surmounted his grief for her daughter, as it is highly irrational to mourn for one who is so surely happy. She entreats him to go directly to Paris, as she has something very particular to inform him of, relative to Delia's last request, which she will not communicate by letter. This hint has roused Sir George's curiosity, or rather awakened the fond desire of fulfilling any wish that Delia might have made. Yet he says he could not bear the sight of Mrs. Colville, whom he considers as her daughter's murderer, and the destroyer of his earthly happiness. I know not what to think of this affair, but I most earnestly wish that he would go anywhere. Exercise is always of service to an oppressed mind. Like the wheels of a machine, it lessens the weight, which rest restores again. However, Sir George shall not go by Amiens, if he goes at all, and that I have any power to persuade him. No one can tell where Lord Hume has been for some time past. The only letter I received was dated from Naples, which he said he should quit the next day, and write to me the moment he was determined to fix at any place. If a brother's and sister's unhappiness did not at present take up all my thoughts, and as it were usurp the place of my own sorrow, I could allow it ample scope, Louisa. But I will now restrain it, at least within my own breast, and indulge myself in the more generous sensation of grieving for the distresses of those who are more wretched, and not less dear to me, than myself. Sir George returns your love 100-fold. I have never given him the least hint of your being unhappy, as I knew it would render him still more so. I do not think that even a brother should interfere between husband and wife, unless matters were come to such extremities as I hope they never will between Sir William and you. I would by all means wish to make you a friend, though not a confidant, of the young Harriet. If her heart and understanding be good, her want of knowledge in the ways of the world will not render her a less eligible companion or adviser. There is something extremely striking in the natural sentiments of an untainted mind. They resemble the purity and delicacy of water drank at the fountain, before it has been impregnated with these adventitious flavours which it acquires in its currency. I know not why, but I am vastly prejudiced in Harriet's favour. I am apt to think she will lessen your domestic uneasinesses, or at least prevent your brooding over them in solitude and silence. If I ever visit you in Ireland, I shall endeavour to obtain a corner of her little innocent heart. This will be no robbery, for I flatter myself that she will love you the better the more she loves me. Miss Granville is returned from Bath. She is at present my only companion. Within these 2 days, Sir George has admitted her into his apartment. She has lost all her spirits and vivacity, and is perfectly qualified to perform the part of a mute in a tragedy, for she sighs often and never speaks. She has not, however, communicated the cause of her mourning to me, yet I fancy if she were obliged to sing a French song, Maudit amour would be the first that would occur to her. You will easily perceive that my letters, like yours, are written at different intervals, and I hope you will also perceive that my spirits are better than when I began this epistle, though nothing particular has happened to enliven them, except my taking an airing with Sir George and my quondam admirer Mr. Lloyd in Richmond Park this morning. The moral of the tale I sing, as before, is, that air and exercise are the best medicines in the world, both for mind and body. By the way, I hope you both continue and indulge your passion for riding. I hear the outlets about Dublin are delightful. You will be unpardonable if you don't visit them all. Pray give my love to the little Harriet. You may also offer it to Sir William, for indeed I am very well inclined even to bestow, since he will not suffer me to pay it to him. Adieu. Adieu, ma très chère sœur. F. Cleaveland. P.S. Pray inquire of Lord Lucan if he ever hears from Lord Hume. End of Letter 13.
Letter 14 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 14. Lord Hume to Lord Lucan, Naples. Yes, my dear Lucan, I will acknowledge your censure just in some degree, and that I think is full as much as can be expected from a person of my lively and volatile disposition. We idle fellows are seldom perverse enough to defend our follies, or perhaps the same indolence of temper which makes us commit prevents our justifying them. No matter from what principle our humility arises, I hate searching for remote causes. 'Tis like seeking for a grain of wheat in a bushel of chaff. I never was a good logician, though a very tolerable sophist, for myself at least, and while I find the effects of my passion for the lovely Margarita pleasant, I shall never perplex myself with endeavouring to find out why they are so. You cannot, my dear Lucan, have an idea of anything half so charming, or you would not only excuse, but countenance my fondness by your own admiration. No, hang it, I should not like that either, nor would I have you see her for 1,000 guineas, notwithstanding what you say of your being already in love. You know I thought myself the most enamoured swain alive when I left England, and used to write you the most doleful accounts of my sufferings. You laughed at them then, I laugh at them now. Tempora aut mores multantur. No matter which, I can't help, however, sometimes feeling a little qualm, not of conscience, though, Lucan, for my former mistress. She is handsome, I confess, but Margarita is divine. When I landed on the Continent, I was such a novice in love as to fancy that I could not bear a 6 months' absence from Fanny Cleveland. But I had not been 6 days acquainted with my present object, when I found that I could sacrifice friends, country, nay, myself, to her. I had never felt passion before, and what's life without passion, sweet passion of love? I have, I hope, dealt like a man of honour with Miss Cleveland, by not dissembling with her. I have written but once to her since I came here, and then told her I intended to stay abroad for 3 years, and had not fixed upon any place of residence; nay, even said I should quit Naples directly, merely to prevent her writing to me. I hope she will understand all this properly, and that her pride will get the better of whatever regard she might have had for me, and that whenever I return to England, if that should ever happen, I may find her, what I really wish, married entirely to her own satisfaction. For notwithstanding my infidelity, I think it impossible that I should ever be capable of divesting myself of the warmest interest in her happiness. I have now, my dear Lucan, laid my heart as open before you as I would, were I a Catholic, to my confessor. I expect much more from you than I should from him, not only absolution and indulgence, but a reciprocal confidence also. Tell me who and what this fair Hibernian is, whose torrid charms have been able to thaw your frozen zone. Is it une affaire de coeur ou d'honneur? Is she kind or cruel, brown or fair? In short, deal as frankly with me as I have done with you, and we shall then have mutually exchanged the truest test of friendship with each other. Yours most truly, Hume. P.S. I propose spending the winter here, and setting out early in spring, either to Rome or Venice, whichever my fair compass points her taper index to, that we may enjoy the carnival together. End of letter 14.
Letter 15 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ivan Yuan from Shanghai High School International Division. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffiths. Letter 15. Lord Lucan to Lord Hume. My dear Hume, your letter has relieved me from 1,000 apprehensions, which I suffered on your account. It is written in the true spirit of a heart at ease, which no man ever possessed that was thoroughly in love. And though you call me grave and philosophic, I am much better pleased that your present attachment should be of the frolic than the serious kind. Most of our young men of fortune and fashion look upon a foreign mistress as a part of their travelling equipage, and I think Margarita as well qualified to fill up the train of Milord Angelus as any other of her sister sirens of the opera. I have seen her often and acknowledge her beauty, though I could gaze on her forever, without feeling any other effect from her charms, but what might arise in my mind from contemplating her picture. Yet I do not think her inanimate. On the contrary, she has great vivacity. both in her looks and manners. But alas, she is totally devoid of sensibility, that first of female charms. Her eyes are taught to languish, and every graceful moment of her form has been acquired in the school of art. Read the 37th and 50th letter of Ninon de l'Enclos to the Marquise de Sévigné, and they will help you to judge more justly, both of her and yourself. They are cases exactly in point. She lived with the Marquise de Richelieu at Turin, where I was there. I knew him intimately. He adored Margarita, and was one of the handsomest and most amiable young men I ever met with. He died of a fever. I pitied Margarita from my soul, and about 10 days after his death went to pay her a visit of condolence, and was informed she had set out for Naples 2 days before, with an English gentleman whose name was Williams. I am much too young to set up for a Stoic or a Cynic. I know, nay I feel, all the weakness and follies of youth. Yet I cannot help thinking that an attachment to a worthless woman is capable of debasing the noblest mind. Virtue, I fear, is not radical in human nature. Its seed must be sown by precept, cherished by example, and cultivated by habit. But when the object of our affections has a distinct interest rather to extinguish than inspire it, the general bias of our passions, aided by the natural indolence of dissipation and debauchery, suffer the plant to wither in its bloom, and thus obliterates the truest character of manhood. On the contrary, let the most vicious man become truly enamored of a virtuous woman, and he will at least assume the semblance of those virtues he admires in her. And youth, as Hamlet says, can almost change the stamp of nature, and master even the devil, or throw him out with wondrous potency. I find myself growing grave prematurely, for there is but one paragraph in your letter that I meant to answer seriously. You may easily guess. I mean the one where you speak of Miss Cleaveland, and seem to acquiesce so entirely in your behavior towards her. And now I have entered upon this subject, I am at a loss to know how to treat it properly. I would fain persuade myself you are but in jest. Yet surely it is wrong to trifle with the esteem of a friend, by suffering me to suppose that you could possibly behave so unworthily to a woman of merit and honor. That the gaiety and levity of your temper and your youth might render it possible, nay probable, that you should change your affections and cease to love a mistress you once admired, I can readily believe, but that you can suffer an amiable woman, whom you both flattered and inspired, with a serious passion for you, to be informed of your inconstancy through so coarse a medium as rudeness and neglect. I will not, nay, I cannot suppose. My friends know better what he owes to himself and to the world. I must be excused from replying to your queries relative to the object of my passion, except so far as to afford you some faint description of her beauty and merits. Her personal charms are so obvious that whoever views her do not wait to judge. They strike so suddenly that we feel before we think. The excellencies of her character requires some refinement to become sensible of. One must have a nice discernment for natural beauties, and a certain classic taste for the great simple. Her mind is in such a state of perfect nature that she is not to be examined by the rule of common life, for her words, her actions, and her whole manners borrow a peculiar property from herself alone. She appears to be a sort of privileged genius, of whom may be said with Milton, "Let whatsoever she says or does seem widest, virtuous, discreetest, best." In others we may trace the mechanical finger of the nurse, the mother, the tutoress, or the priest. In her can be discovered but one only forming hand, even his who made her. In fine, such beauties, both of mind and person, have inspired you, till now, insensible friend, with the most tender, ardent, and hopeless love that ever yet possessed a human heart, and in my breast shall that fond love lie ever buried. I think it will not cease even with my life, but death itself shall never force me to reveal my passion. Press me no farther on this theme, my friend, nor cast away your useless pity on me, for while I can behold her lovely form, and gaze in silent rapture on her beauty, I am not wretched. Nay, in those blissful moments, I feel a sort of happiness I would not charge for all your joys with Margarita. You may, very probably, have but an imperfect idea of that kind of passion which I have described, but do not from thence unphilosophically conclude that it cannot exist in any heart, because you do not feel it in your own. This I know to be a common but erroneous mode of judging. We are all too apt to search in our own breasts for the motives of other people's action, and when a want of sympathy, of sentiment, prevents our discovering similar principles in ourselves, we are too often tempted to deny their existence in others. I have particularly warned you, my dear Hume, on this subject, because I am certain I could full as easily forgive your doubting my honor, as the unsullied purity of my passion. I most sincerely wish you every pleasure that a life of frolic and gaiety can yield. But beware, my dear Hume, of the thorns that grow spontaneously with the rose. Write to Miss Cleaveland, I conjure you, and, when your leisure will permit, bestow a few lines on yours sincerely, Lucan. End of letter 15.
Letter 16 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 16. Lord Hume to Lord Lucan. May I perish this moment if ever I read such a letter. I shall begin to look upon Ovid's Metamorphoses as a history of serious and natural events, and not be at all surprised if I should find myself fluttering through the air in the form of a lapwing or a butterfly. Surely your transformation is still more miraculous. What, Lucan, the gay, the lively Lucan, changed into a melancholy, timid, whining, lovesick swain? And death itself shall never force him to reveal his passion. Why, what, in the name of nonsense, must she be that has inspired it? Deaf and blind, I suppose, for no woman that has ears and eyes need ever be informed that a man is in love with her. In those cases they are sharp-sighted as the lynx and quick-eared as the mole, and I would lay 1,000 guineas that your Dulcinea was thoroughly informed of her conquest before you were even aware of it yourself. But why you are so cruelly bent upon not indulging her with a repetition of her triumph, I cannot for my soul conceive. I have formed 1,000,000 of conjectures about whom and what she is, and have at length acquiesced in believing her to be the sanctified spouse of some Methodist teacher or Presbyterian parson. For you have, according to your own plan, assumed the semblance of those virtues which such a Puritan fair one might also pretend to. And so poor Margarita is compounded of art, and wants the first of female charms, sensibility. Beware, my friend, that your idol may not have one vice more, at least, than mine, I mean hypocrisy. The Marquis de Richelieu is still remembered and regretted by Margarita, though she did not absolutely break her heart for his loss, as you may perhaps vainly imagine your dove-like dame, your Saint Trembleur, whom nothing but the spirit can move, would do for you. In short, you are welcome to make as free with me as you please. The privileges of friendship permit it, but neither its laws nor those of chivalry can pardon an affront or injury offered to the heroine of our romance. Besides, you must be but a bad philosopher, Lucan, if you do not know that there is such a perverseness in human nature, that the abusing mistress is the surest way of riveting the lover's chains. I'll be revenged, and love her better for it. And so you are very angry that I have not written a full and true account of my inconstancy to Miss Cleveland. Why, how the devil can any man sit down to tell a woman that he no longer loves her? But 'tis a proper measure. I owe it to myself and to the world. I repeat your words seriously here, for I think them just. And now you will forever oblige me, my dear Lucan, if you will do it for me. For may I die this moment, if I am not so wholly illiterate in this noble science of defense, that I know not even how to set about it. On my honor, I both respect, esteem, and admire Miss Cleveland more than any woman in the world. However, the caprice of my heart may have rendered me capable of an infidelity, and I most devoutly wish that I had address enough to extricate myself out of this unlucky business, without sacrificing any more of my character than I fear is already forfeited. I cannot help smiling when you say, while I can behold her lovely form, etc. But I must acknowledge this to be the best, perhaps the only receipt in the world for insuring our constancy. I'll frame it into a distich extempore for the help of memory. Your love, would you preserve the same, still fan, but never feed the flame. If you were at Rome instead of Dublin, I should swear that you were turned virtuoso, and became enamored of Madame la Venue de Medici, or some other old-fashioned marble beauty. The world's a farce, and it is acted thus: the bad impose on others, the good deceive themselves. But happiness, the way we choose it, is sufficient for us all, and as you are so very reasonable in your option, they must be niggards indeed who would desire to deprive you of the least portion of it. Therefore, that you may long possess ideas, is the complying wish of yours ever, Hume. End of Letter 16.
Letters 17 to 18 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letters 17 to 18 from Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Letter 17. Southfield, January 1st. I have this moment received my dear Fanny's last letter, though, from the date, I think I should have been in possession of it much sooner, but perhaps Sir William detained it, on purpose to deliver it to me on this day, as knowing it to be the most agreeable New Year's gift he could have presented me with. In return, then, my Fanny, accept my thanks and fervent prayer for your happiness. But I have something more substantial than wishes to contribute towards it, for I can with truth inform you that the little time I have spent here has passed away much more agreeably than any that has elapsed since I left Dover Street. To a mind not perfectly at ease, there is something extremely pleasing in the quietness of the country. It is like that artificial repose which is acquired by opiates after long watching. Like that too, though it neither strengthens nor nourishes, it allows us time to recover our faculties, which are often as much harassed by living constantly in the midst of crowds, as our nerves are by an acute disease. I am very glad to find that Sir William loves the country, and is particularly fond of this place, where nature seems to have exerted her utmost powers to please. If it is charming now, when stripped of all its ornaments, think what it will be, when summer shall redeck it in its leafy pride and spread her gorgeous carpet o'er the plains. I look forward with delight to the happy era of your arrival here, which I hope will be early in spring, and as the Irish Parliament meet but every second winter, I propose spending the intermediate time of their recess in this sweet retirement, with my Fanny, my Harriet, my books, music, drawing, planning, planting, and perhaps there may be a little interloper, who will, I trust, increase both our pleasures and employments. My Lucy too will be near, if not with us, for Colonel Waters' house is about 5 miles from hence, and everything seems in great forwardness for his marriage with Mrs. Layton. I begin to flatter myself that he is really in love with the lady he is going to marry, for he talks of her incessantly, yet Lucy has remarked that he spends more of his time here than at Mr. Usher's, where Mrs. Layton is now upon a visit, though that is 2 miles nearer to Waltersborough, that is the name of his seat, than this. He is to give a magnificent ball at his house next week. He asked me last night to dance with him on that occasion, which I refused, as I thought he ought to shew every mark of attention to his future bride. I shall not, however, dance with any other person, not so much on his account, as for a reason I have hinted at above. I fear you will chide me for not having mentioned my present situation to Sir William, as it is natural to suppose it would give him pleasure, and I wish to do so, but there is something so indelicate in his manner of treating this subject that I have not yet been able to prevail upon myself to speak of it to him. Lord Lucan has been absent from us some days, on a visit to Sir Arthur Ashford. They are both expected here this evening. I have great pleasure in observing that Lord Lucan is vastly more cheerful, and seemingly at his ease, than he was before we left Dublin. Indeed, I think we are all so, which serves to illustrate your favourite opinion, as well as the latter part of your last letter, that air, exercise, and change of objects are of infinite use, both to the mind and body. From my not mentioning my brother, till now, do not conclude that I have for a moment forgotten him or his griefs. They will live together in my memory to the last period of my existence. I cannot conceive why Mrs. Colville should wish to see Sir George, as she must be conscious of having done him an irreparable injury, and sure there is nothing on earth so formidable as the sight of a person we have wronged. Yet I earnestly wish that he knew his Dahlia's request, as the obeying it would afford him a very high, though a melancholy pleasure, sad luxury, to vulgar minds unknown. I wish too with you, that he would go abroad. Do, my Fanny, set him to search for your wanderer on the continent, and in the meantime do you take sanctuary in this island, which boasts a privilege of being free from all noisome animals. You may therefore at least promise yourself safety, if not delight, among us. I am sorry for the change you mention in Mary Granville. Her charming vivacity would, I hoped, have assisted you in keeping up your spirits under the treble pressure of my brother's, mine, and your own distresses, which I begin to fear will soon await ours, for I think that even the death of the object of our affections is more supportable than their unkindness. This hint is meant to arm you, for, I confess, that Lord Hume's silence has made me think he is in the high road of inconstancy, and I do most earnestly wish that you would endeavour to forget him, and be happy. I have, my dearest sister, at your request, most seriously examined my heart, and will candidly acquaint you with its real situation. 'Tis free from love, and thence is all its danger. Oh, why am I debarred the chaste indulgence of a virtuous passion? Why must a heart that overflows with tenderness have all its currents dammed, like a poor river forced from its natural course? Am I to blame if it should steal away in useless, nay improper channels? But hitherto, my sister, all is safe. The man I most esteem, I have no passion for, nor feel a fonder warmth, on mentioning his name, than my dear brother's. This surely is an innocent affection. Had I been his wife? But you have warned me not even to hazard, much less indulge such thoughts. Harriet is vastly happy at your predilection for her, and bids me offer you the second place in her heart. She kindly, and I believe at present truly says, I occupy the first. Yours is, I think, likely to be the most permanent station, as I shall have many rivals to contend for mine, and happy will he be who shall displace me. Lucy, who came hither with me, is this day gone to pay her respects to her aunt at Mr. Usher's. We are to meet them at Waltersborough next Monday, and she is then to return with me to Southfield, where we have, alas! but a very few days to spend before we set out for Dublin. I shall truly regret the changing of the scene, but must obey. Sir William returns his affectionate compliments to my brother, and you, and was kind enough to say he wished you would both come over, and see how we live here. What is still more extraordinary, he seemed both surprised and concerned when I told him of our dear Dahlia's death, for he is sometimes tender when he is off his guard, so that I often flatter myself that 'tis rather his manners which are harsh, and not his nature hard. You see how I strive to soothe myself, and plead for him. He says he cannot be persuaded that she could die in 3 days, unless it were of a French physician. Sir Arthur Ashford, his sister, and Lord Lucan are this moment arrived. I have never seen the lady, but I hear she is extremely handsome. Grant heaven that Lord Lucan may think so. Now, Fanny, you can have no doubts or fears. Adieu, my sister, L. Barton. Letter 18. Report does not always exaggerate. Miss Ashford is really beautiful. The ladies of this country are in general remarkably fair, but the whiteness of her skin surpasses any that I have ever seen. Her eyes are dark hazel, her hair jet black, which forms such a contrast to her neck and forehead as images Shakespeare's simile. Fairer than snow upon a raven's back. She is tall and thin, and though not elegantly made, appears perfectly genteel, while she sits still, but the moment she is thrown into motion or emotion, she ceases to be lovely. A something more than want of grace accompanies her action, and every movement of her head or hands seems performed in opposition to nature. In short, she is the only young person I have ever seen whom vivacity does not become. She seems sensible, mild, good-natured, and in every respect qualified for making an amiable figure in still life. I am much pleased to find that Sir William is extremely hospitable to his country neighbours, and likes to have company in his house. This tendency may doubtless be attended with some inconveniences, which I had rather submit to, than live unknown and unloved, among one's tenants and dependants. It is their industry and labor which supports our affluence, and they certainly have a right to a certain share in our enjoyments, in proportion to their rank and situation. An accident that happened this morning had like to have triumphed over Sir William's good humour, which is not of the invincible kind. As we sat at breakfast, in a room that looks into the garden, I observed Miss Ashford's eyes fixed on a particular object in the walk before us. I thought she seemed surprised, and I naturally directed a look of inquiry to discover the occasion, which was a little basket that appeared to move, though gently, of itself. The moment I mentioned this circumstance, the gentleman came to the window, and Lord Lucan flew directly into the garden, and explained the phenomenon by bringing the basket and its contents into the parlour, which was an infant, about a week old, clean, though poorly clad, with a paper pinned to its breast, which said, "This child has been baptized by its father's name, William." This circumstance disconcerted Sir William, who, after many unnecessary asseverations of his innocence upon this occasion, at which the whole company smiled, as they knew that he had been above a year out of the kingdom, determined to prove his virtue at the expense of his humanity, by ordering the child to be again left in the garden where it was found, till the parish officers should come to take charge of it, and by commanding a strict search to be made for the mother, that she might be punished according to law. We all opposed the severity of this resolution, as the poor infant appeared almost perished with cold and hunger. But Sir William persisted in acting like an upright magistrate, according to the letter of the law, till Lord Lucan declared that he was ready to adopt the little foundling, and promised to take care of it for life, though his name was Thomas. Sir William then relaxed a little of his austerity, and gave vent to the remainder of it by attacking Lord Lucan with all the coarse raillery usual upon such occasions. I confess I was pleased with this instance of his lordship's humanity. I have seen many others, even in the short term of our acquaintance, yet at this instant I could wish to have robbed him of this little act of benevolence, and have transferred it to Sir William. There is a secret and involuntary sympathy that attaches us to generous minds. Our affections are insensibly riveted by esteem, and in that case we may defy even the power of time to break the charming tie. Oh, why am I not bound in such a chain? Though you will see by my letter that I had nothing to say when I began to write, yet as it is probable that I shall not have half an hour's leisure for some days to come, I have devoted the present moment to convince my Fanny that she is never absent from my thoughts, to inquire after hers and Sir George's health, and to assure her of the sincerest regard of her ever affectionate L. Barton. End of letters 17 to 18. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Letter 19 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 19. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. Distracted as I am with my own griefs, let me thank my dear sister for having removed some of those apprehensions which I had suffered on her account, and by that means leaving my heart, as it should now be, devoted to selfish, undivided sorrow. Lord Hume is false, Louisa. I am forsaken in the pride of youth, but for whom I know not. I cannot write, read the enclosed, then give the hateful scroll to the devouring flames. No, send it back. Alas, for what? The fatal lines are graved too deeply on my breaking heart. My brother set out for Paris last week. A second letter from Mrs. Colville, more ambiguous than the former, determined him. I am glad he is gone. I should have tried, but fear it would have been in vain, to hide my anguish from him, and he has griefs too weighty of his own to suffer me to add resentment to them. You say your heart is free from love, Louisa. Oh, triumph in that blessed indifference! And no, you cannot taste the extreme of wretchedness without feeling a tender passion for an unworthy object. Ah, fond remembrance blinds me. If I were capable of joy, I should receive it from the hint you give, of your being soon likely to be blessed with a proper object for your utmost sensibility. Repine no more, my sister, but let the current of your fondness flow in this most natural and pleasing course, in the rich channel of maternal love. I entreat you to acquaint Sir William as soon as possible with this happy event. There are numberless reasons that render it proper. Those you urge against it are childish. Your situation must naturally increase his tenderness, and of course your happiness, which is all that can now diffuse the smallest gleam of satisfaction. To your ever affectionate F. Cleaveland. P.S. I have this moment received a second letter from you, for which I return my thanks, but am not at present able to write more. End of letter 19.
Letter 20 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 20. Lord Hume to Miss Cleaveland. Madam, a consciousness of error is, they say, the first step toward reformation. But there are some cases in which we may be sensible of having done amiss, yet find it impossible to amend. This is certainly a very unpleasing situation, and well worthy of pity from a generous mind. So circumstanced, I acknowledge myself, and throw myself at your feet for pardon. Can you, madam, rise so far above the unworthy man who asks it, as to grant him your forgiveness, while he confesses that the natural inconstancy of his sex and the mutability of his disposition have triumphed over a passion which was once his highest happiness and honor, and which he then thought would have been as permanent as his life? I cannot, without descending to the meanness of a falsehood, affect to suppose that I am indifferent to you. I know but too well that I was honored with a place in your affection, but I also know that Miss Cleveland has sense and resolution sufficient to conquer her regards for one who owns himself unworthy of it. Humiliating confession! Let me, however, madam, as a motive to your forgiveness, plead the small and only merit that is in my favor, the not having attempted to deceive you. I can now only add, that notwithstanding the change of my affections, rather than my sentiments, I shall ever retain the sincerest respect, and, if I may be allowed the expression, the tenderest esteem, for Miss Cleveland, to whom I have the honor to be a most devoted and obedient servant, Hume. End of letter 20.
Letter 21 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 21. Miss Westley to Miss Cleveland. Waltersburg. How happy should I be, my dear madam, in having the honour of paying my respects to you by letter, and thanking you for the kind partiality you have expressed in my favour to my dear aunt, if her illness had not been the occasion of my writing. But don't be alarmed, madam, she is at present out of danger, though still so weak as to be unable to write even to you. She was taken ill the day after she came here, and miscarried the day following. How I grieve for the loss of my dear little cousin! He would have been a charming plaything for us all. You can't imagine how much my uncle has fretted about it. but though my poor dear aunt has the most reason to be sorry, she bears everything with her usual sweetness of temper. But I need not expatiate on her gentleness to you who know her, for every creature who does must be charmed with her. Miss Lester, who was to have been here with us, was confined with a quinsy at Mr. Usher's when my aunt grew ill, but she came to us yesterday, and the gentlemen are all gone to Dublin. It was intended that we should be very merry when we arrived here, but I never saw such a dismal house. I long to get back to Southfield, which I hope we shall be able to do in a few days. My aunt desires me to assure you of her tenderest affection, and says she will write the moment she can hold a pen. I hope my dear Miss Cleaveland will not take an aversion to me for being the messenger of disagreeable news. But I believe that it would have afforded me the sincerest pleasure to have informed her that my aunt was as well and happy as I know she deserves to be, and I most truly wish her. I have the honour to be, dear madam, your much obliged and most obedient servant, Harriet Westley. P.S. I don't know whether you are acquainted with Lord Lucan, but I can't help telling you that he had the misfortune to sprain his leg, so that he could not dance or walk even the first day he came. There never was anything so unlucky as this party has been, for everyone has had something to distress them. End of Letter 21.
Letter 22 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 22. Miss Cleaveland to Miss Westley. I lament with you, my dear Harriet, that our correspondence should commence on an occasion so painful to us both as Lady Barton's illness, but I should be unworthy of that regard which you seem inclined to show me, if it were possible that I should conceive any dislike to you for acquainting me with our common misfortune. I mean the loss of our little cousin. However, as you assure me that my sister is at present out of danger, I think we may reasonably hope that our present loss may be repaired in future, and that we may yet have many pretty playthings, in which we shall be mutually interested. The sweetness of Lady Barton's temper must interest all who know her, in her sufferings of any kind, and lessen even to herself the painful sensations arising from her present disagreeable situation. Such is the potent power of gentleness. I have no doubt of your tender attachment to her. There is a natural sympathy between the good and amiable, which far exceeds the ties either of affinity or consanguinity. I have not the honour of knowing Lord Lucan, but am sorry for the accident he has met with, both for his sake and yours, as I fancy his lameness interfered with the amusement you proposed to yourself in dancing. But we are all liable to disappointments, my young friend, and may this be one of the greatest that you shall ever experience. Assure my beloved sister of my fervent and unceasing wishes for her speedy recovery, and believe me to be my dear Miss Wesley's affectionate friend and servant, F. Cleveland. End of Letter 22.
Letter 23 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 23. From Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Waltersburg. My dearest Fanny, I lay hold of the first possible moment to calm your fears for my safety. I mean with regard to my health. Harriet, by my desire, has given you an account of the accident that befell me here, but she and all the world are strangers to the cause of it. But before I enter into a detail that must affect you, let me congratulate my dearest sister upon the timely discovery of Lord Hume's inconsistency. Rejoice, my Fanny, that this worthless man is not your husband, and that you are now at liberty to indulge your resentment or contempt without a breach of duty. This, though you may not be sensible of it, is certainly an alleviation of the misery which arises from ill-placed love, by time, and your sense and virtue will, I hope, enable you to triumph over any remain of weakness for such an unworthy object. Yet, contemptible as he is, I cannot help being pleased with his letter. Frankness always charms me, and like charity, in my mind it covers a multitude of faults. Do not, from what I have said, imagine that I think lightly of your present distress. I am convinced that to a heart tender and good as yours it must be severe. But I also know that there are other situations much more intolerable, and I am almost tempted to exclaim with Lord Lyttelton, "What are, alas, thy woes compared to mine?" You shall be yourself the judge, and I will now proceed. Sir Arthur, Miss Ashford, Lord Lucan, Sir William, Harriet, and I set out together for this place, the Monday after I wrote to you. We were to have met Mrs. Layton, Miss Leicester, the family of the Ushers, and several other ladies and gentlemen of the neighbourhood. The first mortification I received was hearing that my Lucy was ill of a sore throat, and could not come from Usher's Grove. Her aunt and the rest of the family came, but were all to return after supper. I told you, in my last, that I had refused to dance with Colonel Walter. I was also asked by Lord Lucan, but desired to be excused, and entreated he would take Miss Ashford for his partner. He said he would obey me, and accordingly desired the honour of her hand, which she readily granted. About a quarter of an hour before the ball began, he unluckily strained his leg, and was not able to fulfil his engagement. Sir William, though not fond of dancing, was polite enough to supply his place, and Lord Lucan and I were reduced to play at quadrille, with a couple of dowagers and an old person. The evening, however, passed off very tolerably, and we retired to our chambers about 12 o'clock. The gentlemen had agreed to meet and hunt the next morning, and I determined to pay a visit to Lucy, between breakfast and dinner, that day, for the colonel had insisted on not leaving him until the next. According to appointment with his companions of the chase, Sir William rose early, and left me asleep. I had resolved not to acquaint him with my situation, till our return to Southfield, as I knew that many coarse jests and commonplace sayings would pass, on the occasion, which I should wish to avoid, at all times, but especially before strangers. About 8 o'clock in the morning, I was waked by a person who knelt at my bedside, and pressed my hand to their lips. The chamber was dark. I could only distinguish that it was a man, and instantly concluded him to be Lord Lucan. From this circumstance only, that I recollected Colonel Walter was to have rode out with Sir William. I strove to withdraw my hand, but could not, upon which I addressed him with the strongest expressions of surprise and resentment, at his having dared to take so unwarrantable a liberty, to which he answered, only in a whisper, entreating me to forgive the effects of a passion too violent to be restrained. He then attempted to press his lips to mine, and when I was going to ring my bell, I heard Sir William's voice upon the stairs, and fainted. When I came to myself, I found Miss Ashford, Sir William, and Harriet in the room, standing about my bedside. I suffered infinite anxiety at that instant. to know whether Sir William had found Lord Lucan in my chamber, and what had passed between them. Harriet and Miss Ashford were bathing my temples with lavender water, while Sir William held one of my hands between his, and as soon as he found that I was recovering, pressed it gently and withdrew, saying that he supposed ladies understood how to manage one another better in such circumstances than he. His calmness amazed me. In short, the various emotions of my mind for some time are not to be expressed. I determined on the instant to return to Southfield directly, let the consequence be what it would, and never to suffer Lord Lucan to come into my sight again. But alas! when I attempted to rise, I found it impossible. The agitation of my mind had disordered my whole frame. My illness increased every moment. A messenger was dispatched for a physician, but before he could arrive, when Sir William was informed of my misfortune, he raved and stamped like a madman, said I must have designed to destroy his heir, out of perverseness, or I would certainly have acquainted him with my situation, while heaven knows I would have given my own life, with pleasure, to have saved my child. I continued in a state of such extreme weakness for 4 days, that I saw no creature but Benson, who had been sent for express, the doctor, and Harriet, who wept continually by me. I never can forget the dear girl's tenderness. On the 5th morning Sir William came into the room, and with an air of the utmost dissatisfaction told me he was very sorry for the loss of his boy, but hoped I should do well; and as he could not be of any use to a sick person, he had resolved to attend the meeting of Parliament, and should set out for Dublin, with the Colonel and Lord Lucan directly, that as soon as I was able, I might either return to Southfield, or follow him to town, as I liked best; but that I need not be in a hurry to move, for his good friend had left orders that I should be well attended, as if I were in my own house, and that Lucy Leicester was now recovered, and would come that day to Waltersburg, to keep me company. He then gave me a cool kiss, and withdrew. I rejoiced extremely at hearing that Lord Lucan was to go with Sir William, for though my life was at stake, I would not have remained in the same house with him after my husband had left it. Besides, it saved me the difficulty of an interview, which my poor weak brain had been studying to avoid, the whole time of my illness; yet I had doubts and fears that he might insolently have made a pretence to stay behind, till Benson assured me that she saw him set out, at the same time with Sir William and the Colonel. Just as he was going off, he gave the enclosed note to Harriet, to deliver to me as soon as I should be able to read it. The sweet girl could not conceal her emotion about it; she feared she had done wrong in receiving it, and, with her cheeks covered with blushes, and her eyes filled with tears, she presented it to me, begging I would excuse her if she had acted improperly. I never was more embarrassed in my life than at that moment. I could have no doubt but that his letter was filled with apologies for the audaciousness of his conduct, and to read it in some measure to admit of his excuses. But while I hesitated, Harriet, whose impatience seemed to be extreme, had broken the seal, and said, "Shall I read it to you, madam?" Luckily for me that part of the chamber I sat in was so much darkened by a large screen that she did not discover my confusion. Therefore, taking my silence for consent, she proceeded to read as follows: To Lady Barton. Permit me, madam, to express those ardent wishes for your recovery, which I have never ceased to breathe to heaven, from the first moment of your illness. Wishes are pure as warm, and as disinterested as brothers form for a beloved sister. I hope to have had the honour of seeing you before I leave Waltersburg, and I have many reasons to lament the loss of that happiness; but the cause which has prevented it is even more a subject of regret, that the effect, and, like Aaron's rod, has swallowed up all other considerations. May returning health await your couch, and may every happiness that heaven can grant to merit such as yours, be as truly thine, as the sincere respect and esteem of him who has the honour to be, madam, your ladyship's most obedient servant, Lucan. P.S. If it not be thought too presuming, I should request the favour of your permission for Miss Westley to honour me with a line, to inform me of your health. I never felt surprise more strongly than at hearing this letter, and my amazement was rather increased by the trepidation and hurry of Harriet's voice and manner, in reading it, who, on the instant she had finished, desired I would give her leave to write his lordship an account of my health by that very night's post. This I absolutely forbade, but, in order to change the subject, I told her I would employ her in a more interesting correspondence, and desired she would immediately write to you. I confess to you, Fanny, that Lord Lucan's letter has puzzled me so much, that I sometimes think it impossible he could have been guilty of the insult I have charged him with, and not attempted to have made some apology for it. Yet who else could have dared to enter my chamber, or, indeed, who else was in the house at that time? I am almost tempted to persuade myself, sometimes, that it was only a dream or vision that alarmed me. At other times my mind suggests some scruples to itself, for not having acquainted Sir William with the affair; but then, in that case, I must have hazarded my husband's and some other person's life. Dreadful thought! No, let me rather suffer all that fate that inflict on innocence, that be the cause of one man's death or misery. The moment that Lord Lucan left the house, I felt as if a weight had been taken off my heart. I have grown better every hour since, and the company of my Lucy and Harriet makes me not regret the absence of any other person but yourself. For heaven's sake, my dearest Fanny, no longer deny me and yourself the indulgence of sharing my heart, and alleviating its anxieties. You have now nothing to detain you in England. My brother will most probably stay abroad some years. But I will not say more, for if your own inclination and my situation do not impel you, I would not wish that my persuasions or entreaties should compel you. I have been 3 days about this letter, and I think it high time to conclude, but must first acquaint you that the day Benson came here, she discovered a private door in my chamber, which leads to another apartment, through which I conclude that Lord Lucan had made both his entry and retreat, or else Sir William must have met him going out of my room, at the time I fainted. Adieu, my Fanny. I will write to you as soon as I get to Southfield, which will be, at farthest, in 3 days. Yours ever, L. Barton. End of letter 23. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Letter 24 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 24. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. Why must I tell my dear Louisa that the contents of her letter abated the pleasure I received from seeing that her hand had superscribed it? This little circumstance gave me an idea of your perfect recovery, while the same characters on the inside trace out a tale of unhappiness and distress. And who can hope for health while the mind suffers? There is something very extraordinary in the adventure you have met with at Waltersburg, but your surmise on that occasion does not appear to me to have the least foundation. On the contrary, I would almost hazard any bet that Lord Lucan was incapable of treating you with such disrespect. It is impossible, I think, from the whole contour of his character, to suppose that he could be guilty of such an outrage to decency and honour. Still more incredible to believe that he should never since have thought proper to offer any sort of excuse for such a behaviour, especially as he proceeded so far as to frame an opportunity to himself for doing so, by the respectful freedom of his letter to you. For an action, too, which was so unfortunate in its consequences to the woman he loves. For that he loves is but too obvious. Who then could it be? That indeed I must be at a loss to answer any more than yourself. I am half persuaded, and I wish I was entirely so, that it was only a dream. But be that as it may, I think you are perfectly right in concealing the affair from Sir William, as the knowledge of it must have been fatal at least to his repose and yours. I am very sorry that Sir William should have shown more regret for the loss of his son than concern for your illness, but parental fondness is, I fear, a stronger and more general affection in male minds than conjugal love. But indeed, my dear, you deserve a little mortification for your false delicacy in concealing your situation from him. So kiss the rod and have done whimpering, as we say to naughty children. I most earnestly wish that the business of Parliament had not called Sir William from home at this juncture. I long till he and you are settled in a domestic way at Southfield. I own I am alarmed at a married woman's meeting with adventures of the novel kind, in the absence of her husband. The wife, where danger or dishonour lurks, safest and seemliest by her husband stays, who guards her, or with her the worst endures. To say truth, I think you are in almost as much danger as our fair mother, to whom these words were addressed, for there certainly is a serpent in the grass, somewhere, autour de vous. You have, however, the advantage of being warned of your danger, provided you construe the billet you sent me as its first whisper, and as a woman's best safety is found in retreat, I wish you would resolve to withdraw yourself from any further intimacy, either with Lord Lucan or Colonel Walter. Believe me, my Louisa, they are both dangerous intimates, though in a different way. I receive your congratulation, as I am sure it is meant, and though my mind is not yet strong enough to consider the discovery of Lord Hume's inconstancy as a subject for rejoicing at, yet I agree with you that had this change in his affections happened after I had become his wife, the misfortune would have certainly been more insupportable, though I cannot, even at present, avail myself of the resource you offer me, of hating or despising a man whom I once loved. The utmost I ever hope to arrive at is to be able to speak of my affection for him in the past tense only, and the most effectual way to arrive at that end is to mention him as little as possible for the future. I hope your next letter will inform me of your returning health and happiness. I need the assistance of them both to support my present wretchedness. May they long attend my beloved sister. Sincerely prays her affectionate F. Cleaveland. End of letter 24.
Letter 25 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ivan Yuan from Shanghai High School International Division. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 25. Lord Lucan to Lord Hume. Dear Hume, I should be extremely pleased if I could, like you, consider the transformation of Ovid as a series of serious and natural events. For as I have, for some time past, become extremely weary of my present form or mode of existence, I should be inclined to flatter myself that any change must be for the better. But the metempsychosis of Pythagoras would suit me still better than the metamorphoses of Ovid. I should like to carry my identity with me into whatever being my spirit was appointed to animate, as I think the consciousness of the sufferings I now endure would render any state, except that of a ferocious animal, agreeable to me. But to be serious, I have been, for some months past, uncommonly wretched. The fate of her who is the arbiter of mine hung for an age in doubtful balance. I never knew the extreme of misery till then, for, alas, I had never before given myself to leave to think she was mortal. Yet, Hume, all that I loved in life was near the grave, and I sustained the shock like a philosopher. I sighed and wept in secret, while to the world I wore the spacious mask of mere humanity. This was as much as I had power to do. And he that says philosophy can go beyond this mark, and teach us not to feel, mistakes its use, and makes dull apathy usurp its place. I don't know that ever I felt so much pleasure in writing as at this moment. It certainly relieves our oppression to unburthen our hearts, and you are my only confidant. This declaration might appear strange to you, who know so little of the particulars of my attachment. But when I affirm that no person breathing knows so much, not even the dear object of it, you may, nay you must, accept the title. From your last letter, which I have read over several times, I have collected two things which give me sincere pleasure, but will surprise you extremely. The first is, that you endeavor to persuade yourself that you love Margarita much better than you really do, and the second, that you not only respect and esteem, but still love Miss Cleaveland. I hope you have written to her, Hume. Every woman of worth and honor has, and ought to have, a proper pride. Neglect is therefore the most unpardonable of all offenses that a man can commit. I speak of men, not brutes. Rudeness is, of course, out of the question. I was extremely diverted at the many ridiculous ideas you formed of the object of my passion. But this be assured of, and let it satisfy you, that neither her mind or body have been perverted by any kind of art, but that she is at this instant the most perfect work of the great and universal artist that I have ever yet beheld, though perhaps she may not have struck you, for you have seen her, with the same idea of perfection. I perfectly agree with you that the word happiness has as many various meanings as there are tempers and constitutions in the world. To confine it therefore to any taste, passion, or mode of life would be just as absurd as to drain your ponds that your fish may fly, and flood your aviaries that your birds may swim. Be it, therefore, unto you as you have wished it unto me. Let it as you chose it. Adieu, my dear Hume. Your most trustly, Lucan. End of letter 25.
Letter 26 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 26. Lord Hume to Lord Lucan. Venice. I have often told you, my dear Lucan, that I never trouble myself to investigate causes for anything that happens. Effects are enough for me, so that whether your transmogrification be according to the Ovidian or Pythagorean system is of no sort of consequence. For transmogrified you are, to all intents and purposes. You may divert yourself with looking for the etymology of that word, but though I don't believe you will be able to find its derivation in any dictionary, it is a devilish good one, for all that, and truly expressive of my meaning. Why, my dear metamorphosed friend, you had nothing of the Catullus strain in you while you lived among us here. But there are peculiar disorders incident to certain climates, and an heavy atmosphere naturally makes people draw their breath in sighs. Fly then for your life, my dear patient, and take the air of the world once more among us again, before your ailment has confirmed itself into a platonic asthma in the bogs of Ireland. You have puzzled me to the last line of a riddle by saying that I have often seen your Lesbia. Prithee be good-natured, Lucan, and tell me when and where, for guessing is rather troublesome. There can be no sort of danger in letting me know who she is, as you are already convinced that I don't like her, or if I did, may I perish if I would attempt to rival my friend with any woman breathing. You may therefore be perfectly safe in making me a real confidant instead of a nominal one. Margarita and I have been here this fortnight, and in that time we have contrived to lose a good round sum at play. She thinks we have been overmatched by the Venetians, and wants to try our fortune at Rome. But I must wait for remittances from England before I can make this or any other experiment of the kind. You are mistaken, Lucan. I love Margarita most truly, and what is much more extraordinary, my affection for her rather increases than abates. I have myself been made sensible of this, though not in the most agreeable manner, for I have lately felt somewhat of that hydra of calamities, jealousy. And this, though I am perfectly satisfied that my sweet girl gave me no sort of cause on her part, and would not quit me for an emperor. Tell me, my heart, if this be love? You are in some measure right with regard to my sentiments for Fanny Cleveland. I certainly do most thoroughly esteem her, and have given the strongest proof of my having an high opinion of her understanding, by writing a very foolish letter, acknowledging myself, what I dare say your wise worship already thinks me, a very silly fellow. I don't know, but as you say, I may love her too. That is according to your plan of loving a la Seraphique. But I have no idea of that sort of passion which can admit of a doubt, or allow us time to reason about or wherefore of the matter. Let me be charmed, my sense is captivated, and let reason go to the schools if it will, for I never found it of any use but to torment me. I am all impatience for my remittances. I don't like this place, nor does Margarita, though she has a number of relations here, brothers and cousins, by the dozen, but they are all priests, and I am apprehensive that some of these infatuates may persuade her to quit me, and lock her up in a convent. The dear girl sometimes alarms me much by talking religiously, but if I can get her to Rome once, there will be an end of these fears, for I am told that there is not even the shadow of devotion there. It is now 2 o'clock at noon, and Margarita has not yet blessed my eyes. I fear she is not well. I must go to inquire her health. I hope your fair one is recovered. Do tell me all about her in your next. direct to me at Rome, I forget where, but to the care of your former banker. Addio, mio caro amico, Hume. End of letter 26.
Letter 27 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 27 from Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Southfield. Thank heaven, my dearest Fanny, I have at last escaped out of that worse than lion's den, that detestable Colonel Walter's house. On the day after I wrote last to you, as the weather was remarkably fine for the season, I insisted on Lucy and Harriet's going out to take the air, and, in order to harden myself for my removal, I ventured into the room adjoining mine, which is a very large and handsome library. Benson had told me that, since the colonel went to Dublin, she had sometimes seen a beautiful little girl of 4 years old running about the house, but that the child could not speak English, and that the servants were extremely ill-natured to the poor baby, who used to weep when she could not make herself understood, that she was perfectly engaging in her manner, and seemed to take a liking to Benson, that she had inquired, as much as was proper, who the child belonged to, and was constantly answered that they knew nothing more of her than that she was one of their master's importations. Upon this report, I confess that I felt my relationship to Dame Eve very strongly, and desired Benson to bring the child to me, the first opportunity. She accordingly led her by the hand into the library on the day I have mentioned, but the moment the child saw me she would have fled, and exclaimed in French, "Oh, my papa will kill me!" I replied to her in her own language, and assured her that no harm should happen to her. She smiled upon me, and asked was I a Frenchwoman? If I was, she would love me dearly, for all the people in this place, she said, were cross and cruel, except her poor mamma, that she believed was dying. Then she hid her face with her little hands and burst into a passion of tears. I need not tell you how I was affected. She became instantly sensible of my tenderness, and suffered Benson to lead her to me, and set her on my knee. But though she leaned her head upon my neck, and seemed pleased with my caresses, I could perceive that fear predominated over every other sensation, by her eyes being constantly directed to the door, and her appearing alarmed at every noise. I asked her where her mamma was. She paused for a few moments, and then replied, I was not forbidden to tell that. She is above stairs, lying upon her bed, and that bed is on the ground. We don't lie so in France. The innocence and sensibility of her remark quite overcame me. She took my handkerchief and dried my eyes, then said, "Don't weep, pray don't. You don't sleep upon the ground, nor any one else, I believe, except my poor mamma." Again I kissed the lovely little prattler. I desired her to tell her mamma that I should be glad to see her. She shook her head and said that was impossible, for her mamma was too sick to come out of her room; but if she were well, she must not disobey her papa, and he had commanded her never to stir out, while she lived. Then said I, my dear, I will go up to her. She answered quick, No, no, that cannot be. The servants would tell my papa. I asked her would she carry a letter to her mamma. She said yes. I then asked her mamma's name, and she answered d'Oliviet. I instantly sat down and wrote in French what follows: Madame d'Oliviet, Madame, I have this day seen and conversed with your lovely daughter, and from her innocent yet sensible discourse I have learnt that you are ill and unhappy. I have reason to apprehend that the treatment you have received from a gentleman of this country may naturally prejudice you against all its inhabitants; but let me assure you that humanity and justice are the real characteristics of this nation, and that if you stand in need of either, you may depend on meeting them in the highest degree, both from our manners and our laws. I beg leave now, madame, to offer you any assistance that is in the power of an individual of your own sex, of some rank and consideration in this country, who will esteem a very great happiness if she can be in any way serviceable to the injured or oppressed, and who most solemnly assures you that whatever confidence you are pleased to repose in her shall never be made use of, but to your own advantage, as it is not curiosity but compassion that inclines her to interest herself in your concerns. If you think an interview with the writer of this proper, please to contrive the means, and she will most readily concur with your design, as she is possessed of the sincerest inclination, though unknown to you, to do everything that may be in her power for your service, and is with great truth your unknown friend, L. Barton. The child carried away the billet, and returned in less than 10 minutes, to tell me that her mamma has neither pen, ink, or paper, but if I would be so good to have her have them, she would write an answer immediately, and in the meantime returned me 1,000 thanks for the honour of my letter. The dear little Oliviet took my hand, kissed it, and said she was sure she should love me, for she thought I had done her mamma good already. I immediately furnished her with my own portfolio, which contained all the necessary implements for writing, and waited, not without some degree of impatience, to have this mystery explained. Lucy and Harriet returned from their airing, soon after this adventure, but I did not think it proper to mention the affair to them, till I was more fully informed myself. I heard nothing farther of the child or the mother, till I retired into my bed chamber, and then Benson gave me a letter in French, which I send you enclosed. To Lady Barton. Madame, no words can adequately express my sense of your goodness to me, but my gratitude shall, while I have life, be poured forth in fervent prayers for your happiness. This, alas, is the sole return that I can make to Heaven, or to you, whose blessed instrument I am sure you are, to speak peace and comfort to a dying wretch, and smooth her passage from this vale of misery. Ah, madame, may you never know the transports I received from reading your dear letter! They can only be felt by one equally unhappy with me, if such another wretch there be on earth, who, long denied the blessings of society, debarred even the power of speaking to be understood, should have an angel come and utter the words of comfort and compassion. Forgive me, madame, but I cannot help considering you as a superior being, sent to the relief of a misery like mine. Oh, may you think so too, and ease my last sad moments of their sharp pangs. It is not for myself I plead, but for my innocent, my unoffending child. Receive a more than orphan to your care, and my last sigh shall waft my thanks to heaven. Even the short story of my misfortunes is much too long for my weak hand to write. But if you will permit me, madam, to throw myself at your feet, when all the family are retired to rest, and condescend to lend an ear to my sad tale, I will relate it with the same truth and frankness as I would to my confessor. You shall supply that solace long denied me, and from your gracious lips I hope for absolution. I have now no terms to keep with Colonel Walter. The hour approaches that must dissolve all the engagements that ever were between us. How he has fulfilled his part of them, Heaven and his own heart can tell. But even in my death, I would not wish to offend him. And were there not a much dearer concern than my own life at stake, I would conceal his unkindness to the last moment of my existence, would suffer my wrongs to be buried with me, and sleep forever in the silent grave. But my Olivia, my lovely little babe, pulls at my heartstrings, and can I then decline the offer of your kindness, and not strive to interest your compassion for her future fate? Impossible! Circumstanced as I am, the mother must prevail over every other tie. I therefore again entreat the honour of being admitted to your presence this night. I will come softly down the back stairs that join to the library, and there wait till your woman shall conduct me to you. In the meantime, and ever, allow me to subscribe myself, with the most heartfelt gratitude, your ladyship's most obliged and devoted servant, Olivia Walter. Judge of my feelings, at reading this letter, by your own. But though I know you will be displeased at my quitting the story here, I must break off, as the post is going out, and I cannot send this without telling you that I have no remains of my late indisposition, but weakness. Peace of mind and exercise will, I hope, soon restore my former strength. Tomorrow, my Fanny, I will indulge you with the remainder of this affecting narrative. Till then, adieu, L. Barton. End of letter 27. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Letter 28. From the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffiths. Letter 28 from Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. The moment I had read Mrs. Walter's letter, I sent Benson to wait her coming at the appointed place, as some of the family were not yet gone to bed. I had near half an hour's leisure to reflect on the uncommon villainy of Colonel Walter. If this lady was his wife, which I could have no doubt of, from her taking his name, how did he dare to propose marriage to Mrs. Layton? But this circumstance appeared trifling, when compared to the inhumanity of his behaviour to the unfortunate Olivia, and her lovely child. At length Benson tapped softly at my door, and I rose to receive a being that seemed no longer an inhabitant of this world. From the child's account of her mother's illness, I was prepared to see a person pale and emaciated, but anything so near our idea of a beautiful spectre never yet, I believe, struck mortal sight. I must describe her to you. Her stature is somewhat above the middle size, but the extreme thinness of her figure made her appear still taller. Her eyes are large, and of the darkest blue; her nose aquiline, with the most beautiful mouth and teeth I ever saw; her skin fairer than alabaster, and so clear that one might fancy they saw the circulation of the blood, which supplied a faint blushing in her cheeks, resembling the inner tints of a white rose. Her hair of a light shining brown, flowed in loose tresses upon her shoulders. Her gown was a white silk polonaise. She had on a gauze hood, tied loosely under her chin, and a slight covering of the same sort upon her neck. She appeared all form without substance, spirit without matter, and had she prophesied, my faith would have listened, as to an angel. As she entered my room, she made an effort, which I was not lucky enough to prevent, to throw herself at my foot. When I attempted to raise her from the ground, I had not strength sufficient, for she had fainted there; with Benson's assistance and mine, she recovered in about 10 minutes, then gushed into such a flood of tears as took away all power of speech, and almost suffocated her. She often tried to speak, and implore my pardon for the distress and trouble she had occasioned me, and you may suppose that I said everything in my power to calm her mind. As soon as she became a little collected, she said it was joy, not sorrow, that had overpowered her weak frame; the latter she had been too familiar with, but the former was indeed such a long absent guest, that it must be welcomed with some degree of transport. If the delicacy of her sentiments had needed any addition, they would have received the highest from the sweetness of her voice, and the uncommon beauty of her mouth, while she uttered them. In order to restrain her acknowledgments for my interesting myself about her and her child, I pressed her to relate her story, and to account for the extraordinary appearances arising from her situation. She bowed, and proceeded with so much grace and elegance of expression, that I could have hung with mute attention on her speech, for a whole winter's night, or a long summer's day, and never wished her tale to have an end. The Story of Mrs. Walter. I had the misfortune to lose my father, who had the honour of being a general officer in the King of Sardinia's service, when I was but 11 years old. His name was D'Alembert. As he had many great and lucrative employments, and my mother and he were both young, they indulged themselves in a thoughtless extravagance together, at Turin, during his life; but at his decease, my mother, no longer able to support the rank she had held at that court, returned to Briancon, to live upon the small patrimony which remained for her and me. Young as I was, the loss of a fond father made a very deep impression on my mind, and the perpetual affliction to which I saw my mother had devoted himself, and which terminated her life in 2 years, brought me full early acquainted with sorrow. After this irreparable loss, I remained at Brecon, under the care of an old maiden aunt of my father's, who had lived too much sequestered from the world, and who, ignorant of the nature of youth, or how to guide it, supplied the place of instruction with austerity, never suffered me to be a moment out of her sight, and was for ever extolling her own goodness and charity, in being troubled with the care of my education and maintenance. In short, her manners were perfectly disagreeable, and so extremely different from that delicacy and tenderness to which I had been too much accustomed, that though I strove to respect her as my aunt, I found it impossible either to love or esteem her. The affections of a young and amiable minds cannot centre in themselves, and if they are not properly attached by the ties of affinity or kindness, they will most probably bestow themselves on improper objects. This was unluckily my case. The only person I was suffered to converse with, except my aunt, and that only at home, was a girl about 3 years elder than myself, whose mother had been formerly a servant to mine, but at that time kept an inn at Briancon. This girl then, as was natural, I became extremely fond of, and as my aunt grew every day more infirm, and was often confined to her bed, I found frequent opportunities of visiting my dear Nanette, unknown to my severe guardian, at her mother's house. In one of these, till then, innocent excursions, my ill fate contrived that Colonel Walter should arrive at Briancon, and stop at the house where I was. It was summer, the evening fine, and as he had no company, he sauntered into the garden, where Nanette and I were sitting at work, in an arbor. He accosted us with great politeness, and I could perceive that my companion was highly pleased with his address. But the timidity natural to a person who had been brought up in so retired a manner as I had been, made me wish to withdraw, and notwithstanding his and Nanette's solicitations to the contrary, I quickly returned home, possessed with the first idea I had ever felt of having done wrong. I saw, by the Colonel's appearance, that he was an officer. The recollection of my father struck forcibly into my mind, and I blushed with indignation to think that General d'Alembert*s daughter had been seen in so improper a situation. My pride was, however, consoled by thinking that I should never see him again, and I determined to be more guarded in my future visits to my friend. The next morning, very early, Nanette was at my bedside, and expressed some degree of resentment at my having quitted her so abruptly, the preceding night. My delicacy would not suffer me to hurt her pride, by telling her my real motive for retiring. I therefore said it was owing to my apprehensions of being missed by my aunt, but that I got off undiscovered, and should not be so cowardly another time. She seemed satisfied with this declaration, and pressed me to come to her that evening. She had an entire ascendant over me, and notwithstanding the resolution I had made a few hours before, I readily promised to attend her. I had no doubt but that the Colonel would by that time have quitted Bryancon, and I would not venture to ask a question relative to him, lest it might lead her to suspect my thoughts. She, however, talked of him incessantly, said he was the handsomest and most agreeable gentleman she had ever seen, told me he had invited her mother and her to supper, and behaved to them as if they were princesses, and added she was glad he did not live in that country, as she feared another interview might engage too much of her affections. She rattled away in this manner till I was summoned to attend my aunt, and then made me repeat my promise of going to her the moment the old lady should retire to rest. My aunt was, if possible, more peevish than usual that whole day, or at least her ill temper had a more than common effect upon my spirits. I longed for the evening to be released from her tyranny, and to be indulged with the liberty of pouring forth my little sorrows in the bosom of my faithful Nanette. The moment that my aunt had dismissed me from her chamber, I flew to my appointment, without waiting to alter my dress, which was a perfect dishabille, and found Nanette in the arbor, adorned with every little adornment that she was possessed of. My thoughts were too much affected with the disagreeableness of my own situation to make reflections on the gaiety of her appearance. I seated myself by her, leaned my head upon her bosom, and, with a profusion of tears, told her I was no longer able to bear the misery I suffered from my aunt's severity. She smiled, and, as I thought, with an air of triumph, told me that I might put an end to my misfortunes as soon as I pleased, for that the Colonel had assured her he had visited all the courts in Europe, and had never seen anything half so beautiful as either she or I; that for her part she was resolved to try her fortune in the world forthwith, and not stay moping at Bryancon till she grew old and ugly; and that if I would accompany her, she did not at all doubt of our success; that I might hope to marry some reigning prince, and then she might at least expect to be mistress of a dukedom. I was both shocked and surprised at hearing my friend talk in this extravagant and unusual style; but before I could express my sentiments, Colonel Walter came into the arbor, dressed as if he had been going to court on a gala day. I confess I was struck, nay dazzled, with his appearance. From the time of my leaving Turin, I had never seen any man finely or elegantly dressed, before. I now quickly perceived the advantages that Nanette received from being decked out, and blushed at the inferiority of my own appearance. Every human creature has, I believe, some sparks of vanity in their nature, and this was the fatal moment when mine were first kindled. A desire of outshining Nanette, who had a good deal disgusted me, took immediate possession of my thoughts, and my countenance was, upon the instant, lighted up with smiles. I have not a doubt but Colonel Walter saw through the thin veil that covered the sentiments of a creature so young and artless as I was then; he at least indulged my weakness, even beyond my wishes, by entirely devoting his whole attention to me, and totally neglecting my companion. Olivia here broke off her narrative, to apologize for entering into such minute circumstances, which she said was meant to convince me of her sincerity, as she was very certain that her weakness and innocence were the groundworks of her ruin. "But, alas!" exclaimed she, "is there not indulgence and compassion due to uneducated, uninformed 15?" I told her that entering into these little traits of character, those fine, those delicate touches, marked the master's hand, and were a convincing proof of the goodness, both of her head and heart. She complimented me on my candour, and returned to her story. There had been the most elegant repast provided that Bryan could afford. Nanette and her mother, the Colonel and I, were all the party, but I was the idol to whom all the incense was offered. The good women of the house took the ton from her guest, extolled my beauty and my accomplishments as extravagantly, though not so agreeably, as he. Nanette alone was silent. In short, I became intoxicated with flattery, and when the time of our parting drew near, I secretly lamented at the same idea which had given me so much satisfaction the preceding night, that I should see Colonel Walter no more. The Colonel insisted on attending me home, and had ordered his chaise to convey me to my aunt's. But though my vanity was flattered with the mark of attention, I dared not indulge it with such an éclat. However, I said I would permit him to walk home with me, provided Nanette would accompany us. She sullenly refused. I had then no choice, and the Colonel and I set out together. When we were about to separate, I wished him a good night, and a pleasant journey. He threw himself at my feet, caught hold of my hand, swore I was the sovereign arbitress of his fate, and that he would never leave Bryancon till he had obtained my hand and heart, but that if I cruelly refused to accept his love, he would put himself to death that instant before me. Child as I was, his transports terrified me. I was also alarmed lest any of my aunt's servants should see him, so I promised, if he would then retire, to meet him the next evening at the inn. He made a merit of assenting to so long an absence, and after 1,000 protestations of the most ardent passion, and as many more tender adieus, he left me plunged in such a fatal, yet pleasing delirium, as youth and experience only can feel. What an infidel should I have thought the person who had at the moment warned me to discredit the sincerity of his profession! The night passed away without sleep, yet I thought it short, and arose next morning, even with unusual vivacity. My aunt's ill temper was no longer disagreeable to me. My spirits were perfectly harmonized. All was peace within, and cheerfulness without. Toward evening I began to think that time lagged heavily in its course, and wished for the setting of the sun, as much as a benighted traveller for its rising. At length the welcome night arrived, and set me free from my restraint. I ran to my toilet to endeavour to adorn the few graces that nature had lent me. In vain, confusion interrupted my efforts, and haste prevented my dispatch, so that, in a kind of despair, I threw aside my few ornaments, snatched up a little straw hat, and set out on my adventures, in the same careless deshabille I had appeared the night before. The moment I had got out of the view of my aunt's house, I was met by the Colonel, who received me with an ecstasy that I believe was then sincere. We pursued our way to the arbor, where he had first seen me. On my not finding Nanette there, I endeavored to quit him and go in pursuit of her, but he held my hand, and entreated me to stay till he had revealed a secret to me, which was of the utmost consequence to us both. He then assured me that Nanette was not my friend, and requested that I would not entrust her with the discovery he had made of his passion for me, for that he feared she would betray the secret to my aunt, and by that means deprive him of more than life, the happiness of seeing me; but that if I would be a little upon my guard, she might suppose his attachment to be nothing more than common gallantry, which might possibly quiet the jealousy she seemed already to have conceived about it. I was shocked at the idea of deceiving or suspecting my friend, yet the gloom and dissatisfaction that appeared in her behaviour the night before made me too readily fall into the snare. Nay, I joined in the deceit against myself, by entreating that he would be more attentive to her and less particular to me on the present interview. My motive for this request, I solemnly declare, was rather to prevent her being mortified, as I saw she had been before, than to remove any suspicion she might have entertained of me; for I had perfectly acquiesced in the Colonel's honour and integrity, as well as my own innocence. I had not the least apprehension of any ill consequence in such a compliance. Thus did this artful man disjoin me from the only person who was likely to see through his designs, and could have an interest in preventing my ruin. After this discourse and abundance of protestations of the tenderest affection, we joined Nanette, and the Colonel left us for some time together, to try, as I presume, the strength of his power over me. Nanette was all gaiety, and shewed me abundance of presents that she had received from the Colonel. My heart reproached me for concealing the sentiments from her, but my promise to my lover had tied my tongue, and the weakness and vanity of her conduct left me less reason to regret the mortification she must feel, when she should know that he was seriously attached to me. The evening passed away less pleasantly than the former. Nanette assumed a superiority over me in sense and judgment, but attempted to soften her self sufficience by hinting at the difference of our years and experience, and through this salvo did not render her behaviour less disgusting. It deprived me of the power of resenting it, and I retired home convinced that there were two passions, awakened in my mind that I had never felt before, love and hatred. Nanette and the Colonel accompanied me home. At parting, he put a little billet into my hand, which I could not refuse to accept, without letting her know that it had been offered. I was even then become the abject slave of love, and feared to offend my future tyrant. The billet contained nothing more than a repetition of passionate and tender expressions, with the warmest acknowledgments for the attention I had shewn to his request, by the prudence and propriety of my conduct, and the most earnest entreaties to favour him with my company the next evening. I retired to bed, and I hoped to rest, but sleep was vanished, and with it the charming delirium that had kept me waking the foregoing night. Short was the road that I had travelled in the flowery path of pleasure, yet I already found it strewed with thorns. I trembled at the danger of treading it alone, and lamented more piously than ever the loss of my dear mother, to whom I might have confided both my hopes and fears upon this hazardous adventure. The usual hour of my rising arrived, and found my eyes unclosed, and my thoughts unsettled. I had neither slept nor determined on any scheme for my future conduct, and when my maid came into my chamber, I stepped out of bed, burst into a passion of tears, and said softly to myself, I will not see the Colonel, at least this day. I considered this determination as an amazing effort of resolution, and fancied I had gained a complete victory over my infant passion. The anxiety of my mind, with loss of rest, had brought on a slight degree of fever, and the moment I quitted my aunt's chamber, I retired to my own, threw myself on the bed, and desired my maid to leave me. The poor girl, who loved me tenderly, was alarmed at my situation, and ran directly to Nanette, to tell her I was ill, and to beg she would come to me. She told her she was at that time so particularly engaged, that it was impossible for her to stir abroad, but that she would certainly see me some time in the evening. I know nothing of this transaction, and after having passed some hours in a disagreeable state of restlessness, the agitation of my mind subsided, and I fell asleep. Some time after, I was awakened by a light at my bedside, and on opening my eyes I perceived Nanette and Colonel Walter, disguised in women's clothes, standing by me. The confusion which I felt, both from my situation and his, is not to be expressed. He gazed upon me with such a look of ardent tenderness as covered me with blushes. I turned my eyes away, begged they would withdraw into another room, and promised them that as soon as I had rendered my appearance decent, I would wait on them. Nanette burst into a loud laugh at what she called my affected delicacy, said she supposed everybody was sometimes undressed, and she did not see any occasion for making a difficulty about such trifles. The boldness of her manner while she spoke increased my distress, and completed the dislike I had begun to have conceived for her. The colonel appeared indefinitely more modest in his deportment, and on his making a sign to her to leave the chamber, they both withdrew. The hurry of spirits which this unexpected visit had occasioned was increased by my apprehensions that some of the servants might detect the colonel under his disguise, and though I knew they all loved and pitied me, yet I had been taught in my infancy to dread the putting myself in the power of a servant, and never to let them know a circumstance which I wished should be kept secret. The moment I entered the room where my guests were, I entreated them to leave me, and mentioned my reasons for wishing them gone. Nanette again made a jest of my scruples, but the colonel treated them more seriously, and asked my pardon for having brought me into any difficulty or distress by his indiscretion, but pleaded both his and Nanette's anxiety for my health, and insisted on my returning with them to the inn, since he was certain from my appearance that I had not any complaint to prevent me. But not to detain you, madame, longer with such tedious circumstances, I, half reluctantly, complied with his entreaties, and for about 3 weeks longer we spent every evening together, almost in the same manner as the first. I had by this time lost all affection and esteem for Nanette, and had now no confidant or friend on earth to whom I could disclose the secrets of my heart, but the single person in the world from whom I should most carefully have concealed them. When he had become quite certain of his empire over my affections, he proposed my quitting Bryancon with him. He said my aunt was too old and perverse to be consulted on such an occasion, that he never wanted or desired any treasure but myself, for that all other considerations were below his attention. He added that his passion for me had detained him so long at Brecon that he was in danger of forfeiting his commission and his honour, that if I loved him I ought not to hesitate about putting myself under his protection, that our interests were now becoming one, and that he would defend me from every misfortune in the last moment of his life. I believed, obeyed, and repented. Here she paused, for this little reflection was followed by such a passion of tears that I was obliged to restrain my curiosity, as you must yours, for some time. I administered drops and water to my fair biographer, and to you I recommend patience till the next post, for my fingers are so tired that it is impossible for me to proceed, as it is to think or write upon any other subject, till I have finished this. Therefore not one word shall I say of myself, but that I am well, that I long to hear from you, and that I am most affectionately yours, L. Barton. End of letter 28. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Letters 29 to 30 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffiths. Letters 29 to 30 from Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Letter 29. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Take notice, my dear Fanny, that I am not used to narrative writing. You must therefore make allowances for me, and excuse my being sometimes too circumstantial, and at others too diffuse. I can only say that my translation is, what all others pretend to be, a faithful one. Perhaps it is so much the worse for that reason, for while I am endeavoring to convey the minutest circumstances to you, the elegance of expression which gave them consequence in the original is lost. But no matter for the manner of recital, if the story interests and affects you as much in the reading as it does me in the writing, I shall be satisfied with my own performance. As soon as the fair Olivia had regained her composure, she proceeded thus: weak, young, and infatuated with passion, as I was, the colonel's proposal of flying with him, without marriage, alarmed me, and awakened all the sentiments of delicacy which are inherent to an innocent and virtuous mind. Yet that very delicacy prevented my having resolution to express my thoughts upon that occasion. I feared to injure his honour by seeming to doubt it. I therefore remained for some time silent upon this most interesting subject. He repeated his entreaties, and pressed me to determine. I replied that I would consult my confessor. He had seen the various workings of my mind, and was prepared to evade all my scruples. He objected instantly to my proposal, by urging that a priest would oppose my marrying an heretic, and endeavour to prevent it by acquainting my aunt, but told me he had a particular friend, a clergyman, an Embrun, who would make no difficulty of uniting us together. Thus did this artful man lull all my doubts to rest, and soothe my unwary mind into a perfect dependence upon his honour, fidelity, and love. The night following was fixed for our departure, and in an evil and inauspicious hour I ventured on a world unknown, with the most inhuman and ungenerous of his sex. For my conductor, I had perhaps as little to regret on leaving Brancon as any young creature who ever took so rash and unadvised a step. I wounded not the heart of a fond parent, nor drew a pitying tear from any friendly eye. I had no sister on whom my disgrace might be reflected, nor a brother whose tenderness might lament, or honour have resented my misconduct. I stood, as it were, alone in the universe, was dear to no one, but the loved object under whose protection I now had placed myself, and in whom all the affections of my heart were centred. Yet notwithstanding this very peculiar situation, my heart trembled and my eyes overflowed when I got into the chaise, and every league that we travelled, the dejection of my spirits increased. For some time the colonel endeavoured to dissipate my melancholy by the utmost tenderness, and I affected to appear more cheerful in compliment to his attention. But he soon roused my languor into resentment, by taking some unwarrantable liberties, which, when he found I would not suffer, he attempted to excuse, by saying that he had already considered me as his wife. The moment we arrived at Embrun, he left me in the inn, to go, as he said, in pursuit of his friend the clergyman. He returned in about an hour with a person to perform the ceremony, and we were married directly, but without any other witness, for I had thrown myself out of a situation to prescribed terms, and must therefore have compounded for having any own scruples satisfied, by a consciousness of my being his wife, leaving the option of the world to its own charity about me. We remained 2 days at Embrun, and then set out for Marseilles. During our long journey my husband told me that he had some reasons for wishing to change his name, and that in compliment to my Christian one he would be called Olivet. I readily acquiesced in whatever he thought proper, without attempting to inquire into the motives of his conduct. We took a house at Marseilles, and lived for 4 months in the utmost retirement and the most perfect happiness together. I never stirred out, but to church, or to take the air with my husband. Every wish of my fond heart was accomplished, and I secretly rejoiced that he no longer talked of joining his regiment, or returning to his native country. About that time his temper and manners began to alter. He was frequently sullen and gloomy, and if I attempted to inquire into the cause of this change, he would answer, "Thou art," and command me to leave him. I obeyed, and used to retire to my chamber, and pass whole days and nights in tears. But whenever he condescended to speak to me with cheerfulness, I instantly forgot his past unkindness, and vainly flattered myself that it would return no more. At length, with some appearance of tenderness in his manner, he told me that he was under an absolute necessity of leaving me, for a few months, as my situation would not admit of my travelling with him, from my being far advanced in my pregnancy of Olivia, but that he would certainly come back to me, by the time I should be recovered from my lying in, and take me with him to Ireland, where his estate lay. All that I ever suffered in my life seemed slight to the misery of parting with him. I knelt, I wept, and implored him not to abandon me under such circumstances. He was unmoved by my tears and entreaties, and in a few days afterwards quitted Marseilles, without even bidding me adieu. The grief I felt from this separation would, I hoped, have terminated my life, and I fear I should have been tempted to have shortened the date of my wretched existence, had not the tenderness which I felt even for my unborn babe restrained my hand from the too frequent effects of despair. My situation was certainly deplorable, and I then thought that my misery could not admit of addition. I have been since but too strongly convinced that there are numberless gradations in wretchedness, and that I was then but entering on my novitiate. I was so totally absorbed in sorrow at being forsaken by a husband whom, notwithstanding his unkindness, I both respected and loved, that the common concerns of life never occurred to me, till my maid came to ask me for money, to support my family, which consisted of 2 maids and a man servant. I started, as from a dream, and in an agony of grief ran to the colonel's desk, where I found 20 louis d'ors, sealed up in a small box, labelled thus: "To Olivia d'Almberg. This sum, if used with care, will bring you through your lying in, but you must immediately discharge 2 of your servants. J. Walter." Here again the fair mourner's tears interrupted her recital, and must also put a stop to my translation, for the present. I wish extremely that I had finished the task I have undertaken, for the sympathy between us is so strong, that I feel my health wasting as her tale proceeds. There is a story that some unhappy woman had blasted a great oak tree, once, by constantly mourning her griefs beneath its shade. This fable does not appear unnatural to me under my present sensations, and yet so sweet the poison is, that I would rather have listened to her doleful ditty than to all the carols of the most festive mirth. What can be the reason of so unnatural a preference? How oddly compounded is the human heart, but most admirably framed, surely! For what appears to the vulgar to be its contradictions, are, in the language of philosophy, but its contrasts only. Its perfection consists in thus: as much as the harmony of nature depends on an opposition of elements, the heat of fire, the coldness of water, the heaviness of earth, and the lightness of air. You may observe that I take the advantage of every opportunity for reflection, in order to guard my mind as much as possible from the danger of thinking. I shall leave you to explain this paradox to yourself, and am, my dearest friend, your truly affectionate but unhappy sister, L. Barton. Letter 30. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. My dear Fanny, I am now sitting down to conclude, I hope, the sufferings of my fair narrator, which I shall endeavour to do without any further interruption; for though the listening to her story had a great deal of what I deem the luxury of woe in it, I fear that this delicate sensation may have evaporated from the frequent breaks in the recital, as much as the original spirit has, in my translation; but at all hazards, I will now proceed. On perusing this shocking and surprising transcript, continued Mrs. Walter, my head turned round, and I had just presence of mind sufficient to convey it into my pocket, before I dropped upon the floor. The servants heard me fall, and came to my assistance. Happy would it have been for me if they had spared their cruel officiousness, and suffered me to have expired at that moment. My distress and despondency upon this occasion may appear unaccountable, perhaps, to others. An husband's leaving his wife, sometimes upon several occasions of business, was not so uncommon a case as to have alarmed me. But there is a sort of presentiment in the mind which often forebodes approaching ills. Philosophy must here be at a stand. The circumstance cannot be accounted for from nature, as the present situation may have no sensible connection with the future events, nor can such an effect be imputed to Providence, neither, without the impiety of supposing it capable of rendering us wretched before our time, by giving us a hint of misfortunes to come, without supplying us with the means of avoiding them. Besides, did not the address of his billet, the styling me by my own surname of D'Almberg instead of Walter, or even that of D'Olivet, which he had artfully prevailed on me to assume during our residence together at Marseilles, sufficiently evince that he no longer meant to consider me as his wife for the future. This circumstance, too, supplied me with a strong reason also to suspect that in reality I had no legal title to that claim, as the unknown person who had so clandestinely performed the ceremony might not probably have been properly qualified by the orders of any church to have officiated in the marriage rites. It was perhaps no small aggravation to my misfortunes to reflect that had not my own indiscretion aided his dishonor, I should not now have been so totally abandoned, unjustified, unfriended, and unsustained, to the sport of fortune, to the mercy of malignant, censorious, and unpitying world. Some days after this event, I was lying on my bed, in the state of stupid distraction, when the sudden stopping of a chaise at my door roused me from my lethargy. I leaped out of bed, and flew down the stairs, crying out, "He is returned! My life, my love, my husband!" But judge of my astonishment, madam, when I saw Nanette enter the door. Her face was thin and pale, but she appeared farther advanced in her pregnancy than I, and seemed, from the expression of her countenance, to be at that instant in the pangs of labor. She accosted me with the grossest abuse, called me vile, deceitful wretch, and I had seduced her husband from her, that she was come to claim him, and to cover me with the infamy I deserved, alternately called for her dear Colonel Walter, and implored assistance to save hers and her infant's life. Amidst the variety of passions which in those moments preyed upon my wretched heart, compassion was the strongest. I had her immediately conveyed to my chamber, and placed in my own bed. I sent for the bed assistance that could be had, and in a few hours she was delivered of a son, who lived but 3 days. The agitations of her mind brought on a violent fever, but given her ravings she continued to accuse me as the sole cause of all her sufferings, and uttered the most vehement imprecations against me. From the moment Nanette's arrival, I could perceive that my servants treated me with less respect than usual. They doubtless believed her story, and thought that my receiving her into my house was at once a proof of both of my guilt and fear. The physician and apothecary who attended her divulged the tale abroad, and I was looked upon by the whole city of Marseilles as one of the most abandoned wretches. I knew nothing that creates such an irksome sensation in the mind as imputed guilt, but the very delicacy that makes us feel it most serves to restrain us from entering into a vindication, as this would be to admit, if possible at least, it might be true. Under such a difficulty I then labored, and this nicety, supported by the natural courage of innocence, inclined me rather to acquiesce in the censure, than engage in so public a justification of myself, as this unhappy woman's charge against me seemed to require. And she was not herself, at that time, in a fit condition, either of mind or body, to have listened to my defence. Nanette's delirium continued about 15 days, during which time the miserable pittance that Colonel Walter had left me was exhausted, and I was seized with the pains of labour, without being mistress of a single livre or credit in the place. Death was at that time the supreme object of my wishes, yet in regard to my dear babe, that now approached the light, I sent for my confessor, related to him every circumstance that I have repeated to you, implored his protection for the unborn innocent, and put a shagreen case, which contained the portraits of both my parents, with some jewels, in his hands, which had been bequeathed me by my dear mother, on her death bed, and which I had ever since preserved as a relic, with the most pure devotion. Truth generally affords conviction to an ingenious mind. The good father heard my story, believed it, pitied my distress, and gave me every consolation that my wretched state could admit of, by administering the rites of the church, and assuring me, in the most solemn manner, that he would take the utmost care of my child, in case it should survive its unhappy mother. I likewise recommended Nanette to his humanity. He promised that while she remained ill, all her wants should be supplied, and if she recovered, he would furnish her with the means of returning home again to her mother. Peace once more took possession of my breast, and a thorough resignation to the will of Heaven triumphed for a while over that distracting inquietude, which had well nigh destroyed both my mind and body. But the arrow of incurable affliction was still lodged in my heart, and the temporary calm that I then enjoyed was occasioned rather by my weakness than my strength. It pleased Heaven that I was soon and safely delivered of my beloved Olivia, and from the moment of her birth all selfish apprehensions vanished. I no longer felt a pang but for her, and never ceased lamenting her being involved in the miseries of her mother. Though doting on her as I did, I 1,000 times wished she had been born of any other parent, and yet am certain I would not have parted with her to a queen. In about 10 days after I was brought to bed by the good father, who had supplied me with every necessary, and visited me constantly, came into my chamber with an unusual vivacity in his looks. "Be of good cheer, madam," said he. "Providence never forsakes the virtuous and patient sufferer. Heaven has been pleased, through my weak endeavours, to raise you up a friend, who is at once inclined and capable of relieving you from your distress, and establishing a certain supply for your future competence. Madame de Fribourg will be here in a few minutes, and is coming to take you under her roof and protection. But before it is possible for you to remove there, I will inform you how this instance of good fortune has been brought about, and furnish you with some instructions that may conduce towards rendering you agreeable to your patroness." But while he was yet speaking, the Marchioness de Fribourg entered, and interrupted him. "I have already told you that I had lodged Nannette in my own chamber, and was of course obliged to lie in my maid's room. The first words a marchioness uttered were, 'Heavens! What a place for the child of my friend, my dear Madame d'Almberg!' She stepped forward and embraced me, then raised her glass to her eye, and surveyed me with the most critical and distressing attention. I was so extremely confused, both by the suddenness and manner of her entering and address, that I could neither speak nor move. From the death of that dear mother she mentioned, I never seen a woman that was capable of inspiring me with respect or awe before. Her appearance commanded both. A sudden gush of tears relieved me for a moment, and seemed to soften the farouche demeanour of my future benefactress. She quickly made an apology for having mentioned my mother, seated herself by me, laid aside her glass, and took my hand with infinite grace, but no softness. The matroness was about 50 years old. She was uncommonly tall, had been remarkably handsome, her eyes large, black, and piercing, but the whole contour of her countenance was rather hard than pleasing. There was an air of fierté expressed throughout her whole appearance, that inclined you, at first sight, rather to fear than love her. She told me that my confessor, who was also hers, had informed her of my distress, but that chance had brought her acquainted with my being the daughter of her friend, that as such I might depend on her good offices and regard, and added that she hoped I would be ready to set out with her, in a few days, for Paris, where she was then going, and that she would order her woman to provide a proper nurse to leave my child with. The idea of parting with my daughter shocked me extremely. I fell at her feet, and as if she had been the arbitress of my fate, implored her not to divide me from my child, said that this infant was now the only blessing I possessed in life, and that nothing but death or her happiness should ever part us. She gazed at me with a mixture of surprise and contempt, and said that if Pere Guillaume had informed her I was such a pretty simpleton, she would have saved me and herself the trouble of a visit, but that she believed there was something contagious in folly, since she found herself inclined to comply with my absurd request, though she detested children, but that her hotel at Paris, being large enough to prevent her hearing its squall, I might bring the brat with me, provided I did not insist on her being plagued with it during our journey. I was transported with even this uncouth and forced permission. I kissed her hand and bathed it with my tears, told her she had rendered me extremely happy, and that I would endeavor to deserve her indulgence by every mark of gratitude and attention in my power. She seemed pleased and somewhat affected, and at quitting me she gave me a purse of 50 louis d'ors, bid me prepare for my journey by that day se'nnight, and she would not desire me to come to her house at Marseilles, because she meant to surprise her husband by finding me in her suite without his knowledge, and desired that I might still retain the name of d'Olivet. This was the most sudden transition I had ever experienced, from sorrow to joy, and though I could not possibly know what sort of state I was going to enter into, yet I thought any change must be for the better. It was also the first time I had ever had anything like business to transact in my life, and the having it in my power to discharge my debts and servants composed my mind into a state of the most pleasing tranquillity imaginable. Nanette, however, remained still a weight upon my spirits, in addition to that misfortune that then did, and ever will, oppress them. In a short time after the Marchioness had left me, the good Father Guillaume returned. He brought with him the shagreen case, which I had entrusted him with, the contents untouched, except a diamond ring which he had been obliged to dispose of, to answer the expenses of my family, and delivered me 12 louis d'ors. The remainder of 30 he had sold it for. The sight of my dear parents' pictures affected me extremely. I kissed and bathed them with my tears, and most piously thanked my good patroness in my heart for this article of her bounty, more than all the rest, that she had saved me from the misery of parting with those dear remains. Father Guillaume told me that he had related my story to Madame de Fribourg without mentioning who I was, and shewed her the jewels, in hopes that she would purchase them, which she refused, but the moment she beheld the portraits, she snatched up one of them, exclaiming with surprise and joy, "This, this was my near relation, and my dearest friend Olivia de Umberg," upon which he acquainted her with my name and family, and she promised on the instant to take care of me, but insisted on his not informing me that she had acknowledged any manner of affinity between us. He then gave me the Marchioness's character and history in a few words. Pride, vanity, an insatiable desire of admiration, and a fondness for play, he said, were her great foibles, but that she was friendly, generous, and humane, when these virtues did not interfere with her passions. He said she had been married young to the Marquis de Fribourg, that he had been dead about 10 years, and had left her immensely rich, that she had since married Monsieur de Louvain, a young soldier of fortune, who treated her very cavalierly, and of whom she was extravagantly fond and jealous. He told me that he had furnished me with this little charte du pas, in hope I should be able to steer my course by it to safety and happiness. He then informed me that he had written to a friend of his in Ireland to inquire after Colonel Walter, but that, as I had not been able to ascertain even the name of the province where his fortune lay, it was possible, nay probable, from the dissoluteness of his character, that I might never see or hear of him again. He entreated me, therefore, to strive wholly to forget him, and devote my whole attention to the cultivation of the Marchioness's friendship, and the education of my child. He promised to remember me in his prayers, and to favour me with his advice by letter, then took a most affectionate leave of me, as he was obliged to quit Marseilles for a few days, to perform some business, by command of his superior. I had not seen Nanette from the time of my being ill, but as I knew she was recovering, though slowly, I fancied I was then able to bear an interview with her, and acquaint her with my design of quitting Marseilles. I meant to offer her every assistance in my power, and take leave of her, I hoped, for life. I accordingly proceeded to her chamber, but no words can express the surprise and horror that affected me at seeing her. Her whole frame was convulsed, and every feature distorted and enlarged. The moment she beheld me, she seemed to acquire new strength, and endeavored to revile me with as much bitterness as when she arrived first at Marseilles. She had, however, no longer the power of raising any passion in me but pity. I said everything that was possible to calm her mind, assured her I had never knowingly injured her, and that I had certainly been as much, if not more, imposed on and deceived by Colonel Walter than herself. I then proceeded to relate, with the utmost exactness, the Colonel's whole behaviour, from his first meeting to his quitting me, during the recital of which she wept often. Her countenance became more placid and composed, and when I had finished my story, she asked my pardon 1,000 times, for the injury she had done me, and confessed I was much more to be pitied than herself, on account of my youth and inexperience. She confessed, too, that the formalities of marriage had never passed between them, but shewed me a paper he had given her, by which he had engaged to acknowledge her as his wife, at some future era. And with regard to the marked attention which he had shewn to me, he assured her he meant nothing more by it than merely to deceive her mother, and in order to carry on the plot, said he was obliged to spend a few weeks at Embrun upon a particular business, and desired her to hold herself in readiness to come off to him there, at a minute's warning, on a summons which he promised to send her from thence. Matters being thus settled between them, her mind, she said, was quite at ease on his departure, till she heard of my elopement with him, the morning after it happened, which threw her into a state of distraction for several months, but not hearing from him all that time, and beginning at last to apprehend that her situation would quickly discover her misconduct, and cover her with infamy, she determined to follow him to Embrun, and as she could not suppose that he had ventured to have entered into firmer engagements with me than he had already done with her, she considered herself as having a prior right to the title of his wife, and resolved to assert her claim. She then took a small sum of money from her mother, to whom at length she had revealed the secret, and came off post to Embrun, as it had been known that we had taken that route. But upon missing us there, she had, with almost incredible difficulty, and after numberless delays, attended by illness and fatigue on the way, traced us to Marseilles, where she acknowledged that she owed her life to my unmerited humanity. She then poured forth many severe execrations against Colonel Walter, said she would not return to Brecon, but, if she could recover, would pursue him all over the world till she had received satisfaction, at least in revenge for her perjured faith and villainy. She told me that my aunt had not expressed either rage or surprise at my going off, but seemed rather to be sufficiently consoled for my loss, by being freed from the expense of my future maintenance. There is a material difference between the belief and certainty of a fact, and though I had hitherto supposed that her insensibility might have prevented her from grieving at the impropriety of my conduct, or the misfortunes which might probably attend it, I could not bear to be convinced of my own insignificance by her inhumanity. I felt humbled and mortified at this account, as if I had received some fresh injury. Before I knew anything of Madame de Fribourg, I had many times thought of returning to Briancon, of throwing myself at my only surviving parent's feet, and of endeavouring to obtain her pardon for my offending self, and her protection for my unoffending child. But now the idea vanished like a dream, and I thought of no other resource but the Marchioness's kindness. After having discharged all my little debts, I had about 13 louis d'ors left, and the day before I quitted Marseilles I took leave of Nanette, and presented her with 10 of them. I begged to hear from her, and left a line recommending her to the care of the good Father Guillaume, and we parted from each other with all the tokens and feelings of revived friendship. When the Marchioness's equipage stopped at my door, I was ready to step into it, and my little girl was consigned to the care of her woman, who travelled in a chaise behind us. Madame de Fribourg accosted me with great good humour, and praised my exactness in not keeping her waiting. The instant I opened my lips to reply to her politeness, Monsieur de Louvain lifted up his eyelids, which had been closed before, and seemed to awake from a profound slumber. He gazed at me with an expression of surprise in his look, and threw me into as much confusion as his lady had done on our first interview. From that moment he became lively, and so perfectly polite and attentive to the Marchioness, that not only she but I was charmed with his behaviour, and our long journey was rendered perfectly agreeable by the pleasing concord that appeared between, as I then thought, this happy pair. On our arrival at Paris, the Marchioness allotted me an apartment in her hotel, and ordered 2 of her women to attend particularly on me and my child. She requested that I would get the better of my air triste, and appointed a music master and a dancing master to instruct and fashion me. End of letters 29 to 30. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Letter 31 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 31 from Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Southfield. As I have now happily set the fair narrator down safe at the Hotel de Fribourg, you will give us both leave to rest ourselves a little, for though I am still, you perceive, running on, yet I find that a change of subjects relieves the fatigue of writing. While she was relating her story, I felt infinitely more than you can possibly do in reading it. The seeing the very object of distress before us is a vast improvement to the pathetic. Besides that, along with my compassion towards her, and my resentment against her husband, there was mixed up a certain sensation of horror at being lodged under the roof of such a villain. I honour Shakespeare for asking by the mouth of Lear, can there be any cause in nature for these hard hearts? And am charmed with Sadi, the great Indian philosopher, for saying that il ne faut qu'un souper de l'innocence opprimée pour remuer le monde. The extravagance of the Eastern manner of expression cannot hurt the nobleness of the sentiment. We have heard nothing from any of the party since they left us, nor have we been encumbered with neighborly visits since our return home. But our weather is fair, our woods are dry, our hearth and hearts are warm, and Harriet, Lucy, and I find sufficient society in ourselves to shorten the day and lengthen the evening, being too loath to part at night. The next post I shall resume my narrative, which may serve to divert us both from too close an attention to our own unhappiness. Till then, adieu. L. Barton. Letter 31. Continued. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Southfield. My story is already prefaced, so I need not but proceed, repeating as before, after Mrs. Walter. For the first 10 or 12 days that I passed at Paris, the novelty of the scene, with the grandeur and brilliancy of the objects that surrounded me, lifted me, as it were, out of myself, and helped me for that time almost to forget my misfortunes. The Marchioness made me several very considerable presents, and ordered her tradespeople to attend me, that I might choose my own clothes, only desiring they might be handsome enough to appear in along with her. Madame de Freeburg received a vast deal of company, and kept very late hours. Monsieur de Louvain was seldom of her parties, and sometimes withdrew himself entirely from the house, for a fortnight together. She used to appear dissatisfied at his absence, and frequently complained to me of the coldness and constraint of his manners towards her. He used sometimes to visit me in my apartment, seemed fond of my little Olivia, and often wished that he had such another child. He said the Marchioness's mode of living was by much too gay and dissipated for him, and that he languished for the pleasure of society in a more rational course of life. Small as was my knowledge of the world, I could not help perceiving that there was something particular in Monsieur de Louvain's address, whenever he spoke to me; but this circumstance, however, was not of a nature to give offence, as it amounted to nothing more than additional softness in his looks and voice. The Marchioness certainly perceived it as well as I, and would often fix her piercing eyes upon me, and ask me if Colonel Walter was as handsome as Monsieur de Louvain. I always replied, as I really thought, that the colonel was by far the handsomest man I had ever seen. She used to appear pleased with what she called my simplicity. At other times her manners were severe towards me, and though perfectly convinced of my own innocence, I began soon to fear that I was become the object of her jealousy. This idea was productive of the most fatal consequences to my peace. It rendered my behaviour timid and constrained before her, and totally deprived me of that ease and cheerfulness which I had before endeavoured to assume, in hopes of rendering myself agreeable to my kind benefactress. This alteration in me, which her own manners had occasioned, she construed into the effect of guilt, and became every day more cold and reserved towards me. scarce ever asked me to go out with her, and as often affected to be surprised when she saw me coming into her drawing room. Though my situation with the Marchioness was by no means the plus ultra of my hopes and wishes, which continually pressed forward to the meeting of Olivia's father, my still loved, cruel husband, yet certainly I had reason to consider it an happy asylum for my child and me. Her bounty had rescued both of us from the iron hand of poverty, and placed us in the lap of plenty, of honour, and of ease. How then could I bear the being suspected of repaying such benefits with the basest sort of ingratitude? It was impossible. I determined, therefore, to come to an explanation with the Marchioness, if possible, to convince her of my innocence, and do all in my power to recover her esteem. But if I failed of removing her suspicions, I firmly resolved to quit her directly, to throw myself and my infant once more into a merciless world, to labor for our bread, and suffer any misery that poverty could affect me with, rather than that of embittering her life, to whom I owed the generous support of my own. I had revolved this subject in my thoughts for several days, and impatiently waited for an opportunity of executing my scheme. But the distance and hauteur of Madame de Freeburg's manner overawed me still. I found I could not muster up spirit sufficient to speak on her on such an interesting topic, and I resolved therefore to communicate my sentiments to her in writing. One evening that she went to the Italian comedy, I retired to my chamber, in order to execute my purpose, and, that I might not be interrupted, I desired the maid who attended Olivia to take her down stairs and amuse her, till I should ring for her to come up, as I had some letters of consequence to write. She withdrew. I bolted my chamber door, sat down to the task I assigned myself. I found it infinitely more difficult than I had imagined. I wrote, and burned several sheets of paper, and blotted others with my tears. In this situation I heard a key turn, as it were behind the arras, and saw Monsieur de Louvain entering by a door which had been till then concealed from me. I started up, when he threw himself instantly at my feet, said he had long waited in vain for the opportunity of finding me alone for a moment, and hoped I would pardon his acquainting me, perhaps a little too abruptly, with a secret on which more of his life, his happiness, depended. To be short, he then declared his love for me, with all the asseverations, protestations, and transports that the most violent passion could suggest. No words can paint the surprise and confusion of my mind, which I thought it was impossible to augment, till I saw the Marchioness come in at the door which Monsieur de Louvain had left open, and found him on his knees before me. Luckily for me, I was saved from distraction by the total suspension of all my faculties, and I sunk motionless in my chair. Many hours passed before my reason returned. My recollection of the events that had happened on the preceding night was such as one feels on awakening from a painful dream. Yet I flattered myself I should still be able to undeceive the Marchioness by the most solemn assurances of my innocence, and though I could never hope to regain her favour, justice methought ought to have restored me to the place I had before obtained her esteem. Alas! I knew not then that jealousy, like the adder, is at once sharp-sighted, deaf, and venomous. I rose as soon as it was day, and upon inquiring for the papers which I left upon my table, was informed that the Marchioness had taken them away. I waited impatiently for her rising. I was determined to throw myself at her feet, the moment I should be permitted to see her, to acquaint her with every sentiment of my heart, and to set hers at ease on my account by withdrawing myself from hers, and Monsieur de Louvain's sight, for ever. While I was ruminating on my unhappy situation, a servant brought me the following letter. A Madame de Oliviet. After the scene I was last night an accidental witness of, you cannot, I suppose, be weak enough to imagine that it is any longer in your power to impose upon me, or that all your art, consummate as it is, can prevail on me to continue my protection to the most ungrateful of her sex. Your deep laid scheme of deceiving me, by that letter, which you and my unworthy husband had concerted together, can now take effect. Contempt must follow such a detection, and render you as much below my resentment, as you ever were beneath my esteem. In regard to myself, I must inform you, that though I have long suspected an improper intercourse between Monsieur de Louvain and you, I was not actuated by so mean a motive as seeing the conviction I met with when I entered your apartment. Impelled by the regard I once had for you, I was impatient to acquaint you with what I then imagined might have been a welcome piece of intelligence, by informing you that the person you call your husband is in Paris, and that I had seen him at the Comedy. It did not, at that moment, occur to me how unwelcome both the news and the messenger might be to you. On inquiring for you when I came home, I was told that you had bolted your door, and given orders not to be disturbed, even by your darling child. I knew not but you might be ill, or gone to bed, and therefore, to avoid alarming you, thought of the private door, which your lover had been so careless to leave open behind him. I do not mean this detail as an apology to you, but as a justification to myself. I have nothing farther to add, because I must suppose it unnecessary to command you to quit my house. Your new protector will, I doubt not, furnish you with proper accommodation, and from this moment I am determined never to hear, see, speak, or if possible think of you more. Mariana de Fribourg. I sat down on the instant, and wrote to the Marchioness, and in the strongest and most affecting terms implored her to admit, not to her presence, and implored her to admit me to her presence for a few minutes, but in vain. She returned my letter unopened, with a message by her woman, that she would never read a line that I should write, or ever suffer me into her presence more. I grew almost distracted at this treatment, and tried to force my way into her apartment, but was prevented from entering by her servants, and treated like what I really was, a poor, frantic wretch. The consciousness of my integrity might possibly have supported my spirits at any other time, but the terrors I felt lest the Marchioness should see my husband before I did, and poison his mind with her unjust suspicions, were not to be endured. My situation was as completely miserable as anything but guilt could possibly have rendered it. While I labored under these agonizing sensations, Monsieur de Louvain entered my apartment. The moment I beheld him, rage, for the first time of my life, became the predominant passion of my soul. I accused him as the author of all my wretchedness, would not suffer him to speak, though he was prostrate at my feet, and commanded him to fly from my sight for ever. Unwilling to irritate me farther, he rose and retired, and had there been an instrument of death within my reach, I fear I might at that instant have put an end to a wretched being, which saw itself marked out for destruction. I was at last informed by the Marchioness's orders that a fiacre waiting to carry me where I pleased, though I had been near 10 months at Paris, I was as much a stranger in that great city as on the day I first arrived there. I implored the servant who had attended Olivia not to forsake me, and to direct whither I should go, and what course I should take. She applied to her lady for leave to attend me, but she had not humanity sufficient to grant her request. The girl had however resolution and compassion enough to disobey her commands, and accompanied me to a small house in the suburbs of St. Germain's, that belonged to her sister. As soon as she had brought me there, she returned again to the Hotel de Fribourg, without my knowledge, to pack up my clothes and her own. When she came back, she gave me a pocket book, which she said I had left behind me. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was not mine, and desired she would find the owner and restore it. She opened it, and a letter dropped out, addressed to me. The hand appeared to be the Marchioness's, and it occurred to me that she might have so far relented as to acquaint me with what she knew of Colonel Walter. I instantly broke the seal, and read as follows: A Madame de Liviette. Madame, if we are taught to believe, penance may atone for the greatest crimes. The true sorrow and contrition which I feel for having rendered you unhappy, entitles me to hope for your forgiveness, but through you should be generous enough to grant it. It is impossible that I should ever forgive myself. Do not be alarmed, madame, at the little artifice I have used in endeavoring to counterfeit the Marchioness's hand. I mean nothing more by it than a plead for pardon, and to satisfy you that I shall never more attempt to disturb your peace. The moment I have sealed this, I shall quit Paris, perhaps forever. The sight of my tyrant is now become odious to me, and I dare not flatter myself with the happiness of ever again beholding you. I go, then, madame, to indulge my unhappy passion in silence and retirement. I fly from the object of my hatred to the contemplation of her whom I adore, of her to whom the warmest wishes of my heart shall for ever be devoted, and whom I shall for ever remain a passionate but as honorable lover. Charles de Louvain. P.S. I hear the happy possessor of your heart is now in Paris. May your virtues meet with their returns from his kindness, and may be, if possible, have a high sense of them, as the despairing C.L. Enclosed in this letter there was a banknote for 200 louis d'ors, which I immediately sealed up with it, and sent Maria to deliver back into the hands of Monsieur de Louvain, but he had quitted the Marchioness's house an hour before that time, and no person could tell where he was gone to. The violent agitation of spirits I had gone through brought on a feverish complaint, and though I had resolved to go, alas! I knew not where, in pursuit of Colonel Walter. I found myself unable to sit up, and was obliged to submit to my disorder. I grew worse every hour, and by the next morning I became delirious. The physician who attended me thought it was impossible that I should recover, and at the end of 6 weeks my being able to crawl across the chamber was deemed a prodigy. The anxiety of my mind doubtless retarded my recovery. My impatience to see Colonel Walter, or at least hear something of him, increased every day, and Maria's sister was sent to inquire for him at all the hotels and houses of English resort in Paris, but without ever receiving the least glimmering of light to trace him by. As soon as my strength would permit, I was carried in a sedan to the Luxembourg Gardens. Maria attended, and I might lean on her in case I should be able to walk. I was moving slowly on, in one of the most retired walks, when I heard Colonel Walter's voice. I turned quick to look for him, and saw him coming towards me with another gentleman, but I saw no more. My senses forsook me. In spite of Maria's sustaining arm, I fell motionless to the ground. The first emotions of humanity naturally brought both these persons to my assistance. The colonel raised me in his arms, and carried me to the next seat. But the moment he beheld my face, he started from me, and cried out, "Come away, my lord, and leave that abandoned woman to practise her arts on other men, for here they cannot be successful." He then took hold of his companion, dragged him off, and quitted the gardens with utmost precipitation. And though Maria had sense enough to know that this must have been the person we had so long been in search of, yet it was impossible for her to quit me, in the situation I then was, in order to pursue and watch his haunts. This last shock quite overcame my spirits. I was conveyed home in a state of insensibility, fell from one fainting fit into another, and for several weeks my existence was marked only by the hourly expectation of my dissolution. Yet was I at the time more anxious to live than I have ever been before. I had seen my husband, and hoped there was a possibility of seeing him again, of clearing my innocence, and at least of placing my beloved child under the protection of her father. These were strong motives, and they operated accordingly. I recovered, to the amazement of every creature that knew me, and again vainly renewed my search after my unkind fugitive. Maria used sometimes to visit a favourite fellow servant at the Marchioness's, who told her it was universally believed in the family that I had had an amour with Monsieur de Louvain, that he had entirely absented himself from his lady, and that she seemed inclined to console herself for his loss by a particular intimacy with an English gentleman, who made one in all her parties, and was going with her in a few days to the waters of Barrage. The description she gave of this person exactly resembled Colonel Walter, and I was perfectly convinced that this new friend of the Marchioness's was my still beloved, deceived, and unkind husband. I had no person to consult who was capable of advising me how I should act upon this occasion, and amidst a variety of wild and romantic schemes, I at last pitched on that of writing to him and requesting the favour of an interview, in the character of a stranger. I had no doubt that if he accepted my invitation, nature would recover her rights in his heart, and that the sight of a woman whom he once fondly loved and cruelly deserted, with the additional influence of his lovely child, would melt his obdurate nature, or at least soften it so far as to allow me to assert my innocence, and endeavour to awaken the feelings of parental affection, if ever other species of tenderness were even totally extinguished. Full of these fond ideas, I wrote to him an ambiguous style, disguised my hand as much as possible, and would not even venture to direct my letter, lest the recollection of my writing, which is rather particular, should prevent his opening it. Maria prevailed on her friend, who lived at the Marchioness's, to deliver this billet to his servant, and to desire that the answer might be left with her. Everything answered to my expectations, and the morning following I received a very gallant note, assuring me that the person I had honoured with my invitation would most gladly accept of the favour I intended him, and have the happiness of waiting on me at 8 o'clock in the evening. My poor foolish heart exulted with the joy at the success of my little stratagem. I dressed and undressed Olivia 100 times, in order to try if I could add any ornament to her natural beauty, and render her more lovely in her father's eyes. As to myself, I disdained the aid of dress, well knowing that my wan complexion and my wasted form could only furnish him with such a reproachful idea as my ghost might have done, of what I was when he forsook me. I counted the minutes quicker than they passed, and thought them ages, till the appointed hour arrived. But gracious Heaven! How shall I express the astonishment I felt when I saw an utter stranger enter the room, with a mixture of libertinism and freedom in his looks and manners. I let go Olivia's hand, which I had held in mine, gave a loud shriek, and fainted. Maria ran to my assistance. The stranger gazed intently on me, and said to her, with a kind of sneer, it was a pity that her lady was subject to such violent disorders, but hoped she would recover her health before she made another assignation with him, for he had seen her faint twice, and he did not think fits were the least addition to female beauty. However, as he believed she might be in distress, he would make her a present of 5 guineas, for the sake of an old friend of hers, honest Jack Walter, and that when he came back from Barrage he would call upon her again, in hopes of finding her in more sociable state than she appeared to be at present. Maria instantly recollected that this gentleman was with the colonel the day we met him at the Luxembourg Gardens, and endeavoured to convince him he was not the person I expected to see. He said that was impossible, for he had my note in his pocket, and had shewn it to Colonel Walter, who knew my writing perfectly well, though I had attempted to disguise it. She tried every argument to make him take back his money, but in vain, and as he found that I did not immediately come to myself, he quitted the house, with strong expressions of dissatisfaction at his disappointment. This last stroke was infinitely more severe than all that I had yet endured. I now saw the impossibility of ever clearing my conduct to my husband, and devoted as I was, by him, to infamy, the peaceful asylum of the sheltering grave was now become my only hope or wish. Even a mother's tenderness could not reconcile me to such unmerited and endless sufferings. That virtuous fondness which had sustained me through all my former trials, was now absorbed in mean self-love, and I could not refrain from praying for an end of my misery, though certain that my Olivia's misfortunes must commence from the conclusion of mine. I languished on for many months, in this state of passive despair, when the fate of the good Father Guillaume, who I had never heard from since I left Marseilles, and of course concluded to be dead, brought back a gleam of joy. He told me that after his return to Marseilles he had a long and severe illness, and on his recovery had been obliged to go to Rome on business, that he had written me several times, and was grieved to find that his letters had miscarried. He informed me that Annette had died in about 6 weeks after I left her, that she was extremely penitent for the injuries she had done me, and retracted everything she had said to my prejudice. I dropped tears at her untimely fate, while my own misery taught me to envy that lot which my humanity lamented. The Marchioness had written to Father Guillaume, and accused me of the basest ingratitude to her, and the most infamous conduct with regard to myself; and the good man had come on purpose to Paris to be, as he said, convinced of my innocence, or to relinquish his opinion of female virtue. The situation he found me in afforded him sufficient conviction of my integrity, and when I related the circumstances in which I had been involved, the gracious drops of pity that he shed for my distress were like a healing balm to my poor wounded heart. He would have gone directly to the Marchioness and tried to undeceive her, but she had been at Barrage for some time, and no one knew whether she would go from thence to Paris or Marseilles. He undertook to find out Colonel Walter for me, if he remained in Paris, and cheered my spirits with the hope that he would at least vindicate my injured character, and leave him no excuse for the inhumanity of his behaviour. After a fruitless search of several weeks, he learned that Colonel Walter was then at Genoa. He wrote to him in the most forcible terms in my favour, but to this, and many other letters, he never deigned an answer, though we were satisfied that he had received them from the hand of a person that Father Guillaume could depend on, who afterwards informed us of the Colonel's setting out for England, and of his design of returning to settle in his native country. As for myself, I had now no hope left of ever recovering his esteem, or my reputation. To my great joy I perceived I was going fast into a consumption, but though I longed for my release, it was impossible to quit my little charge exposed to all the miseries of unfriended youth, without suffering the severest agonies, and after many consultations upon the subject, I at least acquiesced in Father Guillaume's opinion, and it was my duty not to leave her totally an orphan, but to place her and myself under the protection of her father, before I should be taken from her. Upon this principle I set out for Ireland as soon as I received information, through Father Guillaume's means, of my husband's being there. I arrived about 4 months ago. My reception surpassed even my apprehensions. Inhumanity and insult were added to unkindness, and my not being turned out to perish in the highway was accounted a favour far beyond my desert. What account the colonel gave of me to his servants, I can only suppose, but he told me that if I ever attempted to converse with one of them, I should not remain another moment in his house. He commanded me never again to appear in his sight, and confined me to a wretched garret, where I am supplied with such food as his servants think proper to afford me. Unworthy as I am, I have often repined at the continuance of my existence, but I now bless the chastening hand that has enabled me to support my miseries to this auspicious hour, when I can no longer doubt that my child shall find protection from your humanity, and no more be involved in the unhappy fate that has so long attended her too wretched mother. The agonies which Mrs. Walter sustained during the recital of her affecting story made me fear that her death would bring it to a period, before she had finished the relation, but my appearing, as I really was, sincerely interested in her misfortunes, seemed to furnish her with such a recruit of strength and spirits as enabled her to undergo the reflection and recital of her unmerited sorrows. The morning was pretty far advanced. By the time Mrs. Walter had concluded her narrative, I gave her the strongest assurances of my doing everything in my power, both for herself and her child. I pressed her to take share of my bed for a few hours, which she refused, though she seemed so faint and exhausted as to be scarce able to get up the stairs. She said if Olivia should awaken and miss her, she would be alarmed, and might disturb the family. She added that one of her greatest anxieties for some time past had been for what her child should feel if she should happen to expire in the night, and that the little helpless innocent should find her cold and insensible to her soft touch and voice. As soon as she left me, I went to bed, but found it impossible to rest. I knew not in what manner to act. Sir William would probably be displeased at my interfering in Colonel Walter's affairs, yet was I determined, at all events, to fulfill my promise to this amiable unfortunate, and protect her and her child as far as it might be in my power. With this resolution I shall now take leave of my dearest Fanny, as I am extremely fatigued with writing, yet would not trespass so far on your patience as to break off again, till I had concluded Mrs. Walter's story. But interested as I am for her, be assured that I am much more so for my beloved Fanny and Sir George. Where is he now, my sister? Has Mrs. Colville's mystery been explained? Is his heart more at ease after it? And has your hearts yet recovered that tranquillity which should be the portion of the good and amiable? Alas! why is it not inalienably so? Yet Mrs. Walter wastes her days in sorrow. My Fanny mourns her ill-requited love. Sir George hangs pensive o'er his Delia's tomb, and my sad heart, too much in unison with mournful tones, responsive echoes back the sighs of all, and mingles plaintive notes for its own woes. Adieu, my dearest sister. L. Barton. End of letter 31.
Letter 32 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 32. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. 1,000 thanks to my dear Louisa for the pleasing, painful entertainment which she has taken the trouble of affording me, which is, at present, more particularly suited to my situation than any other that could possibly be devised. In quest of happiness, we should for ever cast our eyes downward, and the tears that flow from them in contemplating the miseries of those who are more wretched than ourselves, will at last stifle the voice of self-love, and silence the complaints that arise from lesser sorrows, sometimes imaginary ones. When I compare my sufferings with those of the unfortunate Olivia, I am shocked at my own ingratitude and impiety for having ever dared to say I was unhappy. The greatest misery I have endured falls infinitely short of the least of hers. Like her, I have been forsaken by the man I love, but then I have not, like her, been exposed to want and ignominy. Sheltered in the fostering arms of tender and affectionate friends, who sympathize even with my weakness in lamenting an inconstant lover, blessed with reputation, health, and fortune. These circumstances render the comparison so very unfair that it must be disadvantageous to make it. No, she is alone the paragon of unearned sufferings, and I hope there is not any one person living who has a right to dispute the painful preeminence with her. But where is she now, Louisa? It is not possible that you can have left her in that pandemonium which the great fiend inhabits. I cannot speak of Colonel Walter in milder terms. I am provoked that the infernal should have any shadow of pretence for his barbarity to his angelic wife. When the world once gets hold of a tale of scandal, it is not easy to wrest it from them. That wicked Marchioness— but there will be no end to my letter if I go on entering into particulars. All I can say upon the whole is this, that I fear your bringing her to Southfield may engage Sir William in a strife, either with the Colonel or yourself. No one can tell which part he will take. I should rather apprehend his siding with the monster, and quarrelling with you for intermeddling. To avoid all this apprehension, if Mrs. Walter be able to bear the journey, on the easiest terms it can be made to her, request you to send her and her child over to me as quick as possible. I will receive her with open arms, and do everything in my power to procure her health and peace. I have no person to whom I am accountable for my conduct, and therefore stand clearer from difficulty in this affair than you do. I hope these reasons will incline both Mrs. Walter and you to comply with my entreaty, and that I shall soon have the happiness of embracing the two lovely Olivias. She may depend on my secrecy. I can prepare this family in half an hour for the reception of a lady and her daughter from France, whom I have invited to spend some time with me. I will carry her to Bristol, or any other place that may aid her recovery. She must not die, Louisa, and for heaven's sake, let me have the happiness of being concerned in her preservation. I fear self has predominated too much in this wish, for indeed I look forward with an uncommon degree of impatience to the pleasure of having it in my power to serve such an amiable creature. Do, my Louisa, then, indulge me with the true enjoyment of the fortune I am possessed of. Let me know the transport of succouring merit in distress, and I shall henceforward look upon riches as a real blessing. I have this moment received a letter from our dear brother that has amazed me. What think you is the pretended request of the dying Delia? Why, nothing more than that Sir George should marry her mother. I have long suspected her passion for my brother. I knew her to be an artful, that is, in other words, a vile woman. I cannot help the evil thoughts which obtrude themselves on my mind with regard to my dear Delia's death. If Mrs. Colville be innocent, heaven forgive me, but I have not charity enough to pray for her if she should be guilty. Sir George does not express half the horror that I feel at this shocking proposal. The gratification which our vanity receives in knowing we are beloved, even by the most worthless person, can, I perceive, soften our contempt into compassion, and deceive us so far as to make us think such pity the offspring of our virtue. However, do not be alarmed, for though he speaks somewhat too tenderly of her pretended sorrow, I am certain no power on earth could ever make him think of such an unnatural alliance. I have little to say of myself. Nothing of moment has happened to me since I wrote last, and I endeavour to think as little as possible of what happened before. Adieu, my dear Louisa. I hope there is a letter of yours now travelling towards me, for I am most extremely impatient to know what you have done, or intend to do, with Mrs. Walter. I beg you to assure her of my affectionate regard, and to believe me ever most truly yours, F. Cleaveland. End of Letter 32.
Letters 33 and 34 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffiths. Letters 33 to 34. From Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Letter 33. Southfield. This letter, my Fanny, shall go on in the narrative style, at least so far as it relates to Mrs. Walter, for as her adventures are entirely detached from anything relative to us, I will not mingle them with mine. I lay till it was very late on the morning that the fair unfortunate had related her story, yet I had neither slept nor fixed upon any scheme for delivering her from her hated prison, except that of bringing her and her child to Southfield, which I foresaw must be attended with very hazardous consequences. I therefore summoned a little council, the moment I arose, and after communicating the most distressful circumstances of her situation to Lucy, Harriet, and my faithful Benson, I desired them to give me their advice how to act on this critical association. Having first informed them that I was determined not to desert the cause I had undertaken, by leaving this amiable woman to perish at Waltersborough. Various, as you may suppose, were the plans offered and rejected. It was at last agreed that we should return home as soon as possible, and that Mrs. Walter should remain where she was, for 3 or 4 days after our departure, that, in that time, Benson should be employed in fitting up a chamber for her reception in the house of one of our tenants, whom I formerly mentioned to you as having his house burned, and who had now got a very comfortable, though small, habitation, within a short walk of Southfield, that as soon as everything was prepared Benson should come for her in my chaise to a particular spot at a time appointed, and convey her and the little Olivia to this house, where she was to remain in profound secrecy, till we saw what effect this innocent elopement might produce, till everything in our power should have been done for the recovery of her health, and till we could fix upon some more eligible plans for her future happiness. As the colonel's servants gave themselves not the least trouble about the fair recluse, we found it very easy to convey proper food to her unobserved, and as I thought it right that she should have time to consider of our scheme, I wrote to her directly, and desired to have the pleasure of an interview with her in my apartment that night. I gave her to understand, in the politest manner I could, my reasons for declining to bring her directly to Southfield, at least till I had consulted my husband, and assured her in the strongest terms that while I lived neither she nor her child should ever be reduced to the misery of seeking support or protection from the inhuman Colonel Walter. I added everything that I thought could soothe her mind, and implored her to take care of her health, for the sake of her lovely infant. She replied almost instantly to my letter, poured forth the warmest acknowledgments for my goodness, again called me her guardian angel, and said she was ready to be guided by me in everything, and that, as the strongest mark of her gratitude, she would at my command endeavor to live, were it only to bless and thank me. The impatience of Lucy and Harriet to see Mrs. Walter was extreme. They looked at their watches 100 times, and would fain have persuaded themselves they did not go from the moment it grew dusk till our hour of retiring, though it was yet a moot point, whether they were to see her or no, as I meant first to ask her permission, certainly before I should present them to her. When she entered my apartment, her countenance seemed at once more animated and composed than it had been the preceding night. The effusions of her gratitude were such as must flow from a heart like hers, and were more fully expressed by the silent eloquence of tears than by the pomp of words. She readily and most gracefully complied with the request I made her of giving me leave to introduce Lucy and Harriet to her, who, notwithstanding the description I had given them of the delicacy and elegance of her form, were both amazed when they beheld her, and could hardly consider her as of flesh and blood, but rather a form of unsubstantial air, or else composed of that fine ether with which we suppose angels endue themselves when they deign to become visible on earth. As both Mrs. Walter and I wanted rest, we parted sooner than we had done the foregoing night, after having first settled every thing for the execution of our project, and fixed on the day following for my quitting Waltersburg. Benson packed up a part of hers and Olivia's clothes with mine, and we contrived to leave her every little necessity that could be conducive to her comfort or convenience, while she remained behind us. I have now the pleasure to tell you that everything succeeded to our wishes, and that she and her sweet girl are safely and privately lodged at honest Farmer Wilson's for the present. I write to her every day by Benson, but have not yet ventured to see her, as I am not able to walk, and the éclat of my carriage stopping at a farmhouse might occasion suspicion. Benson assures me that she already perceives a change for the better in her appearance, and I begin to hope she may recover both her health and peace of mind. The little Olivia is quite wild with spirits, and is trying to learn English from Lucy, who visits Mrs. Walter every day, and the first words she desired to be taught were meant to express her thanks to me for my kindness to her mamma. Though I reflect with sincere pleasure on having been able to rescue this amiable woman from a sense of her severest distress, yet I cannot help feeling an anxiety for her future fate which gives me extreme pain. She cannot long remain where she is, undiscovered, and no one can tell what step that barbarian, her husband, may take to distress her yet farther. My apprehensions are that he will force Olivia from her, and the loss of her child would, I am certain, occasion the loss of her life. But supposing that he should never discover her retreat, or even inquire about her, I see no asylum, except a convent, where her youth and beauty will not subject her to 1,000 misfortunes. You are sufficiently acquainted with my sentiments on the subject of monasteries, to know how very unwilling I should be to recommend a state of seclusion to any creature I either love or esteem, yet in her unhappy situation I see no other resource. However, I shall not advise precipitately, not not but that I should approve extremely of an establishment of this kind in our own country, under our own religion and laws, both equally free from tyranny, an asylum for unhappy women to retreat to, not from the world, but from the misfortunes or the slander of it, for female orphans, young widows, or still more unhappy objects, forsaken or ill-treated wives, to betake themselves to in such distresses. For in all these circumstances women who live alone have need of something more than either prudence or a fair character, to guard them from rudeness or censure. Now some sort of foundation, under the government of a respectable matronage, endowed for such a purpose, would certain be an institution most devoutly to be wished for, as a relief in the difficulties of these situations I have just mentioned. Here women might enjoy all the pleasures and advantages of living still in the world, have their conduct reciprocally vouched by one another, and be screened from those artful and insidious essays which young or pretty women, when once become helpless and adjectives of society, are generally liable to. I have had a letter from Sir William, and for once he seems pleased with my determination of staying in the country. This has made me very happy. Though he had commanded my attendance in Dublin, I would have obeyed, for I will at least endeavour to deserve the character which the offended Moor gives of the gentle Desdemona. And you say obedient, very obedient. And, as I have already told my Fanny, that is all that I can at present promise. I think it is a little century since I have heard from you. I suppose you did not choose to interrupt me in my narrative, but I expect and think reasonably that you should now hold forth, in your turn, and allow me credit for the entertainment which I am certain you must have received from Mrs. Walter's story. I have this moment got a card from Miss Ashford to congratulate me on my recovery, and to let me know that Lord Lucan and she will wait on me this afternoon. It is not odd, Fanny, that I should not have heard of his being at Sir Arthur Ashford's till now. Perhaps he went there directly from Waltersburg. If so, he must certainly be attached to Miss Ashford. But of what consequence are his engagements to me? I shall not know how to behave to him, uncertain as I am with regard to the unaccountable adventure at Colonel Walter's. If he is innocent of that insult, he will be astonished at the coldness and distance of my manners towards him. If guilty, surely his own confusion will betray him, and he shall never see my face again. But why should he bring Miss Ashford with him to Southfield? Does not this look as if he feared an explanation? Guilty, guilty upon honour. Adieu, my sister, Louisa Barton. Letter 34. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. I have such a variety of subjects to treat of, that I know not which to begin with, but I think I ought to pay my dear Fanny the compliment of attending first to her long wished for and truly welcome letter. I had not a doubt but that your humanity would be both affected and interested for the unhappy Mrs. Walter. The goodness both of your head and heart is eminently conspicuous in the proper use you have made of her misfortunes. To lighten and invalidate our own sufferings by comparing them with those of others is truly philosophic, but that firmness of mind, or rather toughness of heart, which enables us to bear our own miseries with patience and composure, is in general but too apt to render us callous to those tender feelings which should be excited by the woes of others. Let me then congratulate myself on having a sister whose stoicism is confined only to herself, while her tenderness and compassion are extended to the numerous, the unbounded circle of the unhappy. Yes, my Fanny, your request shall be complied with. Mrs. Walter is already made happy in the hope of being known to such a generous mind as yours. She has confessed to me that, in her present situation, she has suffered 1,000 apprehensions, lest my kindness to her might involve me in difficulties with Sir William. but that she could think of no expedient to prevent this evil, but flying to a convent, which she feared to propose, as her going there must be attended with what she thought too considerable an expense. I should have strongly objected to this scheme, from her ill state of health, though she is, however, amazingly recovered, since her enlargement from that worse than prison, where her poor mind was fettered, though her limbs were free, and I have great hopes, from the calm state in which she now appears, of her recovery. She has really an extraordinary understanding, allowing for her youth and inexperience, and from that I trust that she will be able to conquer the tenderness she formerly felt for the most worthless of his sex. She is to set out this night for Cork, where she is consigned to the care of an eminent merchant, a particular friend of Lucy Leicester's, who will ensure her a passage in one of the best ships that sails from thence to Bristol. On her arrival there she is to be put into the care of Benson's niece, who is married to the stationer, and is commanded by her aunt to attend her up to London, and lodge her safe under your kind protection. One of Farmer Wilson's daughters goes with her, to attend the little Olivia. The girl has lived in some creditable families, and is tolerably clever. Both Mrs. Walter and her lovely child have made an astonishing progress in learning English. They have capacities for everything. When the moment arrives of bidding her adieu, which it shortly must, shall be sensible of a more mixed sensation than I have ever felt before. I know that I ought to rejoice at our separation, for her sake, but I cannot help being selfish enough to regret it for my own. Amazement falls infinitely short of what I felt, when I read the paragraph in your letter relative to Mrs. Colville. I am shocked as well as you at the train of ideas which obtruded themselves upon me, in consequence of her unnatural proposal. Alarmed about my brother. No, heaven forbid that I should ever think of him in such a light. He ever disliked, and he must now detest her. But Sir George is of a mild and gentle nature, not apt to give the reins to his resentments. His natural and acquired good breeding must prevent his speaking hardly of a woman ever who even pretends to love him, and the involuntary respect with which he is inspired for Delia's mother must increase his restraint, and silence every sarcastical reflection. Now for myself, I know not what to think about Lord Lucan. Never was confusion equal to mine at seeing him, this rendering me incapable of observing him, but Lucy, who was present at our interview, assured me there was nothing particular in his appearance, except the paleness of his countenance, and his surprise at my manner, which I am sure must have been perfectly distrait. Why did he bring Miss Ashford here? She doubtless remarked the alteration in my behaviour, and I perhaps, at this moment, the object of their ridicule. I never saw her look so handsome as she did that evening. I suppose they will soon be married. I wish it was over, and that they were both gone to his seat in the north. I have been extremely uneasy these 3 days about my little Harriet. She looks ill, and neither eats or sleeps, yet will not allow that she is sick. I should certainly apprehend her being in love, if she had seen any object lately that could have inspired her with that passion. No, my dear Fanny, my adventure at Waltersburg was not a dream, yet I sometimes think, with you, that Lord Lucan could never have been guilty of such an indecorum, though I do not now agree with you that he is at all affected with any particular sentiment towards me, and I sincerely rejoice in dissenting from your opinion on the subject. By sending Mrs. Walter to you, I have barred my own hopes of seeing you in Ireland, and I, alas, have none of meeting you in England. I cannot let this effort of generosity pass without marking it, for perhaps it is the highest exertion of that virtue which I may ever have an opportunity of displaying. I go now to bid adieu to your future charge. She will have the happiness of seeing my Fanny almost as soon as this can reach her hands. An involuntary sigh has just escaped me. Down, selfish thoughts! Farewell, my dear sister, L. Barton. End of letters 33 to 34.
Letter 35 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 35. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. I have received your letter, my Louisa, and I have also received your fair, your lovely friend. Mrs. Walter arrived in Dover Street last night. Prepared as I was by your description, the extreme delicacy of her form surpassed my imagination. I can scarcely persuade myself that she is compounded of the same materials of which common mortals are made. At least I am certain that there must be as much difference as there is between the clay of which the finest porcelain is formed, and that which makes the coarsest earthenware. I am sorry to say the simile is strengthened by an appearance of extreme fragility and weakness, which alarms one's tenderness into a kind of apprehension for her safety every moment, and is, in my mind, infinitely more interesting than the most healthful glow of beauty in its highest bloom. I am sure if I were a man I should be in love with her, and of course miserable, for I could not help considering her but as a mere beauteous shadow, which a rough blast too quickly might dissolve. But though not a lover, I am determined to cherish this fair idea, and for that purpose I shall take lodgings at Kensington Gravel Pits to-morrow for 3 weeks or a month, as I do not think the season far enough advanced to carry her to the Hotwells, or venture her even so far as Cleveland Hall. There is, as you have already observed, something uncommonly engaging in her manner of speaking, but her sentiments need no addition. I never heard such warm yet elegant expressions of gratitude as she used in speaking of you. Her tears flowed fast while she uttered them. The little Olivia took her hand and said, "Mamma, Lady Barton is so good that I know it would grieve her to think she made you weep, for I am sure she meant to dry your tears. But Mrs. Walter is at this moment writing to you. I will therefore leave her to express her own sentiments, which she will do much better than I can, because she feels more. I am charmed with your scheme of an English Protestant monastery, though I am much afraid that both you wrote and I read that passage in your letter with too selfish feelings and reflections. The general idea of convents I am as much averse to as you are, and I am sure that none of those abroad would be a proper retreat for our fair client. The strictness of their institutions and the harshness of their discipline would soon dispatch her to the region of saints. Besides, such a place would be as unfit for one in her state of mind as well as of body. Need the already unhappy afflict themselves still further with austerities? There is a paragraph in your letter which gives me infinite concern. My dear Louisa must no longer boast a heart quite free from love. She is, I am afraid, a stricken deer, but I will hope that the wound is not mortal, and that it may yet be healed, though not without a cicatrice. Why, ask yourself, my sister, why all these apprehensions about Miss Ashford? Why is she to be married to Lord Lucan, merely because she came with him to visit you? And why should you suspect an amiable young woman of such mean malice as without provocation to attempt to render you ridiculous? These are not the genuine feelings of my Louisa's heart. The stings of jealousy have instilled its venom, and this passion has but two sources, pride and love. I most sincerely wish that Lord Lucan and Miss Ashford were married, and that they were gone to his lordship's seat in the north, or to any other point of the compass that may be most remote from the neighbourhood of Southfield. I cannot help trembling for your happiness, Louisa. I well know that I have nothing else to fear for, but is not that sufficient? I have with pain long beheld your growing partiality for his lordship, yet I hoped, against the conviction of my own heart, which still overflows with tenderness for an unworthy object, that you would be able to conquer it. But let me here observe, Louisa, that our situations are so widely different, that the weakness which may in mine not only be pardoned, but pitied, becomes criminal in yours. This you may possibly say is hard measure, but as we were none of us in a condition to make terms for ourselves before we came into the world, we must submit to those that this same world has imposed on us since. And believe me, that they who struggle least against those chains which custom has forged for our sex are least likely to feel their weight. The world is jealous of its rights. It haughtily resents and harshly chastises the smallest breach of them. Nor did I ever know a man or woman who boasted that they despised its laws, and trusted to their own integrity, who were not soon severely punished by its contempt or censure. So much by way of censure. Now let the friend and sister plead for the preservation of your peace, which cannot be maintained with loss of fame, though conscious innocence might plead your justification ever so strongly. Should your character happen to be impeached from any misconduct of yours, remember that your husband has a right to resent your having forfeited the highest trust which manly confidence can commit to female delicacy, the preservation both of his honour and her own, and that from that moment you must appear in the light of a criminal towards him at least, though you stand ever so clear with regard to yourself. How truly humiliating must such a situation be to a mind like yours! I have drawn this sad prospect in the strongest colours, in hopes that my Louisa will start from the brink of the precipice where she now stands, and instantly retreat into the gentle path of domestic happiness. I am truly grieved that the roughness of Sir William's manners may render this walk less smooth and pleasing than it should be. Yet surely it is easier to tread on pebbles than on thorns, and with the latter we shall certainly find those ways strewed that lead from the road which Providence has marked out for us. I should detest myself if I were able to add another line on this subject, yet I hope that my tears have not so much blotted what I have already written as to prevent your reading it. Mrs. Walter is determined to write to her husband, and I think her right in it, for some of the reasons given above, though heaven knows she owes him no compliment, nor scarcely duty. She shall not, however, if I can prevent it, write for some days, as it must hurry her poor weak spirits, which want much to be recruited. I have not heard from my brother for some time. Adieu, my ever dear Louisa. F. Cleaveland. End of letter 35.
Letter 36 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 36. Lord Hume to Lord Lucan. If I were not perfectly convinced of the fallacy of judicial astrology, I should fancy you were a conjurer, Lucan, and that you had calculated Margarita's nativity. How else could you, at such a distance, discover that she was compounded of art, while I, who saw her every day and all the day, was so thoroughly hoodwinked by her beauty as to imagine her mind as faultless as her form? What a numbskull, what a coxcomb have I been! She had cunning enough to persuade, and I folly enough to believe, that she loved me to distraction. For the rest of my life I shall consider myself as an idiot, though you are to take notice that I will not be called so even by you. But the worst of it is that I am a ruined fool too. Don't laugh, Lucan. I shall be ready to cut your throat if you do so, but I know you will not when I tell you that I am severely hurt. In my last I acquainted you that I had lost a large sum at play, and was waiting at Venice for remittances, which arrived in a few days. Margarita had a mind, as she said, that we should quit Venice with a coup d'éclat, and prevailed on me to hire jewels to the amount of £2,000 to ornament herself on the last night of our appearance at the Carnival. I readily complied with her request, though I had before laid out very near that sum in the same sort of trumpery for her. She looked like an angel when she was dressed, that I must acknowledge, and I never once thought of searching for the cloven foot beneath such a dazzling brightness. We went together to the masquerade, and with us a man she called her brother, whom I have since discovered to be her gallant and a notorious sharper. I soon engaged at play. Fortune favored me for a time, but before the conclusion of the night she was at her old tricks again, and I lost 500 guineas. The agitation naturally attendant on the vicissitudes of play had taken off my attention even from Margarita, so that I felt no anxiety at not having seen her for several hours. It was very late when I went home, and judge of my amazement when I was told she had not returned from the time we set out together. I flew back again into the street, and ran like a distracted man into every house that was open, but the company were retired from every place, and I could find no trace of her. I will not pretend to give you an idea of my situation, for I can now hardly recollect the state of my mind at that time, much less describe it. About 9 o'clock in the morning, a mendicant friar brought a letter to my door, in which were contained these words: To Lord Hume. I entreat you, my dear lord, and quondam lover, not to be uneasy on my account. I am well and happy, and before this can reach you, shall be out of the Venetian dominions. All search after me will be in vain. I should not have quitted you so abruptly, if I had not discovered that my staying with you would have been an injury to your fortune, which I imagine is already much hurt. But you Englishmen can always repair such damages by marriage. I have therefore removed the only obstacle to the amendment of your circumstances by tearing myself from you, and do now most seriously recommend it to you to return to your own country and avail yourself of this last resource. Those trifles of yours which I have taken with me, I shall still preserve as tokens of your liberality, which is allowed to be the national virtue of the English, and I shall ever remain your lordship's much obliged and obedient servant, M. del Strozzi. The reading of this letter entirely conquered every passion of my mind but rage, and I think I could at that moment have strangled the insolent gipsy who wrote it, but I was not suffered to brood over it long, for the Jew, from whom I had hired the jewels, came to demand them. I knew not what to do. I had settled with my banker the day before, and as I intended leaving Venice, I had withdrawn my letter of credit, and had not half so much cash as would answer the Israelite's demand. Lord Stormont happened luckily to come in to pay me a visit. I frankly told him my distress, and he kindly lent me a draft on his banker, which satisfied old Shylock. I wrote on the instant to my agent to cut down a wood that was planted, for aught I know, by my great-grandfather, and thus my good tall oaks, that have been at least 80 years growing, have vanished into the hands of Jews and jades for one night's no diversion at the Carnival. Indeed, Lucan, I begin to think that we English are very silly fellows, but why should I lump my countrymen, when I am really convinced that there is not such another noodle in the world as myself? How go on your love affairs? They can't be in such a desperate state as mine. Our country women have not spirit enough to strike such a stroke as my Dia Valesa has done, and I now begin to think that a man had better be contented with the wholesome home-brewed beer of old England than pay too dear for Tokay. Now I talk of England, I should like very well to return there, if I were not ashamed to see Fanny Cleveland, and afraid of being laughed at by my old friends at Almack's and Boodle's, and in short everywhere. Do, my dear Lucan, tell me what I shall do with myself, for I am at present the most desolate, as well as desultory of mortals, but in all states I shall continue affectionately yours, Hume. End of letter 36.
Letter 37 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ivan Yuan from Shanghai High School International Division. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffiths. Letter 37. Lord Lucan to Lord Hume. My dear Hume, as you have made it a point, I will not laugh at what you seem to consider as a misfortune, but you must permit me to say that I have not received so much pleasure for a long time as from your account of Margarita's elopement. Believe me, my friend, you have got cheaply off, even with the loss of some thousands. Character is of infinitely more value than fortune, but I am persuaded that both yours would have been totally ruined had you considered much longer connected with that most infamous and artful woman. There is nothing so very particular in your adventure as to make you apprehend yourself peculiarly ridiculous, for I will take upon me to say that there is not 1 in 10 of our countrymen that has made the same tour which you have done, who has not been duped by some jay of Italy. Don't publish the story yourself, and others will be cautious how they mention it to you. I will also venture to promise that Miss Cleveland has too much delicacy herself to wound yours, though I have not the honor of knowing her. If you have no other objections but those I have alluded to, and which I have sufficiently obviated, I would by all means wish you to return immediately to England. But prithee why, my dear Hume, have you made a comparison so extremely injurious to our fair countrywoman, whose beauty is at least the boast of Europe? Nor do I believe that either Georgia or the Grecian Isles can produce anything that surpasses them in loveliness or elegance of form. Your home-brewed beer was a simile for a porter, or at best for a mere hunting squire. I am firmly persuaded from this instance that you have conversed more with Englishmen than foreigners, since you have been on this continent. This is one of the unpardonable absurdities common to our nation. We go or are sent abroad by our friends, I had almost said our enemies, at great expense, and then, instead of informing ourselves of the manner and police of the place we are in, our first pursuit is to find out our countrymen, and herd with them continually, merely because they are so, by which conduct we contrive still to retain those prejudices we should have left at home, and cultivate only the follies and vices we meet was abroad, but a truce with reflections of every kind, and in answer to your query, with regard to the situation of my heart, I can with truth assure you that it is infinitely more wretched than your own. I never had the least reason to flatter myself with the most distant idea of being beloved by the object of my passion, yet had my vanity inspired me with the fond hope of having obtained some small share in her friendship and esteem. How I have forfeited this blessing I know not, but it now is fled, my friend, with it all my happiness. I have been, for some time past, at the seat of Sir Arthur Ashford. You must remember him at college. He has a sister, who is both handsome and agreeable, and had I a disengaged heart, I know no woman to whom I would sooner offer my hand. But never shall I be guilty of such baseness as to defraud an innocent and amiable woman of her affections, while, like a wretched bankrupt, I have not an equivalent to make. The circumstance of Miss Ashford's living with her brother will prevent my spending as much of my time with him as I could wish. The world will be apt to suppose that her attractions might have drawn me thither, and this may possibly prevent a real and deserving lover from making his addresses there. I will therefore speedily retire to my own seat, to solitude and sorrow. You are incapable of forming any idea of the charming, delicate, but distracted situation of my mind. May happier days be yours. Adieu, my friend, Lucan. End of letter 37.
Letters 38 and 39 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letters 38 and 39. Letter 38. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland, Southfield. Yes, Fanny, I confess it. You have searched my bosom, and found the arrow rankling in my heart. Too cruel sister! Better, sure far better, that you had remained ignorant of my disease, unless you can prescribe a cure. I now detest myself, and all that generous confidence, which is the true result and firm support of real virtue, is for ever fled. I shrink even from the mild eye of friendship. The tender, the affectionate looks of Harriet and Lucy now distress me. How then shall I endure the stern expression of contempt and rage from an offended husband's angry brow? There is but one thing that could be more dreadful, I mean his kindness, that alone could add new horrors to my wretched state, and make me feel the humiliating situation of a criminal still more than I now do. I am, I am a criminal! Alas, you know not what degree I am so. But I will tell you all, lay bare my heart before you, and beg you not to soothe, but probe its wounds. At about a quarter of a mile from our house there is an octagon temple, which overlooks a fine piece of water, adjoining to which there is a beautiful and extensive wood. This room, then, I have fitted up in a very elegant taste, as a small library, or museum, for myself, and it is entirely devoted to my hours of retirement. Here I read, write, draw, or ruminate. In this spot, on the day after I last wrote you, I was sitting and musing, I will confess it, on the happiness which might have been my portion, had I happened to have met Lord Lucan before I was Sir William Barton's wife. The tears streamed insensibly from my eyes, and so much dimmed my sight as to make it doubtful whether the figure I then saw of Lord Lucan walking by the canal was real or visionary. I rose immediately to the window, and perceived it to be him. He came slowly on, gazing intently on a miniature picture, which he sometimes pressed to his lips, and sometimes held at a distance, as if to place it in different points of view. Blushing, I own it, Fanny, I felt the pains of jealousy. I doubted not but it was Miss Ashford's picture, and instantly detested the original. How unworthy, how unworthy, how unjust do I now appear, in my own sight! My feet became as much riveted to the place where I stood, as Lord Lucan's eyes were to the picture. He saw me not, till he came close to the window, and then, in the utmost confusion, slipped the portrait into his pocket. He came into the temple, covered with blushes, made 1,000 apologies for having intruded upon my retirement, though he said he had come on purpose to take his leave, as he meant to quit Sir Arthur Ashford's, and set out for his own seat, the next day. With more pique than prudence, I told him that I was surprised at his having resolution sufficient to tear himself from a person, whose picture was so dear to him as I supposed that to be, to which I had seen him pay his adorations, when I fancied he might have the original as a companion for life, if he choose it. I never saw surprise so strongly painted as in his countenance. His voice faltered, while he replied, "Were that possible, madam, I should be the happiest man alive. But, alas! there is a bar, an insuperable bar, which cannot be surmounted. Therefore, madam, I do tear myself from the too lovely object of a despairing passion." I was very near as much confused as Lord Lucan, and without knowing what I said, replied, "I pity you, my lord, and am truly sorry." At that instant, he inexactly exclaimed, "Oh, stop, most honored, most beloved of women, nor raise my transports to that dangerous height, which may exceed to madness. Yet again repeat the charming sound, and by your pity overpay my sufferings." It was impossible for any one, not quite an idiot, to misunderstand this declaration. Yet was I absurd enough to seem ignorant of his meaning, and answered that I did not conceive of what use my pity could be to him, as I could not hope to have more influence on Miss Ashford than himself. He started from his seat, and with a look that seemed to pierce through all my little artifice, cried out, "Miss Ashford, madam! How is it her concern?" "Surely, my lord," I replied, "I thought it was that lady's picture, with which you seemed so much delighted as you walked along." He gazed on me again with earnestness, as he would read my thoughts, and then with downcast looks, as speaking to himself, he said, "It must be so, that form, that angel form, cannot deceive, and my temetry is yet a secret. It shall remain so, for I will fly for ever from her sight." He turned away his face to hide his tears, and I had suffered our conversation to have ended there. I had been far less guilty than I am. But vanity, that bane of female virtue, led me on, to tell him that I could not be satisfied without a farther explanation on this subject, and that, as he had declared Miss Ashford was not the object of his passion, I hoped he could have no objection to shewing me the picture of a person, whom, in all probability, I neither did, nor possibly might ever know. He looked at me then with a countenance more solemn than I had ever seen him wear. I blushed excessively, from a consciousness of my own insincerity. He saw into my thoughts, and with a firm, and yet affecting manner, spoke thus: "Do not, for your own sake, madam, extend the cruelty of your triumph beyond my demerits, nor wantonly sport with the miseries of one, whom you have, though innocently, rendered wretched. Nature formed you in her most perfect model, and gave me susceptibility to admire those charms, which, to my endless grief, were then devoted to another. I sought not, madam, to invade his right, or soil the purity of your fair bosom, with one improper thought. Your friendship, your esteem, I wished to gain, and for that purpose kept my love concealed. Chance only has revealed it. How am I to blame, or wherefore should I now become the object of your hatred or contempt? Your pity was the sole indulgence I ever should have dared to have solicited that you might, without a crime, have bestowed. The wildness of my passion flattered my fond hopes that you had just now granted it. Judge of its value by my transports, madam. But you recall the precious gift, and all that I now dare presume to ask, is your forgiveness. Allow me that, and never more shall the unhappy Lucan offend your eyes, or feast his own, with gazing on your charms." Tears stopped his utterance. Oh, Fanny, was it possible that my eyes should be dry? They streamed too surely. I confess my weakness. At that moment my heart first felt the luxury of tears. The soft effusion flowed from pity, from tenderness, from, dare I pronounce it, love. The emotion he discovered at seeing me weep was quite extravagant. He threw himself at my feet, snatched my hand and pressed it to his lips, and vowed he would never rise till I pronounced his pardon. At that instant I heard the sound of voices that approached us, and exclaimed, "Rise, my lord! I pardon and I pity you." He had scarce time to obey me, before Colonel Walter, Lucy, and Harriet entered the temple. The apparent confusion both of Lord Lucan's looks and mine, with the tears that still trembled in our eyes, was but too visible to pass unnoticed. Lucy appeared surprised at the sight of Lord Lucan. Harriet's face was covered with blushes, and the colonel, by a malignant smile, shrewd that he enjoyed our distress. He presented me with a letter from Sir William, whom he had left in Dublin, and said he hoped that would please his excuse, for having interrupted what he thought the most agreeable party in the world, a sentimental tete-a-tete, and turning briskly to Lord Lucan, asked him if he had been relating the melancholy story of Eloise and Abelard, or the more disastrous loves of Hero and Leander. Pique now got the better of my confusion, and without waiting for Lord Lucan's reply, I answered that we need not go so far back for melancholy tales, for that I was acquainted with some persons now living, whose sufferings far exceeded those of the unfortunate ladies he had mentioned. He turned his piercing eyes quick upon me at those words, and for the first time of his life, I believe, blushed. "Oh, Fanny, what an indiscreet and consequently unhappy wretch is your sister! Thank heaven, Mrs. Walter is out of his reach. But have I not, by this unguarded speech, betrayed the secret to her tyrant? I never shall forgive myself. My Lucy, ever kind and attentive to her now unworthy friend, relieved us all from our embarrassment by rendering the conversation general, and proposed our returning to the house, as there was hardly any time for me to dress before dinner, and added that she would either endeavour to entertain the gentlemen at the harpsichord, or engage with them at billiards. We then all set out, seemingly at ease; but who can read the human heart, or the various springs that actuate its movements? Mine, wretched as it is, had then received a hateful guest, unknown to it before. Conscientious of having erred, its sure attendants, fear and shame, now followed close, and when I reached my toilet, and viewed my shadow in the glass, my colour varied, as these passions worked, and I became alternate red and pale. Poor Benson saw the effect, without the cause, and was alarmed she would have got me drops, which I refused. Sick at heart I was. But where is the medicine that can abate its conflicts? Lethe, oh, for a draught of it! A shower of tears somewhat relieved me. I read Sir William's letter, cruellest of husbands. It was the kindest that he ever wrote, since he obtained that title. He will return to Southfield in a few days. How shall I look upon him, Fanny? I cannot now go on. My next text shall tell you all. L. Barton. P.S. I have read Mrs. Walter's letter and yours, but am at present incapable of answering either. Letter 39. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland, Southfield. Amidst the variety of disagreeable thoughts which had disturbed me, curiosity asserted its rights in a female breast, and increased my uneasiness by a wish to know how Lord Lucan had obtained my picture. I never had but two miniatures taken of me, one, in my happy days, for my dear Fanny, and a second, last winter in Dublin, at the earnest request of my niece, soon after she came to live with us. It was impossible that she should be in possession of the first, and a train of very unpleasant ideas succeeded to the thought of Harriet's having given him the latter. I sent for her directly. When she came into my dressing room, I perceived she had been weeping, and I also perceived my picture on her arm. This put a stop to the inquiry I had designed to make, and by way of saying something, I asked her where Lord Lucan was. She said she had just then left him in Sir William's library. My curiosity was again raised to know the cause of Harriet's tears. I could not ask her, but my heart informed me she loves Lord Lucan. Unhappy girl! Yet still far happier than I. She may, without a blush, avow her passion, while mine must cover me with endless shame. Yet wherefore should there be this false distinction? If passion is involuntary, it cannot be criminal. 'Tis consequences only that can make it so, and Harriet and Louisa both may love, with innocence, flattering sophistry. Alas! I would deceive myself, but cannot. Have I not vowed, even at the altar vowed, to love another? Yet can this vow be binding, which promises what is not in our power, even at the time we make it? But grant it were, the contract sure is mutual, and when one fails the other should be free. Wretched Louisa, strive no more to varnish are thy faults. Thou wert a criminal, in the first act, who wedded without love, and all the miseries which proceeded from thence, too justly are thy due. Yes, Fanny, I will take your counsel, and will patiently submit to those corrosive chains, which I myself have riveted. I will not murmur, but I must complain to you, and you alone, my friend, my sister. Desert me not, while I deserve your pity, and I will still endeavour to deserve it. Lord Lucan is gone. My entreaties have prevailed. He returns not to Ash Park or Southfield any more. Do not congratulate me on this imaginary triumph. I have bought the concession but too dear. I have avowed my love. Do not detest me, Fanny. I saw no other way to secure my virtue. By confessing my passion, I have put it out of my power ever to see, or converse with the object or it more. He is banished for ever from my sight. What would my sister, or what the rigid world, have more? With infinite difficulty I discovered that the innocent and undesigning Harriet had lent him my picture, and he sent off his servant to France to get it copied, who returned with it to Ash Park on the day I first saw it in his hand. I shall never take notice of this affair to her, as I too well know how difficult it must be to refuse the request of one we love. But surely his making this request must have severely pained her tender heart. Sweet, gentle, innocent! I must sincerely pity her distress. The detestable Colonel Walter stays with us still. Though unasked, I think he looks with prying eyes on all my actions. Yet what are they to him? He has no friendship, either for Sir William, for me, or anyone else. Cruel consciousness that compelled me to banish Lord Lucan and suffer Colonel Walter to remain in my house. Have I not, Fanny, sufficiently sacrificed to forms and scruples? I have this moment received a letter from Sir William. Business detains him for a month longer in town. I rejoice, for his sake as much as my own, as I hope I shall recover a greater degree of composure than I am at present mistress of, by the time he returns. I detest dissimulation, yet, as Lucia says, dissembling may for once be virtuous, at least so far as to conceal that fault which cannot now be prevented. Yet trust me, Sir William, trust me, my honoured brother, and beloved sister, no stain shall ever rest upon your names for my misconduct. I only ought, and I alone will suffer. My vow is passed to heaven and you. This unhappy subject has so totally engrossed my thoughts, that I find it impossible to think of any other. Excuse me, therefore, to our amiable friend, Mrs. Walter. Embrace her, and kiss the young Olivia for me. Tell me of all your healths and happiness, which will supply some to your ever affectionate sister, L. Barton. P.S. The Colonel has never taken the least notice of the suspicious appearances in the temple. He has informed us that his intended match with Miss Layton is quite off, seems perfectly gay and alert, and appears inclined to pay his addresses to Miss Ashford. I have injured her, without design, but should he have the least chance to succeed there, I will atone the injury I have done her, by preventing the connection. Lucy sets off this moment. An express from her lover, who lies dangerously ill in Dublin, hurries her away. She is distracted. I envy her distraction. She may to all the world declare her grief, her love, for the deserving Cresswell. End of letters 38 and 39.
Letter 40 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 40. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. Indeed, my Louisa, your 2 last letters have afflicted me beyond measure. My heart bleeds for your sufferings, yet reason and virtue both forbid my endeavouring to soothe your grief or stop your flowing tears, unless I could remove the cause from whence they spring. That, alas, can only be hoped for from the lenient hand of time, and your own fortitude. I know how very difficult it is to enter so far into another person's situation as is necessary to judge their actions with candour. We must first feel and think as they do before it can become possible. I have therefore endeavoured, by a thorough recollection of your temper and sentiments, joined to the similarity of our natures, to put myself, as it were, in your place, in order to be able, with justice and precision, to give my opinion freely, both with regard to your past and future conduct. I will now venture to tell you that the source of your present unhappiness is to be traced much higher than the era you date it from, your marriage with Sir William Barton. Though I admit your own confession, that your first fault was committed then, it must be the joining of hearts, not hands, that can ensure the marriage rights. I don't misspell the word. And the woman who stretches out an empty hand at the altar but mocks the institution, and, if I may hazard the boldness of the expression, becomes guilty before her crime, receives an antepast of misery, and puts her trust in miracles for safety. But the partiality of our ever dear and respected parents sowed the first seeds of vanity in my Louisa's mind. They live not long enough to be alarmed at its growth, and to eradicate the poisonous weed. By their death you became your own mistress at an age when self-applause is predominant in every female breast. Young, beautiful, rich, and accomplished, how was it possible you should escape the snares of flattery? They twined about your heart, and I have great reason now to believe, and lament, that the envied preference you gave to Sir William Barton by becoming his wife was owing more to his having persevered longer than the rest of your admirers in his attentions and attendance on you, than to that just selection which should be the reward of distinguished merit, and in which both love and esteem should happily unite. At the time of your marriage I had made but very slight observations on the matrimonial state, and therefore did not doubt that though you declared yourself insensible of any passion for Sir William, you might be perfectly happy with him all the days of your life. I am now convinced of the fallacy of this opinion, as well as of the imprudence of the declaration you then too openly and unguardedly made. Believe me, Louisa, that this was the first thing that soured your husband's temper. Men are naturally proud and jealous. They do not easily brook disappointments or mortifications. A hopeless pursuit must be attended with both. We are not then to wonder either at Sir William's declining it, or resenting his ill success. In a former letter you say that, had Sir William continued to solicit your affections a little longer, they would have been all his. You know not that, Louisa. Your vanity was flattered by the assiduities of a lover, and your pride revolted at the authority of a husband. Neither of these sentiments have anything to do with passion. Had you loved the man you married, you would have wished to preserve his affection without being vain of it, and had you seen it declining, you would have tried every means to recover it, without considering how much your pride would be hurt by its loss. There are, I am convinced, abundance of ingredients necessary to form a happy union for life, but love is, in my opinion, of all others the most necessary. Like the sun, it not only brightens and gilds every amiable quality of the beloved object, but draws forth every latent virtue in our hearts, and excites us to become as perfect as we can, in order to merit that affection which constitutes our true happiness. Milton seems to be of my opinion, when he makes the first of lovers and of men say thus to Eve: I from the influence of thy looks receive access in every virtue in thy sight, more wise, more watchful, stronger if need were, of outward strength, while shame, thou looking on, shame to be overcome or overreached, would utmost vigour raise, and raise unite. I know not why or how I have launched out into this dissertation upon matrimony, unless it be that I wish to avoid the painful subject of your last letters, and yet cannot turn my thoughts upon anything quite foreign to it. I think I ought, at least, to acknowledge that I am pleased with the resolution you have shown in banishing Lord Lucan, and the delicacy of your motive for confessing your passion to him is the only possible excuse that can be urged for such a hazardous impropriety. But let me now hope that my dear Louisa's virtue will soon enable her to rise above the want of an apology, and that a proper consciousness of what she owes to herself will assist her to triumph over that unhappy weakness which she so pathetically describes as the harbinger of fear and shame. Hateful, destructive passions, oh, be they banished far from every generous breast, and in their room may hope and joy expand my sister's heart. Mrs. Walter's health continues extremely delicate. The physicians who attend her give me hopes that she may recover, though slowly. If it were not for that sweet promise or hope, I should at this moment be the most wretched of mortals, for at this moment every creature that I truly love is unhappy. Can I then be otherwise? I should be sorry if I could. My brother has given his final negative to Mrs. Colville's proposal. On her account he will not stay longer in Paris, and on his own he will not return to England. He intends to cross the Alps in pursuit of amusement. May he find that, and everything else he wishes. Adieu, my beloved Louisa. F. Cleaveland. End of Letter 40.
Letter 41 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 41. Lady Barton to Miss Cleaveland. Southfield. Then all the boasted office of thy friendship was but to tell Louisa what a wretch she is. Alas! what need that? I cannot help saying, Fanny, that these lines seem but too applicable to your last letter. When I poured forth the anguish of my breaking heart before you, I had not a right to expect that my friend and sister would have spoken peace to its sorrows, and poured wine and oil on its wounds. You tell me that reason and virtue forbid these tender offices in my unhappy case. Are reason and virtue then at war with wretchedness? And must guilt be always connected with misery? Or can it be true, that misfortunes loosen the ties of blood as well as friendship, and leave the wretch infected by them, to be hurried down the stream of life, at the mercy of their own wild passions, more destructive far than raging winds and seas? Forgive me, Fanny, for this horrid thought. I know your heart is generous and good, and that you did not mean to add to my distress. Nay, I am certain that each wound you gave was doubly felt by you. Yet, why, my sister, should you think it necessary to deal severely with me? If, As you seem to think, vanity is my predominant foible. Why did not my fair philosopher find out its use, and play it off against my present weakness? We should never humble that heart too much, which we have any hopes of reclaiming. When we become completely vile in our own sight, we have but little reason to hope for the good opinion of others, which, I much fear, is one of our strongest incitements to virtue; and when, as you have before observed, we are totally indifferent to what the world thinks of us, we too generally not only meet but deserve its censure and contempt. A woman still, my Fanny, under all my distress, I am inclined to justify the foible you hint at. Nay more, to prove that it approaches to the very province of virtue, as it is at least capable of rousing it to action, and sometimes of assisting its operations. Respect thyself, is certainly one of the best tenets that has ever been conveyed to us. Yet surely it savours a little of l'amour propre, which term, though exactly translated by the words self-love, conveys yet a different idea to my mind, and appears to have somewhat more of the lightness of vanity than of self-applause in material matters. Bravo, Louisa! How admirably you have trifled through this page, on a subject absolutely foreign to your heart! But has not my Fanny set me the example, and shall I not endeavour to imitate her? Alas! like all other copyists, I fall short of the original, for I write on, I shall again recur to the sad source of all my sorrows. Again indulge the woman in my soul, and give a loose to tears and to complainings. For your sake, then, my Fanny, I will restrain my pen, and suffer this letter to reach your hands, free from the severe tax which has been too often imposed on you by my late correspondence. For indeed I am not merry, but do beguile the thing I am, by seeming otherwise. I am running into quotations, but they are natural to a disturbed mind, as persons in such a state would rather use anybody's sense than their own; for whatever can divert the mind, or turn it from its own reflections, must be a point gained from misery. Therefore I do endeavour thus to sport. I find in vain for laughter without mirth. It is but hysterical, and may end in tears. My sincerest good wishes attend Mrs. Walter, and I may venture to add, that I am both to her and you, much more than to myself, an affectionate friend, L. Barton. End of letter 41.
Letter 42 of the History of Lady Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The History of Lady Barton by Elizabeth Griffith. Letter 42. Miss Cleaveland to Lady Barton. I might with great truth and justice reply to the lemma of my dear Louisa's letter, by quoting the words that follow it in the original. Footnote. Oh, rather say, I came to tell her how she might be happy, to soothe the secret anguish of her soul, to comfort that fair mourner, that forlorn one, and teach her steps to know the paths of peace. Fair penitent. End of footnote. But though I may not express myself as elegantly as Mr. Rao, I will trust my defence to the feelings of my heart on a subject where it is so truly interested. If soothing could alleviate your sufferings, my pen should be taken from the cygnet's wing and dipped in the honey of Hybla. But alas, my sister, yours is a disease that will increase by indulgence, and which severity alone can cure. There have been instances where the hand of a surgeon has trembled from a consciousness of the misery he was obliged to inflict on his patient. Judge, then, how unsteadily I now hold the pen that is to wound the heart of my Louisa, by telling her that I fear she has committed an almost irreparable error. I have already told you that it is long since I with grief beheld your partiality for Lord Lucan, but from the idea which you taught me to form of him, and from my thorough knowledge of the delicacy and propriety of your sentiments, joined to your situation, I had lulled myself into a perfect security that Lord Lucan would never dare to insult the wife of Sir William Barton with a declaration of his passion, and that finding it entirely hopeless, he would either conquer or transfer it to some other object, from whom he might reasonably expect a proper return. Such an attachment as Lord Lucan's may be compared to winter plants, which by the aid of hothouses are rendered capable of producing summer fruits, but must decay and die without such artificial aid. Hope is the nurse of love. Without it I am certain it cannot long exist, even in the most romantic bosom. Can I then consider my Louisa's conduct as blameless, when I find Lord Lucan has avowed his passion? But what is the sentence which you would have pronounced 12 months ago upon a married woman who had declared that passion to be mutual? Guilty! Guilty upon honour! You have still candour enough to judge yourself as severely as you could anyone else. You acknowledge yourself a criminal, but whither are your candour and your judgment both fled, when you endeavour to derive merit from what you allow to be a crime, and say that you confessed your passion to preserve your virtue? I begin to be extremely apprehensive that reason is a very useless property to man, and can seldom do more than direct our choice in things that are merely indifferent to us. Apathy is not natural to the human mind, and yet from the moment our passions begin to operate with any degree of vigour, that same boasted reason, which philosophers tells us supplies its place by controlling their emotions and directing their pursuits, not only becomes instantly subservient to them, but meanly condescends to enter into the defence of their most pernicious consequences, and readily engages in the pleasing but baneful office of assisting us to impose upon ourselves. This is and must be true. At least I wish to think so, for I would much rather attribute my Louisa's errors to the general defects of our nature, than account for them by supposing any particular weakness, either in her reason or her virtue. And surely she must herself acknowledge a failure in that judgment that can be persuaded we may set bounds to the encroachments of a lover, by telling him that he is beloved. Alas, Louisa, Lord Lucan is not banished from Ash Park, from Southfield, from your sight, for ever. But both the world and I, without being over-rigid, have a right to expect that he should no more be permitted to plead his passion or avail himself of yours. If you should be inclined to dispute the authority which demands this sacrifice, let me remind you that there is one who has an undoubted right to claim it. Let your honour, then, make a willing sacrifice of all future connection with Lord Lucan, as the only atonement you can now make for the injury you have done Sir William Barton. By this means, and this alone, you may again recover your happiness, for I know you too well to suppose that it can ever be compatible with a consciousness of continuing to act in opposition to the strictest rectitude. I know, too, that you have strength of mind sufficient to accomplish this arduous task, and that our mental, like our bodily strength, is increased and invigorated by use. That generous frankness, which is the genuine offspring of virtue, shall again reanimate my beloved Louisa's face, the mild eye of friendship shall no longer be painful to her, and she shall endure the piercing look of inquiry from her husband's eyes with soft yet steady dignity. Oh, may my wishes be prophetic. Amen, amen. I will now venture to tell you that I am truly grieved for the young, the innocent, and amiable Harriet. My concern may possibly remind you of Swift's lines, "Should some neighbour feel a pain, just in the part where I complain," etc. I acknowledge the sympathy between us, and would do much to cure her malady. She has, however, the advantage of me in every respect. She is younger, and of course the impression which her heart has received is more likely to be erased. The letters we carve on saplings wear out with their growth, while those that are imprinted on the perfect tree remain indelible. Besides, it is by no means impossible that Lord Lucan may love her yet, for I repeat my opinion that his passion for you is quite a sickly plant, which must necessarily perish, as I am perfectly convinced that you don't mean to cherish it longer. For all these good and weighty reasons, I think she may hope, or at least I will do so for her, that one way or other her heart may be set at ease. I am in a praying mood, and will say Amen to this wish also. I would add another petition to those I have already made if I hoped it would succeed, but I almost begin to despair of Mrs. Walter's recovery. She continues to languish without any visible sign of amendment, and the physicians now think that the air of a more southern clime is the only chance she has for life. She has written to the good Père Guillaume to recommend her to a convent that will receive her and her child as pensioners, and allow her the liberty of going out in a carriage for exercise, which is absolutely necessary to her existence. Were I only to consider myself, the pain I feel at the thought of parting with this charming woman would tempt me to wish that I had never known her. But how amply am I recompensed for that, and 1,000 other sufferings, by the delightful reflection of having rendered her mind perfectly tranquil, nay happy, by indulging myself in settling a small but decent provision on her darling child. Can all the diamonds that ever issued from the Indian mines afford to their possessors that heartfelt glow of satisfaction I enjoyed when I had perfected the deed which conveyed £2,000 into the hands of trustees for the use of the young Olivia Walter? I was so apprehensive that the strong emotions of the mother's gratitude might have affected her delicate frame that I was almost tempted to conceal this matter from her. Yet I wished to remove every fear or doubt which the weakness and languor of her spirits might suggest with regard to her child's future fate. I wrote her a few lines to tell her what I had done, and added that I would debar myself from the pleasure of seeing her, till she should give me a promise under her hand never to mention this business to me. She promised indeed what was impossible for her to perform, and at our next interview I was convinced that, as the Peruvian princess says, to be thoroughly generous, you must listen to acknowledgments. I have promised that if it should please Providence to call her to a state of bliss, I will immediately take the little Olivia under my care, and if I live, I will most faithfully discharge the pleasing and important trust. My spirits, not much elevated before, sink under the sad idea of Mrs. Walter's death. I cannot at present say more than that I am, with unabated tenderness, your truly affectionate sister, F. Cleaveland. End of Letter 42.